Well, hello there, everybody. Good morning. Happy start to the week. Happy Monday. Hope you're all fantastic. What a fantastic start to the week on that. What an awesome what a sort of motivating music that is as well. Guys, what is good? How we all doing? Hope that you're having a fantastic start to the day. It is 9 a.m. UK time. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to those of you all across the world, all my international brothers out there and sisters. How are you all? I hope you had a fantastic weekend. Let me know let me know what you got up to. Let me know what you got up to this weekend. Let me know what's new in the life of the chat. You guys. What we're going to be doing is I'm pretty sure I believe I'm solo on this session. It's a Rich is taking a holiday. A lucky guy. No, I'm pretty sure it's just a public holiday in in South Africa. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to have a bit of a catch up with chat. Then we're going to check out some stuff in the markets. But we've got some exciting stuff going on today. So first session is myself, and then LJ will be joining, and then I'll be back a little bit later on. But you know what? First things first. Let's get a bit of a screen share up in the house. There we go. Let me just move things around a little bit. That's a bit better. Yeah, that's a bit nicer now. Hopefully I don't lag too much as well. Okay, I'm lagging a little bit. It's not too bad though. Hopefully my lag will stop. I'm back on my proper PC now, guys, as well, which is amazing. So we got some good Wi-Fi. I had the Wi-Fi guy come out on Friday, and he's like, "Dude, you're getting better Wi-Fi than we said you'd get." I was like, "Huh, cool." I was like, "That's good." I was like, as long as it stays that way, I don't crap Wi-Fi. Yeah, anyway, guys, let me know what you got up to on the weekend. Myself, I had gym. That was pretty much it. You know, I went for a coffee. You know, I did some. Brought my laptop to a cafe, and for those of you who saw my Instagram, I was literally just having a cigar and a coffee, doing some work on my laptop in the sun. So absolutely fantastic. What a brilliant weekend I had. And then yesterday, for those of you who don't know, I do karate, and I got graded. So I moved up a belt. So I'm now a green belt in karate. So yeah, so that was good fun. Anyway, back to the markets. It is a Monday morning, and we had all sorts going on over the weekend. What I'm going to do is I'll grab the news up as well. Let's go on Forex Factory. Okay, so we got Trump was speaking today at 12 a.m., so midnight. I have to refresh my page, and I was like, "Oh, what's going on here?" Oh, so we got no news out today. There we go. That's pretty cool. Nice little non-news day on to start off a week. So Monday we got no news. We had Trump speaking a little bit earlier on. We have still got to be careful, guys. You know, Trump's doing all sorts at the moment. You know, we had the whole evacuation with Trump and Vance on Saturday, I believe that was. So there was a whole lot of going on there. Then we had the whole Trump saying that he's not going to bother meeting with Iran because it's going to be a waste of time. So again, Trump's just doing Trump things, and he has to do them on the weekend in preparation for some weird market moves on the Monday. So guys, just be very careful as we go over throughout today. Trump could potentially do Trump things. He's clearly in the mood to piss some people off, including us. So just bear with on that. You know, just bear that in mind, the unpredictability. So make sure that we're looking after our risk management. Anyway, tomorrow, Tuesday the 28th, we've got Bank of Japan, the policy rate, the monetary policy. In fact, we've got a lot of Japanese news. It is tentative, but we've got the press conference, the outlook report, and the policy statement. Then moving on to 3 p.m. So we have then got the CB consumer confidence for the US dollar. That's all for Tuesday. Wednesday, then we've got bank holiday over in Japan, so nothing out for the yen. And then we got New Zealand dollar at 1:30 a.m. for those who trade the early sessions. Those that, for example, like yourself, Henry, I can see you saying good evening. So those of you out in Australia, or in the Asia region potentially, trading that sort of time zone. We've got the New Zealand dollar out at 1:30 a.m. UK time. CPI out for the Aussie dollar, year on year and month on month, and then trimmed mean CPI. So that is going to be at 2:30 a.m. And then all day we've got the German prelim CPI, CAD. We've got CAD news out at 2:45. That's the monetary policy, the rate statement, and the overnight rate. And then again at 3:30 p.m., we've got CAD news, the press conference. And then 7 p.m., we've got the Fed. We've got the Fed funds rate, FOMC, and the FOMC press half an hour after that. So we've got a lot going on Wednesday. A lot of high impact news. Thursday is 9 a.m. Euro. 10 a.m. more Euro we got the core CPI flash year on year, and we've got the estimate. So we got German prelim GDP quarter on quarter at 9 a.m. 12 p.m. then, of course, shortly followed is the pound, because we've got to love that pound news. We've got Bank of England monetary policy report, monetary policy summary, the MPC official bank rate votes. So then we're going to have the official bank rate out. So that's going to be midday on Thursday. So just be careful with that one, guys. Followed, of course, by the euro at 1:15. We've got the refinancing rate and the monetary policy statement. Then after that, we've got 15 minutes after we got 1:30 CAD and US news. We've got GDP for the CAD, advanced GDP Q on Q for the US dollar, core PCE price index, unemployment cost index, advanced GDP, and unemployment claims, which seems to still be orange folder news. So it'd be interesting to see how that goes. Then 1:45. So again, 15 minutes after that. Dude, I would not be trading Thursday at all. We've got 9 a.m. all the way through to quarter to 2. We've got ECB press conference as well for the euro. Again, high impact news. Last but not least, guys, I promise, last but not least, it is May the 1st. It is the first day of the new month, and we've got bank holiday for China, we've got bank holiday for Switzerland, we've got bank holiday for France, Germany, and Italy, so pretty much a fair bit of Europe. So there's not going to be much going on through the euro. And then we have got some medium impact. We got Tokyo core CPI, and then we've got ISM manufacturing, PMI, and prices for the dollar. Oh, and breathe, Will. Now a quick sip of coffee. That's good coffee. Anyway, there we go. So that's the news out for the week. That felt like a lot. I thought it was going to be like a real quick briefing on the news, but I felt like it was a lot of news. I felt like Thursday would really drained the energy out of me when it came to reading the news. Anyway, tell you what, let's bring up the sexy stuff. Let's bring up the chart. I'm gonna have a bit of a catch up with chat, and then we'll get straight into the markets. So what I'll do, I'll bring you over here. There we go. It's a bit better. I am saying here for it. Yes, my man. Absolutely. Love to see it. Henry, good evening. Good evening, Henry. How you doing, bro? Good to see you in. My screen's been a bit slow, so you have to bear with me. Yes, Remy. Grab your coffee, open those charts, and get ready. Bosh. But further on, not only that, grab your coffee, open the charts, and make sure you like the stream and you subscribe to the channel. So, guys, absolutely make sure that you're going to get into the subscribe button. Absolutely smash that subscribe button if you haven't already. And make sure you click the like button. Azrael Trades, good morning, guys. Yes, Azrael, how you doing, bro? What's good, my man? Good to see you in. Good morning, beautiful people. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Emma, good morning. Good to see you in. RM, what is good? Good morning, bro. Great to have a great day. And yourself, my man. Have a fantastic day. And have a fantastic week. Like I said, first day of the week. Last week of the month as well, guys. It is the last week of April. Let us know how your April has been so far. Good morning, Free FX School. What is good, my man? Good morning to you. Your camera's probably has low. Oh, okay. All right, I'll tell you what. Let me see if I can delete some tabs. I don't know if that's going to help anything. I don't know what's going on with my camera at the moment. Seems to be really slow. Really strange. Maybe I'll have a word with the team on the back end. Ask them if they got any advice. What can I do to speed my camera up? Hello, what's good? Pip, how are you doing? Wow, I'm alone in chat. Nah, bro, you're all good. You're not alone in chat. We're all here. We're all seeing you. Coding indicator on the weekend and back testing. Awesome stuff, man. Absolutely awesome stuff. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, friends. Thank you very much. But dude, that's absolutely awesome. Getting some back testing done over the weekend and coding an indicator. Henry, that's absolutely awesome. Big congratulations to you, my man. Let us know how it goes. And congratulations. Thank you. You're definitely not alone. Welcome. Absolutely, my friend. Can see the news page too. I'm just catching up with chat, so maybe that's an old comment. Maybe it's outdated. But let me know if you can see chat. Okay. Let me know. I just want to make sure that you did see the news and make sure you're seeing my screen. That's ooh, go away. There we go. India, me. What is good, mama? Welcome to India. Or welcome from India? No, because I'm saying welcome from the UK. So welcome to India from the UK. Welcome, Shadab. Welcome, bro. Good to see you in, my man. I love India, dude. I've never been. I got a few friends from India, but I've never been to India. So maybe I'll go. Let me know where should I go in India. I like my countries and my sort of countryside and my authenticity. I'm not into the big built up city. So yeah, let me just see shout out. Come to India. I do definitely, man. It's somewhere that I want to go. We got a lot of the guys from India. So yeah, definitely a place. In fact, Samir's from India as well. So one of the guys. In fact, Samir will be in a little bit later on. So Samir's from India. I got a few of my friends now. They're from India. So that's the luxury about trading. You build international friends. I think I knew before actually getting into trading. I think I knew one Indian. I knew one Indian guy, and he's an absolute legend, awesome guy. Yeah, I knew one Indian guy. I knew a Bangladeshi boy. Again, I used to work the doors with this guy. Again, absolute legend. And then I think I knew a couple of Chinese people, but that was about it. I live in the countryside, and it's very much we don't really see a lot of we don't really see much of anything unless it's we go up into the city. Even when it comes to like people say like, oh, LGBT stuff's a problem and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, I don't see it. We don't see stuff like that down in the countryside. We see nothing. Like where someone had blue hair once coming into my local area, and it was like, oh my god, is there someone with blue hair? So we don't see that sort of stuff. So ever since trading, it's been amazing. We see. I've got so many international friends now, and it is fantastic. And obviously, traveling the world, you get to know so many people. Good morning, Will. Yo, Ty Keith, what's good, my man? Good morning, bro. Bro, Euro USD. I'm on GU at the moment, but I can definitely check out the Euro if my computer wants to load. There we go. So, seeing a lot of bull movement in the Euro. I'll have a bit of a catch up with chat, as I said, and then we'll dive straight into it. Euro short. Okay, I see you. I'll tell you what. I'll star that comment. And then once I've had a bit of a catch up with chat, then I'll take a look at Euro short. But Euro short is heavily bullish. Need more likes. I've done mine. Yes, Matthew. Like Matthew said, guys, make sure you smash out that like button if you haven't already. Good morning, brother. What is good, guys? Good morning to each and every single one of you out there. Can we open multiple trades at a time, like 2-3 DCA thing? I don't know what you're on about DCA thing, but yeah, you can have multiple trades open. Yeah, that's not a problem. Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, look, as long as you're not being stupid with it, as long as you're not opening like 20, 30 trades and like laddering in, or as long as you're not like sort of martingaling and stuff like that, then yeah, 100%, man. Of course, you can. Yeah, you can open multiple trades. Quite often, actually, I end up with 3 trades running at a time. So yeah, Rutabar, absolutely, mate. Tina Gaming. Tina, I'm hoping that's your kid, and I'm hoping that's you are not the kid. I was like, yeah, definitely not old enough to trade. Tina, what's good? Good morning. I am from India. Trade at a cash. Absolutely. There we go. You know, like I said, big shout out to all the Indian traders out there. I said we have got a lot of guys coming out from literally internationally. Yeah, I have seen the news. Thanks. Got a clear view of this week's news. Bosh. Absolutely perfect. Must come India. Okay, so Tina, I'm assuming again you're also from India. Must come India. Rajasthan. Have I said that right? Rajasthan is beautiful. I'll have a Google at Rajasthan. I love India, dude. Do you know, I love that. Like so many people don't like their country and they don't like where they're from. Like I've met so many people that they're like, oh, you know, I hate where I'm from. I hate my country. I want to move out. Or I want to move to the UK. And even people in the UK, they're all like, oh, I hate I hate the UK. I want to move away. Do you know what? One thing I have never seen is an Indian say he hates India. I love it. Some like the Indian people, they say, I love India. Come to India. India is the best country in the world. And there's something about that patrioticity or that, being a true patriot. I love it. It's amazing. And it's the Indian people I see it the most in, because like, you can go to China and like a lot of the Chinese people say, yeah, China's good. But then you also get people saying China's bad. And then you get people like Hong Kong's great. Hong Kong's bad. You get people in the UK. Some people love the UK. Other people hate it. 90% of the time I speak to an Indian, even if the Indians don't live in India, they still say, I absolutely love my home country. And, there's just something about that, being that sort of patriot of your country. I really wish to do a live analysis here with you guys. Dude, give Richard Butler a message, man. Absolutely. If providing you're profitable and yeah, absolutely. We'll bring you on stream one day, maybe. Morning, unbiased trader. Good morning, all. What is good, my man? How you doing? Bangladesh. Yeah, a friend of mine's from Bangladesh. Although he did say, Will, you wouldn't like it. I was like, okay. Well, I'm going to go anyway. Gold. Okay, absolutely. I'll star this comment as well. I'll take a look at gold. Yo, bro, I am Moses Mebiru from Uganda, as well as a trader. So glad to join you. Big shout out to you, my man. What is good, Moses? Big welcome to you from Uganda. Again, you're not the first one from Uganda. There's a few guys from Uganda way. So big shout out to my Ugandan friends. I tell you what, guys, I'm gonna try. I will try and catch up with chat, but I'm just gonna jump straight into the analysis because what I don't want to do is I don't want to go a full hour chatting to you guys without showing some analysis. So enough's enough, and let's jump straight into the charts. I'm gonna start on GU, then I'm gonna make my way over to Euro USD, and then I'm not gonna necessarily finish on gold, but gold will be my last of the 3 pairs that I trade. If you do want me to check out any other pairs, I'm more than happy to. But that's predominantly what I trade. So what I'm going to do is, like I said, jump straight into the charts now on the pound. So as you guys know, I like to mark out my pre-session high and low, and I do have an indicator for that. If you guys are wondering what it is Lux Algo Sessions. I find it great. It's a bit of a distraction, so I literally plot up my Tokyo high, my Tokyo low, my London high, my London low when I get to New York. And then what I do is I get rid of my indicator because what I don't like is, because it's a box and the boxes that I draw are the same color as my indicator box. I start thinking that I'm like, why is there a box there? And I'm like, oh, it's the session time. So I find it a bit distracting, I'll be honest with you. So once I've marked out the session high and low, just like this. There you go. Cool, there we go. So now that I've marked out my session high and low, I'm going to get rid of my indicator. So I've got a clear view on exactly what's going on in price. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to basically look for our structure points. And what I mean by the structure points is the immediate structure points. And that's going to be the swing high and swing low currently. So as you can see, GBP USD, we've got the swing low down here. Right, okay, if it lets me. There we go. I swear these adverts on TradingView are getting more frequent. Henry, maybe change the color of the box. Yeah, I could do, but then if I get like a bright box, it's just, that's going to distract me in a whole different way. But yeah, that would make more sense. That would be the logical thing to do, mate, wouldn't it? Anyway, so we've got the swing low, we've got the swing high, and then we've got that sort of internal swing structure. What I'm going to do by identifying that is, look for consolidation. We've got this box here, and then we have also got a high up here, and we've got this sort of pullback low down here. So now two things can happen. Either we got option A. I think my mouse is running out of battery because it keeps sticking. I think so. What we've got now is two different options. We've got low here, high here, higher low, lower high, higher low, higher high. And I say higher high because we have broken above, but technically we've only wicked. So we have got to be careful, but it's a higher high in comparison to this one here. So what we're going to do now is two things can happen. We can have a pullback into this area of consolidation, continuation higher for some longs on GU because, structure is flowing and order flow is to the bull side. Or we've got option B. Now, option B is we continue lower, break and close under this low here, pull back into some form of area of interest, and that could be a break and close or break and retest of the consolidation, or it could be an imbalance, or it could be a fib, depending on what happens. Again, we've got to wait for price to mature first, and then for a continuation lower, either targeting the swing low or targeting the Asia low down here. So that's what I'd be looking at now on GU. So they're the 2 points that I want to wait for. Now, I'm not interested in trading anything above this, and I'm not interested in trading anything around here. So two things have got to happen. Like I said, we've got to have either a pullback into this consolidation zone and a continuation higher, or a break and close under this zone, pullback, continuation lower. So, now that we've broken and closed, or we've broken and wicked Asia, we're potentially going to see some form of manipulation. We're going to see some form of, price slowing down, price wicking about. I want to see if price matures first, because, price may want to try and pretend or look like we're going to head up, and then next minute we start moving down. So I want to give it enough time to mature post Asia, or post taking Asia highs. I want to see if, we can start forming structure to the upside, or if we can consolidate and start forming structure to the downside. So going to wait on that, going to wait to see what happens. There we go. Moving over to EU. I know you guys were saying EU shorts, but man, I can't see it. Not yet. Look how bullish this is, man. Look, if we get our channel out, it is heavily bullish. And okay, yes, we had the gap on the market open. It was kind of to be expected after what was going on, but we fully mitigated the gap. Now we fully closed that gap, should we say? So no longer interested in that gap, but we are still heavily bullish. So what I'd be looking for now, it's got to be a pullback continuation. I know. I'm trying to see what would I want to see for shorts. You know, even if we mark out order flow, we've got low, high, technically a pullback, but it's more of a consolidation zone. Continuation, pullback pullback continuation. I think I'd have to close under this level here. It'd have to look something like that for shorts. Let me look on a higher time frame. Oh, this is a nice area. Haven't quite tapped. Oh, okay. We slightly tapped into it. Let me get my equilibrium out. Let me see what we can look for. I don't know. Part of me wants to see 117.512. So 1.17512. I kind of want to see that area on euro. If we can come up into that area, then I think we're going to start seeing shorts. Which, I mean, it's not that far. It's only what? 7-8 pips from current price. I mean, it's not impossible. Oh, such a good coffee. I spilt my coffee as well. I don't know if you can see it. I've made an absolute mess of my coffee mug. Just spilt my coffee all over my hand, and I couldn't find a tissue. So I was like stressing trying to, jump on the stream in time. I was like, oh my god. Anyway, yeah, side quest. So yeah, on euro, I want to see price move higher. I want to see a minimum of that level I just mentioned. Then maybe then we can start moving lower. But until then, price is way too bullish. Now I know on the pound, I said that I want to see some form of sell, and the pound and euro do have I think it's like an 80% correlation rate. So, we've got to be careful. If we're going to sell the pound, we've got to keep an eye on what the euro is doing as well. So I'm just, like I said, and that's why I say we need to wait for price to mature. We need to wait for price to slowly mature into what it wants to do. Like a fine wine, you need to let it age. So I'm just gonna wait for price to mature. I'm not gonna wait for euro to mature. That doesn't need to. I want to wait for that to hit that area of interest. Like I said, that 17.512 level. And providing we can hit that, then I want to see price start to drop. But pound at the moment, I want to see that mature because I don't think that's quite ready. That's sort of in that mid area of sort of. It's not quite at an entry point. It's not quite at a pullback point. It's not quite at a point of interest, and it's not quite where it's in no man's land when it comes to trading. It's in financial no man's land. So we got to be a little bit more careful. Although we've taken all these highs and we're tapping into this consolidation range here, which is that's actually that's beautiful. No, what am I doing? There we go. Although we've got this area of highs up here. Okay, that's quite interesting now. So if we break and close above, the 35566 level, then I think we're going to head up to this area here. But until then, yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the pound because look, otherwise it's going to be counter trend trading, and the probability of counter trend trading does decrease your probability of hitting TP. So you've got to be very careful. Okay, Euro's nice, but like I said, look, it is in the area of interest. It's in an area of interest, but I kind of want to see it hit that equilibrium area. I'm having a bit of a catch up with chat before I head over to gold. Abdoz F, good morning. What is good, my man? Good morning to you. Tina, good morning. Justin, what is good, my man? Good morning. Will, how you doing, bro? The show, yeah, absolutely, mate. I will check gold out right now. I've just done EU and GU, so I will take a look at gold. Bro, Euro USD short, 1 hour point of interest, tap, then short to the 4 hour point of interest to the downside. So have a look at it. Yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, your 1 hour point of interest is the exact same as my 15-minute, to be fair. So yeah, no, I do like that. Like I said, I genuinely do like it. I just want to see it. I think I just want to see it tap the equilibrium side. Although it's showing that wick rejection. So it, maybe if we can break and close below this area here. Okay, let's wait. For those who are just gonna get in, those who are getting in on price early, then congratulations. But I like to wait for confirmation. I don't like to rush and jump in my trades. It's not part of my strategy. It's not how I trade. So I will be taking my time on it. After a 15-minute market structure shift, then enter short TP at 4 hour point of interest to the downside. So look at the 4 hour point of interest. Where would that be? What level's your 4 hour point of interest? Because I got a couple here. We've got this area down here for a low. You're on a 15-minute market structure shift. Where would your structure be? Okay, it'd have to be here then, wouldn't it? It'd have to be this low here. That's the only 15-minute structure I'd see. So I'd expect it would be you'd. I'm assuming you're going to be looking at something along the lines of something like that. Let me go back up to the 4 hour. Yeah, it's got to be something like that, surely. Unless your 1 hour area of interest is a lot lower. And then potentially you're going to be, let's go short. Let's say it was, let's say there's a fib imbalance sort of, I don't know. Let's say there's confluence here somewhere. Okay, you can still get a nice 1 to 2. Even if you're like consolidation break, boom, boom, boom. Nice 1 to 2 potential, stop loss at the high. Yeah, Mubin, let me know what you're looking at. Give me something to plot out. Give me some actual some digits. Give me some numbers to work with. Because I don't hate your idea. I think you got a nice little idea there. Garden design pictures NQ. I don't trade the NAS in London, but absolutely I'll take a look as soon as I'm done with gold. Which trade are you running? I'm not at the moment. I'm waiting for euro and pound, which seem to be moving quite nicely. So yeah, I'm waiting for euro and pound at the moment. I haven't checked gold out yet. I will in just once as soon as I finish euro and pound. I promise I will take a look at gold. But I'm waiting for euro and pound to sort its act out. And then hopefully we'll get something. Louis, good morning, team. What's good, my man? Good morning, Louis. A break and close below 117, 160. Let's have a look. 117, 160. Uh, 117, 160. On the 15-minute. Yeah, okay, fair. Yeah, that makes sense. Could be a good induction for sell. Indication for sell. Yeah, no, I think so. It'll be, it's more probable than the 5-minute. This is still a 15-minute sort of structural swing zone, should we call it, or a swing point. So I think we need to wait for the break of. There's going to be 3 sort of zones. The 1-minute traders are going to wait for a break out of this consolidation. The 5-minute traders are going to wait for a break of this consolidation, almost like a low, treat it like a low. So they're going to wait for this break consolidation. Then the 15-minute traders, like Justin has just pointed out, is going to be waiting for this. So you've got different confluences here. In fact, I'd quite confidently say it's in rate of probability as well. You've got highest probability, second highest probability, third highest probability. There we go. Yeah, I like that. I don't hate that. So now that we understand what we're waiting for on euro and pound, I'm gonna head over to gold now and see what's going on over in the shiny precious metal. Not a lot. Not a lot at all. So again, market gap, gap to the downside on market open, and then what happened? We had a bit of, we had this low here. We had that sort of shift to the upside in the 15-minute. We can see that price is clearly moving up. We've come into this consolidation and slowed down, which is quite interesting. So if we plot up our, there we go, our consolidation. In fact, we've actually slowed really nicely at the consolidation zone. I gotta ask myself why though. Part of me thought that we'd be able to take Friday high. I'm just making sure there's not a higher point of Friday. Thursday. Yes, there's not. So this is Friday high. So if we can... So this is New York high. Or in fact, this is just Friday high in general. So if we could take Friday high, but we've consolidated, or we've hit that consolidation zone and done not a lot and then dropped. Could this be a gold long setting up? We haven't taken Asia. We've got Friday high. Got a bit of consolidation coming now. I say a bit of consolidation. You drop down to the 5-minute, price is sideways. Okay. If we break and close above 4718 area, then I think we could be looking at taking maybe Friday high. Something like this. Again, we're not... Gold's a bit of a weird one at the moment. We're not hugely bullish, but we're not bearish either. We're sort of... Our range is just larger. We're technically in a consolidation range on the higher time frame. Like if I got the 4-hour up, there you go. Actually, okay, you know what? On the 4-hour, we're channeling ever so slightly to the downside. There we go. So on the 4-hour, it doesn't look too bad. 1 hour, how's the 1 hour looking? Yeah, again, in fact, 1 hour is channeling even nicer. Okay, so if we can respect this zone here and drop a little bit harder to the downside like we are now, am I considering... Oh, I don't know. It's not the prettiest, is it? I tell you what, I'm going to forward test it. It's not the prettiest. I don't like it as much, but I'm going to forward test a sell opportunity on gold. I'm going to come down and see if we can get to this consolidation high. There we go. So, guys, look, I've not placed this trade. I want to be, open in front of you guys. I'm not going to bullshit and say that, look, guys, I've taken this trade. I haven't. It's a forward-tested trade because you guys know that I love my consolidation breakout on gold. So we are technically trending to the downside. We are channeling to the downside ever so slightly. We haven't taken any areas, like significant areas. We've not taken Asia high. We've not taken Friday's high. But what we have done is we've come up, consolidated, broken down, consolidated even further, and now we've broken and closed under the consolidation. And you guys know that a consolidation, break, close, entry is my gold strategy. So I don't feel hugely confident in this. This would probably be like a C setup. So I'm not going to place a C setup. But what I am going to do, I'm going to draw it out to see how it could have reacted. So I don't know. Part of me thinks that this could be a loser. But like I said, look, it's plotted out anyway. Let's just see how it goes. Mubin saying Euro USD is short. Trust me. I trust you. Now don't let me down. I'm joking. Bihag, what's good, man? Hi, hello, how you doing? Welcome to the 5ers Monday session. Justin saying gold is looking very choppy. Gold is looking choppy, man. It is looking a little bit of if, buts, and maybes. So, it's not looking the most probable at the moment. Same with Euro. Euro's looking immediately choppy. And what I mean by that is it's not trending in a way that I can be like, yes, okay, we've got this entry criteria. Bang, let's go, enter, risk, TP, stop loss, boom. Instead, we have got a beautiful trend area. We have got a fantastic opportunity here to be long. However, it's just price has paused on this really nice point of interest. So two things could happen, and part of me feels like it could set up shorts. Mubin saying that Euro USD short. Someone else was saying Euro USD short, I believe. Somewhere, I can't find it. Somewhere in chat, someone has said USD short. So I do think Euro can short. I don't think it's ready for it yet, but give it time, let it settle and mature a little bit, and I think Euro USD will be setting up for some shorts. GU, same goes. Same goes with GU. I think we're starting to slow down. And we've got this really nice area up here, so I got to be careful with GU because GU may want to continue bullish. But we'll see. We gotta try and trade what's in front of us, not what we want to see. There's no point in trading with a bias. Instead, trade your strategy and trade what's in front of you. Don't trade what you want to see, because the markets don't care what you want. My mum used to say to me, "I want, don't get." So I want this, I want that. That's the wrong attitude to have. I want, don't get. I said it to my partner when we first met. She was like, "Oh, I really want this." I was like, "Well, I want, don't get." It's you conduct yourself in a way you're better, and same goes when you're at the markets. I want never happens. What do you want to see? It's like, okay, I want to see this. Okay, that's fine. Now that you know what you want to see, now that you know what your strategy's saying, now trade what you actually see. So, like, I'm not going to go shorting this now. I want to see a short, because my bias is more biased towards is heavier weighted to the shorts. However, I'm not going to go, I want shorts, so I'm going to sell right now. Boom. It doesn't work like that, because I'm not seeing shorts right now. So that's the importance in trading, is you can want something, doesn't mean you're going to get it. Like, for me, this may be a bullish day for the pound. So therefore, I want to see shorts. My bias is short. But if I don't see a short setup, I'm not going to take a short. I'm not going to take a buy either, but I'm certainly not going to take a short if I don't see it. Personal trader, I want McChicken. Now that want, it may be something you can have. You may go. You can go get a McChicken, I suppose. Unless, like I always say it to my partner, she goes, let's say, for example, she wants a coffee. She goes, I want a coffee. I was like, I want, don't get it. Please, may I have a coffee? Yeah, I was like, don't say I want. I'm joking. I make it. I act like I make my own coffee. She's a saint. She makes coffee for me. To be fair, when she says I want, usually she does get. The luxury in spoiling your partner, I suppose. Yeah. They got to deserve it, though, people. You know, spoil a girl who deserves to be spoiled. And for you ladies, spoil a man that deserves to be spoiled. Don't spoil a man that doesn't deserve it. That's the whole. That's what I mean by I want, don't get. You know, you got to earn it. You got to deserve it. Again, absolute side quest. Digressed completely. Good morning, Will. Elvin was good, my man. Jumped in at a really random time. Gold reverse. Gold reverse. Woof. Dude, gold has reversed. Look at that. That's what I mean. That's why I said you don't take a C setup. You know, A plus only. Like I said, you know, it was nice, but there was just something about it. It wasn't stacking how I wanted it to stack. And yeah, gold is yeah, that was so. Truth be told, when it comes to discretion, I would have seen. I don't care what happens at this candle. It's this candle here. That was an awful drawing, but there we go. This candle here would have been the candle that makes me think, wow, you know what? Zero wick to the upside, huge wick to the downside on the open. I would have thought to myself, I would have taken out here if I saw that candle. But that's where I would have taken out. Now, that's when it comes to discretion. This absolutely could come all the way up to here and then drop. There's nothing stopping that. But like I said, you know, it's not something that I want to be in because, you know, like I said, it was a C plus. It was a C setup. There is no C plus. It's A B. It's C B A plus or A plus plus or A plus 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 plus. Depends how excited you get when you look at that A plus setup. Pound. Again, like I said, we're not seeing short probability yet, or you know, you can have a short bias. Mubin, like for example, you know, I know that you were looking at shorts on the euro, but we're not seeing shorts yet. You know, the shorts that we want are not playing out as of yet. You know, we're still moving bullish. MK90, hey, good morning. Yes, my man, bringing that energy. Hey, man, what is good, bro? How you doing? Good to see you in, bringing that energy. Absolutely love it. And again, guys, make sure you keep that energy up and smash that like button and make sure you subscribe to the channel. We don't seem to be catching much in the market at the moment. We seem to have a very bullish pound and euro, so the Dixie must be pretty weak at the moment. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we got the Dixie dropping at the moment. Heading up on the 1 hour time frame. Let's have a look, see where it could be going. Holy moly, what is this? Oh, market open. Yeah, fair. That makes so much more sense. Yeah, market gapped. I was thinking, bloody hell, that's an anomaly candle if I've ever seen it. That makes complete sense. Where could DXY be going? You know, we've got this area here of consolidation. Honestly, two things now. Price will want to, you know, chop around and, you know, mess around here a little bit and head up, or we're going to see a break and close through all this and just completely shatter this low. So we'll see how it goes. You know, we'll see. We're not gonna, like I said, you know, we're not gonna trade with a bias. We're gonna look for a bias. We're gonna look for what probability our trades are going to be weighted towards. Like, are we going to want to be looking at sells today? We want to look at buys today. You know, we can find our weighted bias, but don't trade that weighted bias. What we want to do is we want to look, are we bullish? Are we bearish? Like, are we wanting to look at sells or are we wanting to look at buys? Then once you've found, okay, my head is in sells today. That's what I want. I want to be selling today. That's fine. Now that you know your bias, you need to wait for that setup to form, and you need to wait for an A plus setup to form for sells. If you don't see an A plus setup form for sells, don't sell because that's your bias, and don't buy either. You know, just because price is moving to the upside, don't go buying because you're like, oh, price is bullish, I must buy. Because bro, if you got a bearish bias and you're trying to if you've got a bearish bias and you're trying to buy the market when you internally think it's going to sell off, you're just going to be so unaligned with the market, you're going to be so off center, and it's just going to, make you feel awful. You're going to be completely out of sync with the markets. Everything's going to feel weird, and that's how you will go and tilt. You'll end up tilting because you'll lose, or end up tilting because you don't actually truly understand why you've just hit TP. You're just glad that you hit TP, and it'll feel almost, instead of like a, yes, congratulations me, I've just hit TP, it'll be more of a, oh, thank God for that, I'm out of the markets, because truly you weren't seeing those buys. You were just wanting to follow order flow instead of follow your strategy. Oh, that's such a good coffee. Wow, we are heading up to my area of equilibrium here. Like I said, it'd be interesting to see. So LJ's coming on in about 8 minutes' time. It'd be interesting to see what LJ is saying, because I know that he likes his overall predictions of his higher time frames, and he likes to be like, for example, LJ will sell like bang on here, whereas I wait for a bit more confirmation. LJ will sell here with a super tight stop loss, and it's awesome to see. Whereas I'm a bit more conservative. I wait for a confirmation, pull back, enter, boom. So it'd be interesting to see what he thinks of euro around about this area here. I can't seem to hover my thing on it. There we go. So around about the 17,512 area. So let's see how that goes. It's Vinny. Yo, what's good, Vinny? Morning, Will, and my people. Wait, Will, you looking for short on EU? I'm in this 3-hour long on the same pair. Vinny, Bosch, winning trade, I reckon that'll be. No, yes and no. I'm looking for shorts in euro at some point today. Not right now, though. I want euro to move higher first. I want to be seeing that 17,512 area up here. You can see my red line here. It's my equilibrium. It's my center line for my area of interest. I want to see euro hit that first. So if you're in longs, don't get swayed by that. I do want to see shorts at some point, but I don't think it's going to set up yet. Longs I can see being valid, but I prefer the idea of selling today. If 15-minute market structure shift, then sure. Otherwise, still discipline and wait, bro. Mwah. Chef's kiss to that, brother. Yes, my man. Absolutely. I fully agree with that. Wait for confirmation. Don't sell because you want to see sells. Sell because you've got confirmation of sells. I couldn't agree more. So yeah, big up on that discipline, bro. Absolutely amazing. Mr. Patrick, what is good? I'd like to know the size of the order that was on that open that you took. Place at the top of that candle. Bro, I'm not in a trade. I'm top of that candle. Are you on about this trade? Yeah. Is this the one that you're on about? Or are you on about the one up here? On EU? So yeah, Mr. Patrick, let me know. Because I'm not actually in a trade at the moment, but I could happily talk to you about order sizes, etc. CC Cat Lady, good morning, B. What is good, my love? That is my obviously better half coming in chat this morning. Good morning to you, CC. White Man 1606. Willie, nice to see you here. How do you spot reversal? What is good, my man? Good morning. Welcome to the 5ers Monday live stream. Good to see you here as well, bro. How do I spot reversals? Really simple. Nothing too complicated. So to spot a reversal is simply to see a slowdown in price. For example, here we've got the slowdown in price, and then a break and close below the structural point. So the structural point here would be this low. We break and close below the low, pull back, continuation, confirmation, pull back, entry, go. And that's usually how I spot a reversal. Otherwise, if I don't spot anything like that, then we continue our trend. As you can see, we've not got a reversal pattern here. We've got a continuation pattern here. And what that means is that we've got, consolidation, we've got consolidation high, we've got consolidation low, we've got the break and close of consolidation to the upside, which is following in line with the overall trend, which is bullish, meaning there's confirmation of continuation pattern for either pullback continuation, or we can have the break and close entry continuation. So we've got a couple of different entry criterias, but strict. I always try and advise people stick with order flow, stick with the trend. Trend is friend. But if you are going to be trading reversals, you got to be very careful. Make sure you're looking for confirmation, and by looking for confirmation is through making sure price is slowing down. If price slows down, consolidates at a higher time frame area of interest, and then breaks structure to the downside, that's confirmation. Whereas if price is super strong and bullish, and then it pulls back under a structural point, that technically is a break of structure or a market structure shift, for example. It's a shift in that order flow to the downside. However, when volume and momentum is clearly bullish, I wouldn't trade that. I'd have to wait for price to slow down at a higher time frame area of interest before then shifting order flow into the opposite direction. So like I said, super, super simple, But yeah, great question. Really, really good question. Azrael trade. I'm not seeing any opportunity in GU, so I'm waiting on the sideline. I only trade GU. I love that. I absolutely love that. People come up and say to me, "Well, I trade like 500,000 pairs and I'm losing." I'm like, I wonder why. I was like, I wonder why you're losing. And they're like, "Oh yeah, I don't know why, man." I was like, I tell you what, take those 500,000 pairs, and what's your favorite one to trade? Where are you living? What time zone are you in? Whereabouts are you from? How do you trade? Is it higher time frame, lower time frame, intraday, scalping, investing, long term? Swing trading. Find out how you trade. Pick one pair, master that pair, get to know it. You find that you may only trade once a month, but that one, overall, you may find yourself being a lot more profitable due to the fact that you're not saturating yourself with analysis paralysis. So you've got to be very careful, when trading multiple pairs. I now only trade 3. It was EU and GU. I dropped gold for quite a bit, and then I picked gold up. Then I was only trading gold. I was only trading gold. I dropped EU and GU because the price wasn't moving that nicely for me. Now I trade all 3 because all 3 trade quite nicely for me. Dirk, what's good, man?
Hey, man, William, all by yourself today. You must have a sore throat by now already.
You know what? I do feel like someone has just shoved a little bit of glass down my throat.
You've been on like an hour now or what?
Yeah. I'm keeping it lubricated with some really tasty coffee. So
really tasty whiskey.
Ooh. Irish coffee, mate.
Nothing better than a nice Irish coffee at 10 a.m. in the morning on a Monday.
Exactly, mate. You know how it is, Dirk.
Oh, man. Cheers.
Yeah.
Also only coffee, of course, guys. How's it going? Any nice trading already going on this morning? Or
not yet. I know Vinny's in a nice 3-hour long on Euro, which seems to be playing out really nicely. I'm waiting for the 17,512 area on Euro to be taken. It's come up close to it. It came up to about 511, but I'm waiting for 512 to be taken. We just sort of spoke about, confirmations, looking for, confluences, and making sure that, you're following a plan and, trading what you're seeing, not what you want to see.
Especially in times like this, right? With good old Donald, being on his mobile phone, ready to drop the next tweet bomb. By the way, I haven't really followed much the political landscape last weekend because I really took the time to withdraw myself like completely from the markets a bit and concentrate on coding and so on. And
nice. So
I really don't know what this current state of things is right now, but I bet it's like that he's still tucking out and it's all limbo.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm similar to you, Dirk. I took this weekend. And like I said to the guys in chat, I had my karate grading yesterday. I had gym. So
What belt do you have?
I've moved up to green. So
Oh, wow, nice. I used to do karate as well, but that was a very long time ago, like 20
I got a
years.
few of my belts here.
Nice.
The rest are down in my bedroom, but I got a few of my belts.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've moved up to green belt yesterday, so that was good
Great.
fun. But now I've got a fight coming up next month now. It was
you're doing kumite? Oh.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, kumite. Yeah, so that was good fun. Oh, that is good fun. I got 2 blisters on my big toe.
Okay.
From jumping around like Jackie Chan. So
so we are not going to see you training. We are going to finally see you also at the, what is it called, UFC?
Yeah. yeah.
Knocking the CRA ... out of. I don't know what is the name of this Irish guy, Conor McGregor, or what is it?
Yeah, Conor McGregor. Yeah, so between gym and boxing and karate, I've been super busy, and like I said to you guys, I put a lot of weight on in Hong Kong. So my brother hasn't been nice to me. He's been he's been pretty savage and brutal to me in the gym, making sure he's like I picked up like a chocolate bar and he like karate kicked the chocolate bar into next Tuesday. Yeah, he was like, no, you're not doing that. So I've been sorting my diet out. I've been sorting my my mental out. Making sure that I'm aligning myself mentally with my physical side, and just trying to have a full body reset and get into the swing of being back home in the UK now. So I took myself away from everything chart related.
It's good that you do something like this now, because the older you get, the more difficult it becomes. I'm a little bit something like a sloth. I have to be honest. I ride my bicycle. I like to walk, but that's about it. I don't go to the gym anymore and stuff like this, simply because once you have a family, you rarely find the time to do stuff like this anymore. But that's not supposed to be an excuse. But when I stepped on the scale, by late November last year, I was like, my God, my weight is like up to 105 kgs. It's like, this cannot be at my age. I'm like prone, especially in this type of work, prone to in 2 to 3 years getting a heart attack and dying beginning of 50 years. So I bought myself a treadmill that I put underneath my desk here in the office.
Nice.
And then like 2 times a day, I'm going to hide my desk, and then I'm going for a little jog, for half hour, 45 minutes while I continue to working. And since then, I've dropped 15 kgs.
Dude, well done. Mate, you know what? Hang on, bear with. I got the perfect reaction for that. Yeah, well done, man. Yeah, big congrats on that.
Thank you.
Dude, I rate that. I because I was chatting to big, I'm not gonna name drop, but big player down in my local area, multi-millionaire. And I was chatting to him, and he was like, he somehow knew what I did, and I forget how much of a social media presence I have. Like a lot of people know me, and I don't realize it, because I forget. And he's like, trading, well, it's a stressful job, because we were talking about like heart health, about trying, like we said, we're in the gym. I've joined a new gym, and it's not just a gym, it is a community. Like some of the people live in that gym. It's a proper livelihood sort of thing, and it's an amazing feeling. So you get to know the guys, and we're chatting about heart health, chatting about overall physical health and mental health and stuff like that. And he was like, well, you've been a trader, most traders I know, that they've had heart attacks. They're on all sorts of stressful things, your blood thinners and stuff like that, and they're all like monstrously overweight. And I thought to myself, I was like, yeah, it is a bit worrying. I've decided to join a sort of a career that hasn't got the best reputation when it comes to health due to stress. So it's something that I'm super passionate about, is making sure my physical health is in best optimal condition, because it's the last thing I need to, because like you just said, is to be, I'm quite young in it as well. And, LJ is the exact same. Dirk, I'm pretty sure you started pretty young as well.
Yeah,
it's a scary thing when you get into a stressful industry at a young age. Because when you get into a stressful industry in a young age, yes, you got young success. You got that. Oh yeah, you started young. You're successful. Congratulations, that's amazing. I wish I started young. It's like, yeah, but at the same time, I also gave myself that onset, potential stress issues and health relations because of it.
Absolutely. And the funny thing is, I remember like the guy back then that kind of was my mentor. So he was like a currency trader in the 80s already. And he told me, Dirk, nowadays it's like nothing. And that was back in the 90s that he told me that, by the way. So he said, like, when I started, the big guys who were running like the currency desk at the big banks, they were like treated like gods. And they were trading without risk because they were just arbitraging the living hell out of,
much more Wild West,
out of their clients, more like a Wild West.
Yeah,
And they were held to such high regards that the banks, they didn't want them to go on lunch break. So what they would do, they would build up a buffet for them behind them, where they could go all days, get some food. Maybe then they would go like half hour on a lunch break. They would chuck like 3, 4, 5, 6 whiskeys or beers, come back drunk, deal some more, go out in the evening, get drunk again. And then my boss back then says, and you know what? Out of my 10 colleagues, I'm the only one still alive, Dirk.
Yeah.
And he was also like looking a little bit more after him. He was a big guy, but at least, he was trying to not go down that dark road of alcoholism and too much food, too much, and
things they're cut by 30 as well. Like, you reach 30 to 40 years old and you're absolutely fried. And then, 5 years later, you're gone. It's not much of a life, and that's why I do what I do. That's why I go around. I travel all around the world, speaking at events, stressing the whole side of psychology, mindset. That's why my brother's an online PT, and he works with traders. He works with business people and busy people because we have both seen. My dad now, he looks after himself a lot because his dad died of a heart attack, and you've got to be so vigilant, so aware on your health, especially when you have an industry like we do, especially when you have people like Trump in charge.
Yeah.
I gotta say, dude, same thing for me. So like my dad passed at 55 from heart attack. It was at kickboxing when it happened. And then my mum's dad also at 50. So I've got like the hereditary kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I've definitely been doing that for ages since young, which
exactly, man.
Either it's, I don't know, flip the coin. I'm already past like 32, right? 32. I got 50. All right, I got 18 years left, right? We'll see. But I think I'm looking pretty all right for 32. So I've tried to keep that in check. Most people don't think I'm my age, put it that way. If that's at least a health indicator, I get my bloods done every, sort of 3 times a year, every 4 months. So
exactly.
For that exact reason, because I'm trying not to.
But you're also not one of these people that propagate like the ultra health efficiency, the types of
not at all.
When I run a marathon in under 2 hours, and like we saw last weekend, that's actually possible. Then I have 1 espresso. Then I work 49 hours, and then I run a marathon again. I'm exaggerating, but because I think it's like kind of the other side of a medal, where I also said like, okay, what's life worth then? If you
exactly. And also people don't question that stacking health on health. Actually, they somehow don't realize that it doesn't just infinitely progress. You hit a diminishing returns curve, so hence you're now putting in this much effort for minor fractions of progress. Furthermore, it actually does go the other way, because we're talking about biology. We're not talking about some like video game where you incrementally, like, you want to play the meta and get that finality at the top, right? It's not the same with that in real life. Like, you can actually run too much and be
literally,
right?
Unless you're swimming. Like, swimming's it's a zero impact. It's a zero impact sport. But you can, like you just said, you can run too much. You can just like I was chatting with the guy in the gym Friday or Saturday. And he said he's like, I'm shagged, and that was the quote unquote, and that's the word he used. He was like, I'm shagged, and I was like, what do you mean? He was like, my body is shot. from running. His hips, his knees, his joints, his ankles, all of them absolutely shot. He has to wear trainers now all the time. Even if he wears a suit, he has to wear trainers because his feet and ankles and his joints, like the ball joint in your ankle, is that ruined from just marathons and marathons and marathons that he can't wear a nice pair of shoes anymore.
And the other thing, running, like people keep looking up at their like watch, like tracking the time. If they dip a bit, they keep pushing it, right? Rather than you're naturally like your body is slowing down because it's going like, I need to slow down. When you're swimming, you can't do that because you got head down, swimming, whatever.
Yeah.
And so you just go and naturally you'll slow down and the water will, water resistance, whatever. And then you'll find at the end, like, oh, what time did I, right? So you're not forcing your body to keep going beyond and beyond, right? There's places you can do it, but you have to do it in a very controlled, educated manner, which most people just have more general education and they think like pushing and push, like they're not actually. They don't know anything about biochemistry and all these things. They have no idea about hormone cascades and how cortisol affects this, which then goes into that, which actually now you're decreasing your test and then your estrogen goes up and then,
100%. Yeah, 100%. And that's what I mean, and that's where the luxury of a PT comes in, that's the luxury of where someone, like yourself, LJ, who's done that research, like myself and my brother, who's done that research and understands that you can push yourself until you drop. But you're not, doing what you think you're doing to yourself. You're actually, like you said, doing quite the adverse effect to your test levels, to your hormone growth, to your actual stability levels, to your muscle development, your growth. You're doing the adverse effect. And me and my brother now, we'll do a run, and we won't we won't bring a watch with us. We'll bring a run or like our phones with us for a run keeper. But then what we'll do is we'll look at it after. And we'll be like, I wonder how we got on. And then we'll find a plateau level. Even at peak fitness, we'll find a plateau level. And we'll be like, so that's where we run at a natural level. And I've now learned that my brother can naturally run a lot quicker than me, but I can run a lot further than my brother. And that's our natural bodily levels. Like he naturally slows down because that's his body saying, Ewan, we got to slow down here. Like, well, we're out of breath. We need to recover a little bit.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, we got to get back to the charts.
Yes.
Yeah, we will.
And we already rightfully so putting on the alarm clock.
That's pretty important. No, yeah, Henry was talking before with stuff. But yeah, no, I think it's pretty important because it goes back to like what people do is basically try and churn and burn stuff, just going ham. Yeah, you can have those ham days sometimes, like now and again, but it's when people do this relentless stuff every single day. Same with all that productivity, hardcore maxing stuff in the morning. You have your, I don't know, bloody cold plunge, sauna, do this, do that, whatever all this stuff is, and it's nonsense. And especially if you do it every single day, you just burn yourself into the ground. It's the same thing with charts and trading, which is what I was going to relay this into. If you're trying to get up and churn and burn charts, like you're going to burn out, right? Trying to pump everything every single day. So sometimes you just you sit back, it's a non-trading day. Maybe do go to the gym, do those other things, and it'll actually assist your trading. So relaying it back into that, because I think you would agree, Will, like having the health thing and trading in a good form, if they're both balanced, they like complement each other.
100%. 100%.
But if you're ignoring your health, that kind of thing, your trading's going to suffer.
Yeah.
And vice versa, right? If you're just burning trading, your health is going to suffer, which eventually is going to affect your trading, even though you're like, no, I'm really dedicated, all that kind of thing. You have to keep that measured.
Yeah, no, literally.
I hate the word balance, but like measured, like.
I was going to say, I don't think there's ever
curated
balance. I think
curated.
Yeah. I think you got to make sure that, especially at the charts, you're not going to, and like, when we spoke about fitness, and some people are probably thinking, how the hell is this related to trading? Because it is, and it's about having that healthy, measurable amount. And I'm trying to avoid the word balance because it is, the balance is the perfect description for it, but it's not a balance because, there's not an equal par. You can't say I'm going to have half hour on, half hour off.
Not 50-50.
Yeah,
exactly. Balance, but they keep in equilibrium, rather.
Yeah, exactly. Balance may suggest 50-50, whereas it's not necessarily that. You may work 3 hours on, 15 off. But then the next day you may work half hour on, 35 minutes off, because your body knows when it wants to be out the chart or when it needs to be away from the charts. And and that's the luxury about trading, is you're not in a generic job. You don't clock in at 8 o'clock. You don't clock in at 9 o'clock. You don't do a 12-hour shift. You don't listen to a boss and have a lunch when you need to have, or when you get told to have a lunch. You don't get a tea break. You go in, you do your charts. You're like, yes, I'm feeling it. Let's go. Okay, there's no trades today, or there's no trades right now. I'm going to do back testing because I'm feeling productive in the markets. Whereas sometimes, you'll come to the markets, you're like, oh, I'm not feeling it today. Okay, yeah, there's a nice trade. Okay, let's smash the trade out. Let's see how this is going. It ticks all my boxes. Boom, you're in the trade. You're out the trade. Maybe you get TP, you get stop loss, or maybe you're just monitoring it. You think, you know what? Look, I'm in the trade. I've done what I need to do. My stop loss is set. My TP is set. Everything that I need to do has been done at the charts. Screw this, man. I'm off. I'm going to go have lunch. That's the luxury about being a trader. Don't overwork yourself. You've left a 9-to-5 job. You've left let's call it the rat race. You've left the rat race to be able to give your body a chance to be in its most natural state possible. And as Richard Butler says, go touch some grass. And on that note, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you because I've chatted for long enough. I'm going to go touch some grass. So thank you very much. Guys, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of these two fantastic gentlemen here. You guys have asked me all sorts of brilliant questions. So make sure you keep asking the questions for these guys. So guys, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and I shall see you in a couple of hours. But for now, peace.
Peace.
Take care, man.
Ciao, guys.
Go drink a tea with honey, recover your voice a little bit. You have been talking for 1 hour, 15 minutes already non-stop.
1.25 hours.
Crazy. Yeah, thank you. That's a quarter. Yeah. I was just about to ironically say when William said, you're your own boss. You don't need to work like 12 hours. I always think for me, it's not a good day of work if I don't have 12 to 16 hours of work.
Yeah, I was going to say
that. Staring at the charts, but doing research nowadays mainly, programming, coding, which I'm doing a lot at the moment, and so on and so forth. So it doesn't mean when you're a trader, that you're just always staring at charts and, click all the time.
Exactly. You know me, Dirk, as well. Same deal. Up all hours, doing stuff. And
for you even worse, it's like you are
same deal,
living in a different time zone, but you're working in a different time zone than you're living, that way around,
Yeah, which also creates other...
Yeah. I had this too when I was living in Singapore, it's like I also tend getting out of the office at 2 or 3 a.m. or something like this. So that's definitely better, of course, in this time zone I'm currently in here, but nonetheless. Yeah, guys, somebody asking whose chart is this?
Whose chart is this?
This is my chart. And you guys know, normally on Mondays is always the time when I come onto the stream bearing new gifts in form of new indicators, which is because I have this, really, I think I have 125 indicators, strategies, and so on that I began working on that I never finished. And so now I'm kind of grinding through slowly through them, recording videos about them and making them in 90% of the cases also available open source. And this is one that I finished the 1.0 version on this weekend, which are harmonic patterns. Some of you might know harmonic patterns. They've been around since the 1930s. One of those patterns was initially invented by a gentleman called H.M. Gartley. And then later on in the 80s and 90s, they became very popular again. A gentleman named Scott Pearson, I think is his name. He wrote 2 books about them, which incorporate the so-called modern type of what harmonic patterns are. And I thought I have both of his books, and I've read them back then, and I kind of over the last month rediscovered them. We're going through them. I thought it would be a great idea to try to exactly translate what he's proposing into an indicator and kind of just see what does it draw on the chart. And I've been working on this for a while, stopped then working again, and last weekend I finally finished that thing, at least into the 1.0 version of it. And it's an automatic auto-validated harmonic scanner. So this one will show you on any time frame the harmonic patterns according to the strategy of the Scott Pearson. I forgot his name again. I always want to say Pearson, but it's something with a different P. And you can find that on TradingView. It's called harmonic auto-validator, then in brackets GBB, that stands for Good Bad Bitcoin, my handle, apply to the chart on all time frames. And then it will draw harmonic patterns for you. And I have to tell you, I was quite surprised how well these work sometimes.
I was going to say, how do you, because I remember back in the early days of trading when I was, again, like, trawling the internet, like learning and that kind of thing. And you go on a bunch of old sites like forums and that kind of thing, where people, trying to talk about things. And when Forex Factory and stuff was actually active and this kind of stuff, and people talking about harmonics or whatever, or on Yahoo Finance in the comments, and people talking about like shark pattern and like a crab pattern and all this stuff. I'm just like, dude, what are these guys talking about? I was just like,
crap.
What? Like, because I was there like out of uni, trying to deep research like options and all this kind of stuff, and then people talking about crab patterns and sharks and stuff. I was just like, what
it's one of these things like Elliott Wave, for example, that sounds like very easy, but it's actually very hard to nail that down and to get it into a framework where you are true to the methodology that the inventor or author of those books wanted it to be. And no other indicator out there, at least the ones that I could find, really does that. They are all prone to like painting a lot onto your chart. This one doesn't really paint a lot. So if you switch, for example, for gold here onto the daily time frame, and this is a lot of gold history, and you zoom out, every now and then it will paint a pattern for you. So since 2013 on the daily gold, according to that exact methodology, you had one harmonic pattern that meets the thing. If you scroll down a little bit, so you go like, I was just now on the 50 minutes, you get like more. So you have like 28 patterns here, which still is also not a lot, but better than one. But this shows you those are extremely rare. But I think if you attach them to 50 different charts over several time frames, and I've included a general alerting function into this one. So you can either, for example, select here on alerts which of the deep crab bearish, alt bet, or godly do I want to have, or you can select any of them and have whenever an alert triggers, just send that by email, for example, to you by webhook.
Interesting.
And I was quite surprised, to be honest, but I still need to research the reliability of these patterns, how some of them really work out nicely. So if you look at these patterns, and these are not redrawn, these appear there like they appear, when you are at the time and point. Like if you look at this butterfly pattern, for example, that showed exactly at the top, before we came down in gold again. Same with this bat pattern, for example. I think it's quite unique and might be something not, as a single trading strategy, obviously, again, to rely on, but especially in times like this, where you can have another layer of confluence, When you see something like this, maybe you layer on top, whatever you use for other analysis. And then you can decide, hey, does that make actually sense, or doesn't that make sense? So the last one we had on Friday morning, for example, a godly pattern, which also led to a little bit of a move into the right direction. So if you entered really here that was 4693, you could have traded all the way down to 4673. I mean, that's $20 on gold. That's not too bad. Guys, try it out, and let me know what you think about it. It's open source again. It's a massive code, I have to say. So it takes some time to load actually on that. And how many lines of code? I think 2,500, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, maybe 2,000 lines of code because I have a lot of annotations in the code as well. Otherwise,
for a single indicator, that's a bit,
Yeah, that's especially for PineScript. It's a different animal on Python, but PineScript is very difficult to some extent when you have a large code base because it only gives you, at least on the free plan, like 20 seconds to execute the code. Otherwise, it will show you like not a syntax error, but it will not give you enough memory, so to say. If you're on a paid plan, that's 40 seconds, and even that sometimes can be not enough. I'm going to release a video tomorrow evening on this one as well. I started recording this one today, where I also go more into detail of where does this whole thing come from, what are basically the rules of all those patterns. So why is a deep crab a deep crab and not just a crab? And is it crab? That's the question.
So definitely, yeah, go to Dirk's YouTube for that video, guys. The Good, the Bad, and the Bitcoin, as you guys can see above. That's the YouTube right there. Search it through, or you can find it in the description down below. There you go. I'm very curious to see because, definitely what I was going to say back then, like I always dismissed this. I was just like, dude, what are people talking about? And this seems like some random stuff, some kind of ICT like type thing.
It's like the precursor to ICT.
Well, obviously there are sometimes names for these things which are just kind of like the lingo in certain professions per se. But then I was watching these people back in the day trading, and often a number of them, I mean, you're on a random forum on the internet. They didn't do very well later, so I just scrapped it all together. But I'm curious to see how it forms out, because I feel like it did perform sort of in the past better. Obviously, just like a bunch of, same with the old school like RSI, MACD, stochastic triple combo, right? Used to actually be viable. Nowadays, it's pretty hit and miss.
Yeah, I think the thing about this is
much more selective.
You have to be selective, and really, I was quite surprised to see like how that almost no indicator, at least none that I could find, is really like sticking to what is written down in those books. And for me, it always seemed like, they're all aiming of drawing as much as possible on the charts, so it looks all beautiful. People think, I got a lot of signals,
I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I know I'm probably going to get a lot of backdraft on my video for this again, because whenever I release something like this, last time on the Elliott wave indicator that I put up for free, eventually I got people writing where this indicator is not right, this is so wrong. And when I write like, so what is wrong? It's open source. Can you pinpoint me at this? No, I don't know. I just know you should pay for an indicator like this, where you already know, okay, this is some guy, selling an indicator like this, and he's angry at me because I released it open source. But I think this is how things should be. I mean, these are concepts that are not invented by us. They have been around for a long time. So me marketing something IP. Like, exact. This is not my intellectual property, so, why should I take money for this? I would be more than happy, if somebody comes along and says like, hey, Dick, in your source code, maybe you should do things like this or add like this, and then like drive it forward as like a true community kind of project.
Indeed. See where it goes. I'm curious. I do like that it is printing fewer pieces, just like you were saying. Hence, that does make it more selective. Hence, also, you're not going to be able to run this as like a common turn up to the market each day, and then I've got something to look at. But I guess, when it does print, perhaps that's almost a benefit instead, such that it's not just printing random stuff all the time, which would be almost a negative per se. So
even if I go down to the minute, it's like not printing very often.
Ophi's saying you got so many strategies now using using harmonics. He's just exploring it. So this is one of the things in trading for you guys. Like when you start trading, you develop your own approaches and strategies and everything else, and your outlook on the market. The point is to be a perpetual learner, right? So just because you have your own approach doesn't mean you just say the rest of the market is dead and going to look at nothing. You want to be a constant student, right? And always learning everything, even some of the really dumb or silly things like we've talked about ICT and this kind of stuff. Explore it, learn it for yourself, know if it is actually rubbish or just you're hating on it, right? If you're just hating on it and you haven't explored it, then it's hard for you to personally say that it's rubbish, because you don't really know, because you're just observing something over there. So the point of what Dirk is doing is just exploring a bunch of stuff. It's an experimental process. That's what you do in the market. That's how you find your approach, your strategy, your edge, that kind of thing in the market. And that's also how you continually update it over time by rehearsing, reinventing, approaching the market in new ways, different ways, abstract ways. Maybe do this, that, and then somehow you combine the three into a singular new approach, which you might not have found
Exactly.
before. So you find more novel approaches by just experimenting and prodding the market. Like, Dirk's not throwing away how he trades to just do this.
No, absolutely
this is just
not.
Like a side corner thing where you're just like, oh, let's see what this is. Like, it's kind of like being like, today I'm going to paint a flower.
Yeah.
Normally I paint landscapes and cityscapes or something else. And today I'm just going to focus on like a singular small flower and just paint that to detail, and maybe flowers are pretty cool.
Exactly. It's just, taking you guys along on the process. I'm luckily, I might want to think a quite curious person, and I like to understand how things work, so I'm trying to take you along onto my thought process, how I work. If I see something that has been around, ICT for sure is a prominent example of this. I want to know how it works. And when I stand in front of ICT and I see, like, for example, all these rules, that kind of, in my opinion, contradict themselves, and where I have a feeling like, is this maybe meant, to be intentionally confusing, to sell it as this big, mysterious strategy that supposedly works, but hey, you are just too dumb to get it, And this is why I build stuff like this. And especially for ICT, for sure, that's something that's very true. If you look at the ICT indicator, with stuff it prints, for me, it's like, I cannot really get something out of this. But, since I already made the decision of coding something like this, why does it need to be somewhere in the cupboard, and on my hard drive somewhere, getting cobwebs? I might as well release it. Maybe somebody else can work something out of this. And this is also why I release the source code, because it's not my intellectual property. I didn't invent this. I just translated this into code by the end of the day. It's something totally else, of course, if you look at stuff like this that are actually used for trading. Of course, this is not available for free. You cannot get this indicator. You cannot get the source code, of course, of this indicator, because this is something I actually use for my own trading. So, understand, please, that this is something I'm not sharing with you. Nonetheless, same like LJ is doing, we can still talk about it. We can still talk about the, intellectual process that's going on that made us deciding why is this, for example, this high sell a trade that I took. What made me come to this decision on a more descriptive level, without sharing the details, how the inner works of like this real-time swing detector, for example, are. Something else, if we look at the indicator below, which is just a slow stochastic with an EMA, you can click that together in like 3 minutes on TradingView, there's nothing secretive about it. Yeah, and understand nothing about it,
People don't know the math of how that's calculated or what goes into it. They're just like, oh, it's up and then it apparently is meant to go down. They don't know why.
Yeah.
So we're trying to encourage you guys to be intellectually curious, to find out why certain things work. It's the same thing with the ICT type thing. A lot of them, like we've talked about a million times, don't want to.
Yeah.
What's the word? Beaten old dog. Something like that. Anyway, we want you to like go into understand why, like where it came from, because they're sort of concepts that are being repackaged. Actually have an understanding of why this thing is happening, not just do it cause, right? If you have that understanding, if you really want to be, say, professional per se, or you want to move towards more proficiency or a professional type manner in trading, you need to understand that, right? It's kind of like using the gym analogy, again, we often use that in general because it's a good analogy. Understanding you need protein, great, that's very general. How much protein do you need? What's the breakdown of the other macros? What are your micronutrients? You get deeper and deeper and deeper, and now you can actually potentially become a bodybuilder or some kind of physique competent or an athlete, whether you're playing basketball, rugby, soccer, whatever it is. You need to know this stuff. And now with those kind of things, often they have a team assisting them so that the athlete can focus on their actual skills for the game. As a trader, you often have to do all of that yourself. You're going to have to do your accounting, your taxes, your trading itself, your development of the trading, your back testing, your logbooks, all that kind of stuff yourself. It's like running a business, but like a business of one. And you got to put all that together. Now, if you don't know how the deep structure of these things actually function, and you're just riding off like the coattails of like, oh, this kind of worked for a bit, eventually you're probably going to hit a wall and it's not going to work. If you understand how it was working before, when you hit that wall, you'll be able to then go look at it and go, that's what changed. Therefore, I need to change this, and I can readapt to the new environment, right? So that's kind of the part of understanding that. And that's normal. If everyone asks why 90% of retail traders fail, that's why, because they don't do this. Yeah. Simple as that.
Exactly.
Same thing as 90% of people that go to gym. Going to the gym is very common. Sure, even if you guys go to the gym, how many people do you see that are actually built?
Yeah.
Like properly fit? There's always a portion. It's about 5, maybe 10%, depending what kind of gym you go to. And the rest just look kind of average. Maybe some are a bit better than average, right? Because they go kind of regularly, but they're not going to be on a magazine cover or something else. And then there's other like top tier people. But it ends up, you see that same distribution in life for every single portion, not just finance, right? Or trading. So if you can understand that, you'll do very well. Most people don't want to do it. They overlook it. Seems like too much work, too complex. They'd rather just click buy or sell, and that's it. So,
you know what? For me, it summarizes always into you have to be in love with the process. Otherwise, you're not going to succeed or become an expert probably in any profession out there. You know, if you don't love, like I love looking at stuff and trying to dissect it like indicators and put it into a framework. That's why I love coding so much, right? Because I can put things in a framework and then I'll visually get a result of it and can determine for myself, is this something that makes sense? Can I incorporate this into my existing trading strategies? Or is this something that doesn't make sense for me? In the case of ICT, it's something that doesn't really make a lot of sense for me. I cannot, maybe with a little bit of exception of this optimal trade entry zones and with fair value gaps, we seem to have kind of something to them, but other than this, not. When it comes to like these harmonic patterns, I don't know yet. You know, when it comes to something like this, which is also one of my indicators that I actually use for trading, which scans the market for similar it's a concept called KNN nearest. So within the market structure, is there something that looked alike like this? And if it looked alike like this, what happened after this? And then I put certain, I optimize it towards ATR outcomes. So, for example, for this setting, I know that this is the 1.0 ATR, this will 1.50 ATR. I know that these get hit within 1.5 hours after the signal in 90 to 95% of the time. This is something that matters for me. And this is something I found out through trial and error because I'm in love with the process and I kept on going and going and going. And I didn't have this like, you know, what most retail traders do, which I understand also. I take an indicator, I apply to a chart, I look at 2 examples and decide for myself, I'm going to trade this or I'm not going to trade this. Yeah. And even if it's something like that works, you usually see something, one time it doesn't work. First of all, the account is destroyed because they over leverage totally. And second of all, you get something like, this doesn't work. You know, yeah, it does, but you just looked at 3 trades. You didn't have the data on 1,000 trades. So be in love with the process. And we see that over and over again. People that are in love with math, you know, become naturally better mathematicians than people that have to force themselves to learn quadratic equations or statistics or whatever, you know. And people that are in love with the process of learning languages, which I'm absolutely not. You know, I tried so many times, for example, to learn Mandarin, and I failed over and over again because I have to drag myself to do it. It doesn't come naturally to me. So eventually I gave up, and now I can order some food, you know, but my wife tells me, you know what, whenever you order food, it sounds like you want to date the waitress, you know, and instead of ordering food. And it's natural. And I think this ties a little bit. I saw this argument,
there's a bunch of questions I was going to.
We'll get into those, you know. Hydrodynamic Turtle, I'm really thankful for your.
Hang on, we can hold that because he started earlier. So
okay.
I wanted to go through all of them.
Good weekend, but I'm thankful for a comment like this, and of course I want to address it and not just ignore it here later. Before we lose ourselves in those, in my opinion, valuable monologues because they are part of your process of becoming trader. It's not always about, I need to analyze you guys to analyze this chart right now, because we know you're in a position right now that's probably running against you. So you want us to probably tell you it's going eventually into your direction, you know, and there's not always something to say about any chart. You know, I'm not going to have an opinion on euro dollar, for example, at every precise time of the day. Sometimes, more often than sometimes, actually, it's just, you know, somewhere in no man's land, where I can only tell you, you know, I don't know what's going to happen next. For me, I'm waiting until we reach this point or that point, and then it's becoming more something that becomes that I'm willing to pay more attention to find maybe a trade entry. Shall we go through some of the comments? What do you think?
Yeah, sure. So like you were saying, sometimes no position is a position. You're now in wait, right? We're here to make money, not just be active. Like that's,
exactly. Yeah.
What does that mean, right? So first of all, okay, we can get to some of these on gold. That's fine. We also had this a while ago. Is Doc Lock a real doc? No, I'm not a real doctor. That's why I don't have DR. I just have DOC. Someone actually changed it on the stream ages ago. It became like a sort of a meme per se, because my name is Locke, so it kind of rhymes. And then we kept it. I did used to study physics, that kind of stuff. Blah blah. I got a background in science, chemistry, that kind of thing. So hence it's a bit of a joke, bit of a haha. But it's not DR. It's just doc. So no, I'm not a full qualified PhD worthy of the title of doctor. There you go. But okay. So first of all, these ones. Hydrodynamic Turtle. I will say I like your name. It's a cool name. Statistically, only 0.7 reached first payout here because they don't bridge to live liquidity. It's a demo-only model with a heavy conflict of interest. I can tell you that is very much not true. First and foremost, much higher than 0.7%. Secondly, yes, the entire point of the 5ers is to bridge to live liquidity. They do actually a book. One of the few firms out there of how many prop firms are there now? Like 3,000 plus or something now total, right? No, the entire point of the 5ers is to actually find real consistent traders and actually a-book them, right? That's literally what the business model is. We've had Saul, who's the CEO of the 5ers, come on a number of times, both on stream and host a number of calls in the Discord explaining, talking about all of this repeatedly, time and time again over the past number of years, always jumps in here and there and explains exactly how it works for you guys. So next one, note this synthetic swap multipliers and proprietary price deviation. This is a negative expected value EV model designed to trigger drawdowns. What are you talking about? What synthetic swap multipliers and proprietary price deviations? But first of all, basically, what is zero spread right now? You got typical swaps, right? Some of them are leaned more towards day trading rather than holding over periods, but you can also ask for a swap-free account. That is available as well. So next, not sure how that makes sense.
No? I mean,
sorry. With the swap-free account, you will pay a slight spread. Obviously, that goes again because they are a booking. Ultimately, it goes back to the actual broker and the broker pricing going into that. We've got this. $500 buys a 10K risk cap, not 100K, between 20% split, 3.5% payout fee. What 3.5% payout fee are you talking about? And swap markups. The house edge is total only 0.7% to succeed. It's a B-book model profiting from failed evals, not new ones. Is that math? What?
What do you expect? $500 buys a 100K account or what?
Yes, so you pay $500 to get a 10K risk cap. If we can do the math there, you got a 20x on your money, first and foremost. And then
and it's the starting point.
Split. No, you get 80%.
Yeah.
20% is to the firm. I don't know what 3.5% payout fee would be. That's not on. You're trying to seem like you're trying to position that as the total profit. There might be, depending if you're running like crypto or something, there's transaction costs that comes from this other company called like either crypto companies or Visa and MasterCard, which are simple payment offerings, which is if you buy a coffee tomorrow, wherever you live, you'll pay the same kind of fees on whatever Visa or debit MasterCard transaction you pay. I don't know how that makes sense. So if you want to provide some math rather than just stating numbers, go for it. Then we got this. What is this? They're rolling. Okay, so within this one, these presenters are salaried marketing agents, not independent traders. Sorry, Dirk, do you want to just give us a little rundown of your personal professional history right here?
Yeah, first of this, I mean, independent from this, I've been doing this for 26 years. Not like scalping and day trading the markets. This is LJ's area of expertise. I'm not a profitable scalper and day trader. That being said, first of all. Second of all, I am not employed by the 5ers. Do I charge them for what I'm doing here on the stream? Yes, of course I do. I'm not altruistic and giving away my labor for free. I charge them by the hour. Every hour you see me on the stream results in an invoice that I send to the 5ers by the end of a month, which reminds me this is something I still have to do today.
Likewise.
Yeah. And I've been an independent trader actually since 2019. 2019 was for me after I worked for banks, for a family office who was just, managing 2.5 billion euros, where I was the head trader, by the way. And, so please look me up on LinkedIn. You can verify everything. For me, that is, I'm, of course, in the better position here because, I'm the old guy, almost 49. So, of course, I have a longer track record than many of the younger hosts you see on here that directly went from, high school or university into trading.
You're getting caught out here, Dirk, apparently.
Yeah. Okay. On that, we can say something later as well. So if it comes to independent trader, I'm as independent as you can get. I could, say at any time, I don't want to do this anymore and stop it. And by the way, I run my YouTube, because it's fun for me, because trading is inherently a very lonely job and I'm a very communicative person. So I don't want to sit here for 12 to 18 hours in my office not talking to anybody. I would probably go insane. This is why I'm doing this. This is why I'm doing YouTube. And when it comes to YouTube, by the way, I have like 6,500 subscribers now. I had a very good last month with almost, I think, 100,000 views. You know how much money I earned from this? €200. So it's like, I'm not doing it for the money, really, here. Trading is something else. I don't particularly talk, to be fair, a lot about my particular trading record because I'm mainly an options trader. And this is a product we don't have here on the 5ers. So I trade mainly Forex options. I'm the underwriter of options, meaning the guy selling the options and then managing the risk. And I mean, if you're willing to go down that road, for sure, we could do a one-on-one and I'll show you some stuff there. But please be aware also, we also need to protect ourselves a little bit,
And so, within that though,
like
how
what do you
large
expect me to do? To share my personal account here with you and expose myself to, potentially
my address
tomorrow some gang knocking on my door, threatening my wife and kid. So, it's a act of balance a little bit for us here.
Here's my taxes. Here's my address. This is my phone number. Do you want my crypto wallet? Do you need the key
and why?
as well?
Because some random guy on a stream asked me about it.
But how large was the family office that you're working for?
Like I said, we had an options portfolio at our peak of €2.5 billion.
There you go. Case in point. I think that's enough said right there. Yeah. Like, if that's not enough, what are we talking about?
And also on track verification, I know, LJ, you are right now working on an account that you're trying to get into the funded stage that you specifically want to use on these live streams here.
Yeah, well, we're talking about that with Rich. We had a few plans for you guys in general. So one, we've got some other. Oh, actually, I shouldn't fully release that. We've got some. Put it this way, as part of the 10-year anniversary, we've got a bunch of fun sort of stuff coming up. We're going to have a bunch of interactive stuff on the stream as well. Plus, we're putting together a few other bits and pieces to trade live with you guys. And we're trying to see how we form it, whether we just do it full only trading live, or we can trade it in the off hours as well, or just keep it here. We're trying to determine what we do with that, and if we have kind of like a ladder or something else. So working out things. But yeah, I've got the account sitting there now, just sort of waiting if we're gonna do it or if we do it a bit different. But yeah, it's sat there. I showed you guys the what was it, the
results so far.
Yeah, the result. Yeah, the portfolio thing before as well. So but yeah, either way, if you want to run in here and do this, mate, you've still given no stats. Still getting no stats.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we've addressed this enough. And don't get me wrong, I get that you ask that. I mean, that shows you want to do your due diligence also, which is a good thing.
Yeah, that's
you should be critical about things. But last thing I want to say on this behalf is also, and LJ and I, we have, and I'm sure the other hosts as well, by the way, have told you that multiple times. Our job here is not to show you trading signals in terms of do this now. This is, by the way, something we are also not allowed to do because it's a conflict of interest, by the way, and it's against the 5ers rules also. Otherwise we suddenly have 100 accounts doing exactly what we are doing, and then all these accounts get blocked. Because why should any prop trading company out there accept a condensed risk like this, that a certain percentage of the clients all does the same trades, on live account and not on evaluation accounts? It doesn't make any sense. And we always said, and I stand by this, the way at least I understand my job is here to show you this is what I am doing. And as I said, I'm very transparent about when it comes to scalping and day trading that I'm not profitable in scalping and day trading. I'm a long-term trader. I'm a fundamental analyst. This is how I make my decisions. That doesn't mean that I'm not keep trying, to find something that works for me as a day trader and scalper as well.
Swing trade and long trades, like multi-month trades for stocks and that kind of thing, or else swing trading for FX and that kind of stuff, and then options, obviously.
Yeah. But that being said, we hope that we can inspire you a little bit to find your own strategy, because I know it's how it sometimes is. As somebody in any profession, especially trading, you sometimes have those blinds on your eyes that you just can see what you are doing, and you don't see the million of things to your left and to your right that in ways that you could try different strategies, different indicators, different approaches that might actually add value or allow you to analyze your own trading and strategy from a different perspective. And whenever I read something like, oh, what you talked about the other day or what you were showing today, LJ, that was really something that helped me to become a better trader than myself. And I, in the evening when I go to bed, I can put a check mark and tell myself, well, we reached at least one trader out there today and made his life a little bit easier. Because you always have to imagine what happens, even if we are allowed then, if the management of the 5ers allows LJ, for example, to live trade a funded account here. If you copy them, what are you going to do if LJ decides tomorrow to stop streaming? Then you're back to square one.
I'm retired.
Then it's like it's like nothing. When you're as smart as you were 2 years ago, and so you want to grow as a trader. As I said before, love the process. You're not aiming for the end product, for the end goal. You are aiming for the process and the continuation of the process.
We did just have a few others. So, okay. I saw your thing before. I was just waiting to answer before. 11 days since we're, if that's the case, if it's been that long, contact support. So first and foremost, you've obviously got an account. Through the Discord, you can find the live chat support, the link through there. Otherwise, email. The live chat support should be able to sort you out pretty quick, especially if you've requested it. As long as you put the details in completely correct. I don't know if you're withdrawing through regular bank account or to like Wise, through crypto. There may be some kind of, unless you've made a mistake there. If not, then yeah, just message support there and they should be able to figure it out for you, no problem at all. But yeah, 11 days, definitely contact support because that is a bit too long. It should have been done. Henry saying one thing I want to is LJ human? Sadly, I am.
No, he's not.
If
when it comes to day trading, he's some kind of Android robotic trading savant.
Yeah, I just gotta. Actually, I don't sleep. I just recharge. I plug in for like 4 hours and then keep going. There you go.
Do you have a USB-C port already?
No, I've got like one of the like car chargers because I need fast charge, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So yeah, massive lithium battery in my back, it, like makes up my spine, So there we go. Oh, by the way, Dirk, I might have to get called out to open the door later.
Yeah,
our elevators are completely out again. So I've had this all. I'm not going to go into the whole thing. I've been locked out of my house.
This slum you are living in that you call an apartment building.
So the only way we can get in now is with the fire escape key. So I've got a housemate coming home soon. So I might have to.
Okay, no worries.
He texted me before, so it will pop up. I do have an interest to jump into option trading. Dirk, looks like quite promising, but quite stressful.
Well, trading in general is stressful. Option trading is
options trading. Yeah.
Options trading is very, very different from what we are doing here. So especially what I do means I'm writing options. For options, obviously there needs to be a buyer and seller. The seller of the original option is the one actually taking all the risk, meaning you can lose everything and more when you write an option than when you buy an option. When you buy an option, your loss is limited to the amount you bought the option for. When you sell the option, the amount you bought it for, this is what I get. And then my job is to defend that over the time until the expiry of the option. And you do that a lot by analyzing volatility and by managing what is called Greeks. So, for example, there's something called delta, which there's a bit more to it, but roughly it can be translated into what is the chance that this option still gets into the money until its expiry? Then there's something called Vega, Gamma, and so on, which measure how sensitive is my option to a change in volatility, which besides price and time until expiry is the biggest part of the pricing option, of a pricing component for options. There are like models that you can then, try to calculate the fair value. So it's a lot of math that can be done in an automated way, but where you need to understand it also, because you need to understand when should I go in and, for example, start hedging my risk. So what I usually do is I sell an option and then I do something called the delta hedge. So let's say my option has 3 months still to run until expiry, has a delta of 30, meaning it has like roughly, it's not exactly like this, just because I want to simplify things a little bit, like a 30% of being exercised. So I want to hedge 30% of the total risk already, or of the option nominal. So if I sold an option for 5 million, 30% of this means I need to hedge 1.5 million euro dollar, for example. So buy euro, sell dollar, or the other way around, depending on if I wrote a call or put option. And this is the most difficult part, and it gets more and more difficult nowadays. So I see some of my option strategies actually decaying slowly because you have more computing power. So you have more algorithms in there. Go and open the door, LJ. We'll see you.
Yeah, sorry. I might have to
no worries.
Back a couple times. Yeah, sorry.
Go. And so I spend my time usually, especially in the mornings, like looking how is my risk exposure at the moment, what is the likelihood of being exercised, and then adjusting my hedge. There's a different type of option trading, which a lot of retail traders focus on, which are like daily options, like buying or selling a daily option to bet on, is the NASDAQ going to be up or down, for example, by the end of the day. And because it's so complex, it's usually a product you don't find prop trading companies doing. Because if you want to, first of all, there's only a limited amount of retail traders out there willing to go into this and approach this at a more professional level instead of just, betting, so to say, or gambling. And so there's more to it than just deciding, am I going to, buy euro dollar according to these charts now? Am I going to sell it? I would lean towards buying at the moment, by the way. And this is why you don't see that usually covered by prop trading companies. Nonetheless, it's something I've been doing for such a long time. So of course, for me, it's like with heavy heart that I have to admit, like it becomes more and more difficult because it's automated more and more and more. So for us human traders, it becomes more and more difficult to see your edge and gain your edge and find your alpha, like it is also, in prop trading, in spot trading that we are doing here as well. Because there are more and more algos, everybody's using AI to find kind of strategies, whether they work or not. So things become more and more difficult. But, with the usage of AI, it's also easier to go into this quant trading at the moment. Let me quickly look what other questions are there. So to cut to the chase, Alvin, it's definitely worth it going into options because it gives you a broader understanding of basically the underlying math that is very often driving the markets. You hear LJ also very often, talk about expiry probabilities, for example, on the NASDAQ. And then you see the price kind of moving before expiry to those points very often. So definitely something, to at least get into. And even if you don't trade it, to know this is something that drives the markets, especially when it comes to derivatives, options that have like multiple times the volume of any spot trading that you see here. Bitcoin, it could, we were almost there already until we saw this drop this morning. But the trajectory looks very good at the moment. That being said, however, the bear market is not over. I expect the low for Bitcoin to be somewhere between August and November of this year. I would be very surprised to see a break in this like cyclical 4-year structure we've seen from Bitcoin over and over again. Would of course be nice to see a break from this, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's kind of a time again where everybody's like, oh, you know, I didn't buy at 64,000 euro or $64,000. So is it a good time to buy at $77,000 now? What else do we have here? Welcome back.
Thank you. I might have to jump out like a couple times.
Yeah, no worries.
Go down and move. Yeah, it's very annoying, honestly.
What is that research? The TA gang. If you want to learn what is the TA gang?
Theta.
Theta gang. I thought it's like the technical analysis gang. Theta.
Yeah, the TA gang. Yeah. No, Theta gang.
Yeah, but that being said, I don't know them, but I'm very sure what I'm doing here is deeper because I come from, when it comes to option trading, from an institutional background. And honestly speaking, I've not seen retail traders doing what is done there. But I might be wrong, of course.
Is this like a Reddit thing?
I don't know.
I just searched Theta gang.
And what is it?
First thing that comes up is, or what do they have, like a podcast? I have no idea, but anyway.
And you sound so. Were you like hurt by trading or scammed by a broker before?
Yeah, you probably got. It's like hit by the gap this morning.
Or hit by the gap.
The weekend news. And
if that was so, I feel very sorry. But that being said, man, the number of times I was scammed by brokers and or I lost money because of my own fault is more than I have fingers on my hand. I can tell you.
Yeah, I think everyone trading at some point is, or at least had some kind of difficulty. Yeah. At the very least.
I think we talk about this last week also, like on Wednesday.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, one of the first brokers that I, engaged with back in 2013. I got ran out of basically $100,000. So, so yeah, dude, everyone's been there, and they were fully licensed, all that kind of thing, proper broker, yada yada. There were then legal stuff later, which was successful, but the money couldn't be retrieved from like financial.
And it happens everywhere, guys. I know a guy, friend of mine, who sold his startup to a venture capital company for 20 million euro. And he didn't see any of the money. After it was written over to them, they basically told them, we're not going to pay you anything. And he's like, yeah, but what? I'm going to sue you. Yeah, try it. We have more money than you. We're going to drag this along endlessly until you run out of the little money you have probably left right now. It's crazy. And you've, all these guys running around in their suits and expensive shoes, and it's everywhere. This due diligence of who's the person or the company you trust with your money is extremely important.
Yeah. I will say, just touching on the options thing.
Please.
We can get into the charts. Look, so first of all, hence why we've been talking for a bit. Charts have been sat up here for the past little bit in literally a 5-point range for a while. We will smash into that next because we should be roughly topping sort of somewhere soon. That's what I'm looking for. But as far as the options thing, even if you guys don't want to like fully trade options, it's a good idea to understand them in general and understand what kind of effects they can have on the market, and then use it as another tool to find kind of direction or what the kind of sentiment of the market is. Because obviously FX doesn't have like a direct exchange, not like futures, not like the stock market. You can't get raw hard data. It kind of goes into a black box. Best you can get is tick data, which is then going to be relative to your broker or whatever person you're working with and their prime broker and their prime of prime broker potentially, and whatever the client book basically is. So understanding things like this, like at the money volatilities, you can just see how much expected volatility is coming through over the next couple of periods. Obviously right now we're way down compared to where we were. These were up at like 12 plus throughout the Middle East fiasco. So we're definitely expecting much lower volatility in general from your FX trade. So you might have seen that last week where we stayed in pretty confined kind of ranges overall.
This is, by the way, when they talk about implied volatility, they mean exactly this, what LJ is talking about.
Yeah, exactly. So same with gold. I mean, gold was printing upwards of 80 to 90. I think we tapped 100. Silver was tapping like 150 at a couple points, a month and a half, 2 months ago when we were hitting those all-time highs. The next piece is 25 delta risk reversals that I look at, which are very helpful. So that can tell you where people are pricing for basically trying to hedge risk for a reversal of where price is. So if it goes up, basically people are looking for more upside, aka number is green, right? If we're starting to dip, then you're getting more pricing for potential downside overall. And then hence you can also see if the numbers are overall negative, which these are, but they're slightly increasing. So not as negative as before. Thus, you might expect a slight pullback at some point, but not as deep as prior. So yeah, very helpful. Even if you understand just these basic pieces. So you guys can look at this. I don't think this website is actually meant to be open, but I'm showing it right here because they used to have another one, which then got shut down, I think because they had too many people going onto it. This is meant to be a internal Saxo Bank website that I got sent from someone, but it's on screen right now. You guys can save that and you can look this up, and maybe eventually it'll get shut down because there's too much traffic, and they go, why is there more traffic than normal over here? But it's very helpful either way. So if you guys just understand those like basic principles, it will, again, like when we talk about confluence, it will just add another another gun in the holster to your arsenal. Put it that way. So just scrolling around as well to see anything else missed.
And by the way, these delta risk reversals, for example, or ATM volatility for Forex is like something you really rarely see retail traders using. Although these are numbers that really move the markets, especially the derivatives. Is it pronounced like
Derivatives.
this? Derivatives, yeah. Thank you. Markets, which are like multiple the times in size of what we're seeing in spot trading. Spot trading is what we are doing here. If you open on your 5ers account a long euro-dollar trade right now, or short dollar-yen or whatever, this is so-called spot trade.
And one of the biggest portions as well is that options typically, I think like you were explaining before, Dirk, typically more reserved for more professional outfits, more professional traders, people in the know, big capital behind them, that kind of stuff, very informed, very educated, very well versed in the market, that kind of thing. Veterans of the market. It's not simple when you really want to go big. You can make it simple if you want to be an individual trading options. You can sort of condense things, and it does take some work, but you don't have to go crazy. But typically is much more of a professional, institutional type outfit. So when you're gleaming into these kind of insights, you're getting that very professional, high tier look, right, into those players, which ultimately have the biggest pools of capital, and ultimately are going to be the ones sort of moving the market per se. People talk about firms hunting stop losses or what. It's ridiculous. Like they literally don't think about you at all. They don't care.
They're hunting my stop loss.
It's that meme from Mad Men in the elevator where like, I don't even think about you type thing, right? That they don't care. So you see any of that stuff on social media, like it's just insane.
Or for crypto, this guy entering long, and when you see this plastic surgery type of person, dump it.
Yeah. So yeah, it can be a good look to get that kind of stuff. Obviously, you guys using futures data for some things, like we talked about a bunch, and obviously we have the futures firm with the 5ers now as well, for things like gold and commodities and that kind of stuff. Also very helpful, and obviously also have trade the pool for stocks. Normally, obviously here trading CFDs, so we're trading the collective, so NASDAQ, S&P, that kind of stuff, but same deal. You can use all of that data to help inform you for your CFD basket trades as well. Hey, Mr. Duck Trade. How are we doing, Akram? How are we doing, mate? So, okay, on Akram's behalf, since I know you trade this all the time, Dirk,
Oh,
we're going to
God,
switch
now
to
he's coming around with a DAX.
We're going to ask you about the DAX.
Probably the only German trader that is not trading the DAX.
You trade it every day.
Every day. I think the last time I touched it was like 15 years ago or something like this. No, I mean, I know you guys always like to tease me with that anyway, but I'm not trading the DAX, and I'm not trading it because it's just a derivative of the S&P 500 and NASDAQ, and I stand by this. So if you want to trade the NASDAQ especially, which is I am very happy to see. NVIDIA
in that vein, then, what do you think about NASDAQ?
About what?
In that same vein, what do you think about the NASDAQ, given where we are above all-time highs, and we're still holding up here pretty nicely?
We're holding up nicely, you know. I remember, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I showed the stat, you know, because, of course, we always gains
tend to get.
Yeah, you know, like what happens historically happened. I don't have it around anymore, so please forgive me. Like in the past, when we saw these like X days of green candles, so to say, and like looking at the market, like 12 months, I think, after runs like this, it always was up between 3 and I think the top was like 34% or something like this. So this gives you an indication of what is to expect, you know, for the future. That doesn't help us as day traders. It helps us as day traders, or for those of you out there who try to day trade the NASDAQ, maybe on futures or even on CFDs with the 5ers, means it's like same as gold. You always have the feeling like, you know, my God, it needs to top out now eventually, you know. We need to see something like this returning to the 200 EMA, for example, or 200 SMA if you're using that. In this case, it is an SMA. So it eventually needs to drop down, and then it's going to drop down by 2,300 points, which is not the case, especially if we take an example where we can actually stay in the NASDAQ here. The last time we saw something like this happening was just last year, actually around the exact time also we are right now. So this happened in April and into May. We saw this, for me back then, I have to say, surprisingly V-shaped recovery. Back then I said, like, first of all, it surprised me back then because I thought, you know, we slowly fading out of stocks there. And second of all, I said the impact.
Dirk,
what?
Dirk, I told you.
What?
Last Q3. Q1,
yeah.
Q2. Finally, hey, we got good. Hey.
You did.
You
gotta
really give me that one. At least give me that one, right?
I'm giving you.
Especially in this environment.
I'm giving you everything all the time. I just called you the savant of trading, man. That is as high as it gets when it comes to compliments from me.
I'm just having a laugh as well. Don't worry.
No, he said it, but the implications are, you know, and what we are seeing right now looks like the same pattern we saw here, but on steroid. And what is happening here, once again, I'm really convinced of this, is that we see on an institutional level a lot of those fund managers, you know, that always try to adjust their position sizing to what their what the better asset, so to say, is. When you run a US stock fund, you always have to compare your performance to the either S&P 500 or the NASDAQ. If you run it more tech savvy, of course, it's going to be the NASDAQ, because this is what you're going to be measured on. If you cannot beat the NASDAQ, what's your reason to exist? There's like no reason for you to have this job, right? And
Vanguard.
And that being said, still about 85 to 90% of the fund managers out there fail to beat the indices they are measured against, which ties into, what we saw earlier with so many retail traders also failing to earn money or beating buy and hold, for example. And I have a feeling we see this on steroids again. Again, a lot of those fund managers, institutionals thinking, with all this madness of Trump going on, right now with this Middle East conflicts and Trump potentially wanting to launch nukes or stuff like this, this is like a scenario where we're going to crash all the way down to 19 or 20,000 eventually, because the conflict is accelerating. We're going to see oil above 200 or 300 US dollars per barrel, stuff like this. And now they once again see like, damn, that up to now at least didn't happen. So I cannot show my clients that I'm sitting on 30% cash. I need to reinvest this, and which leads to a situation that is not only happening on retail level, but also in institutional levels, because they are as dumb as we are, and they are flooding. They need to buy at any price possible. They also go for FOMO and FUD, believe me, sometimes at a much greater pace than we are, because it's so competitive out there at the institutional level. And eventually, of course, we are going to see like prices coming down a little bit again, but these are always good zones to buy. I absolutely love it. I see out there on social media all these overlays circulating again, that basically show you, well, look at this. This is what happened before the .com bubble. It looked exactly like we're seeing here. Yeah, you are like
2008.
Yeah, you are. You are looking at clouds, and you are going to start seeing patterns. It's the trap when it comes to just looking at naked charts. Your brain is prone to seeing patterns. This is what made us survive back then, when we are, still, going from tree to tree and trying to spot the tiger somewhere in the jungle. And this is what made us survive, and this is like diametrically when it comes to trading. It's something that is not good. You have to, and this is also like as my final thing I want to say about this, why it's so important to keep the geopolitical and especially the economically fundamental picture in the back of your head. If you analyze things like this, you cannot just long-term look at charts and say like pattern X looks like pattern Y. So this is what's going to happen next. No, it doesn't, because the inner workings of the economy were totally different back then. We cannot compare this AI bubble, as much as media likes to tell you this. Well, thank you for this comment, Alvin. Very much appreciated. And to what happened in the .com bubble. Back then, you had companies valued at like prices that just said like, we have an internet page. We don't actually have a product, but we have an internet page. This is why we need to be valued at $250 million. Buy our stock, please. This is really what happened. I was around back then. I remember this. Yeah. And nowadays, we are talking about companies like NVIDIA, like Apple, like Meta, who have revenue streams already that are larger than the GDP of small countries, that have $1 trillion and more of market valuation. So that's a whole different story. As much as I agree that eventually there will be some kind of bubble, but the bubble will be maybe, AI not meeting the super duper high expectations that people have in it.
Here and we get here.
Exactly. Right? When there is still the one below is still phenomenally good, Yeah,
it's still because we started down down here.
Don't fall over now.
Here, but we didn't get quite here, so everyone freaks out, so we go here. But it started like way down here, so you're still winning, right? And then eventually we'll go to here and then keep going.
Exactly. And I don't see that happen. So I don't see something like this happen where we have really kind of a bit of lost years, or a year or something where things are really, really super difficult. I mean,
especially not with this administration, to be honest.
Yeah, not with this administration. Except, and I know somebody out there probably is going to argue like this, but what if somebody throws a nuke? Or what if aliens land? Or what if there's a new pathogen, coming out? And that's a possibility. Nuke probably more than aliens, and but this are black swan events. We cannot wait a minute. We cannot build our trading and investing stories or hypothesis based on black swan events. Black swan events sell nice. If you're a journalist and write about a possible black swan, you are probably getting more clicks than if you write actually everything is quite good. Buy some tech stocks. And this is just due to our sensational natures that needs to be satisfied, especially nowadays, even more than back then when information was moving slower. Sorry, what did you want to say?
No, that's right. I was just going to say, what's the trade that we make if the aliens come back to Earth and they take back the pyramids, right? And they just hoover them up, right? And they take them off planet. Then what do we do with do we short the Egyptian stock market, lower tourism, that kind of stuff? What do we do?
I think the only trade can be buy Bitcoin then. That's the only currency they are going to accept,
But yeah, no. I will say as well, so where did you end up getting in when we were talking about the, when I brought up the PE ratio? So that was, because we had, again, it goes back to the thing, like you were saying, with people trying to overlay charts from .com era, or they go back to 1990, or then to the 1998 crash, or 2008. It's very cherry picking the whole way. We had this in COVID as well, where people overlaying the same, and it's like, oh, guys, come on. Yes.
Toilet paper futures.
If anything, you see that it went up later, so therefore, this is not a bad thing. This is actually an opportunity. You want to buy,
what happened to my camera?
Right? You're just a forehead now, Dave.
Here we go. A very large forehead.
Yeah. But yeah, no, overlaying that stuff and saying we're going to doom and gloom and there's going to be whatever, it just doesn't even make sense. The other thing, when people overlay that stuff, they're kind of overlaying it often to the bottoms of those recession periods or pullback. I'm that kind of means that it's already we're going to go here for a month and then it's over.
Do you guys realize behavior, isn't it? And
anyway, it's like what you said, printing, doom and gloom, doomer type stuff, black swans, whatever. People are going to get more traction, social media, it gets more clicks, that kind of thing these days, rather than just saying, yes, market is going to go up. We just breached all-time highs.
And to answer your
that
question,
tends to beget more highs.
When did I get in? I translated everything we said here to a single trade, which is for me NVIDIA when it comes about a tech stock. So this area is the one I bought from all the way up here. So I started around, I think even it was $190 my first. I almost caught the bottom as well. Over the past couple of weeks, whenever I saw market is going down a little bit for NVIDIA, I bought. So I built up quite a sizable position, a DC8 in, because obviously I also don't know, when is the bottom going to be. I'm not going to try to sell you, oh, I'm smart as investor, I always know the perfect timing for every trade. I do not know. But what I do now is, especially after the stats you showed me, which were for me quite eye-opening about tech stocks in terms of valuation, being actually, I don't want to say quite cheap, but at more reasonable.
I would say quite cheap.
Yeah.
For tech, I would say that is the quite cheap bit. Yeah, that's a discount.
But we're still talking about earnings to price valuation of 25 and above, which for a traditional stock would be quite expensive already, but for a tech stock with the earning trajectory is let's say it quite cheap. And I thought, like, even if we go all the way down to $140 or something, I still have cash that needs to be invested anyway. I'm going to buy this because I believe this company, Nvidia in this case, you can translate the same, for example, to Apple. They're going to play a central part in what is still coming in terms of AI, where we just started, and what is the likelihood of a competitor rising that can do the same in a cheaper way, close to zero.
Indeed.
Because it's so, heavy in upfront investment to build all the infrastructure you need for chip products in general.
And even where people talk about them catching up, even though they do catch up, so what? I think they will become essentially the Apple of chips.
Yeah.
So where even other people caught up to Apple, but they didn't really get there. Like, you could argue other phone makers have better phones or whatever, but just, dude, Apple's the dominant leader, like that kind of thing. I think the same thing with chips, where Nvidia has not just had the lifetime of them fabricating chips and doing all of that. They've had decades prior of, it's all the other business stuff, the relations, the support, that kind of thing. Whereas others are going to be trying to be copies, which, but especially when you're running these very high tier, high cost outfits, like, you want the best. Are you going to cheap out even 20% for how much? Like, what are you willing to give up for that? Because if you get a much lower service, they're just not going to do that, right? Because that could kill sales by 40, 50, 60%, potentially be the eventual death of a company. At that level, you expect the highest tier, and that's it overall.
Exactly that, true.
Sorry, getting back to this, I will have to jump up in a sec again. Sorry, Dirk. Very annoying, I'm sure. I think I've got like 2 minutes. I just got told. So Akram was saying long DAX for that Max Stappen style. Apex is mine. Nice. Look, go ham, Akram. Go ham. Or go veal. Is duck veal? That might be it. I don't know. All right, Dirk disappeared. I have to bring up his screen. Not sure what we're doing there. I'll bring up mine in the interim. Akram, I don't know if I'm gonna. No, it's all right, Dirk. I can hear you in the background. That's fine. Give yourself a minute. It's all right. I know Akram is literally just asking this to troll me right now, so I'm not gonna answer that. How rude. How rude. Still using the banana confirmation pattern my grand ancestor used to survive. I mean, quack. Dude, Akram's on one today. Akram's on one. That's funny. Sorry, guys. Fully catching up on chat just now as well. Shane was saying, given the last couple of months on the NAS, do you guys have any tips on backtesting? TradingView doesn't go back far enough in history to show me what bad times look like. How far are we talking about exactly? Because the other thing with going too far back sometimes is actually not so relevant because the market has changed in general. So what does TradingView actually go back to? I guess this is 2015. To be honest, anywhere from 2016 when Trump came in the first round would probably actually be a reasonable outfit. Prior to 2016, so up to 2014, we definitely had the overhang of the GFC. That also sort of bled somewhat into 2015, 16, 17, like in this like long, everyone got drunk and now they're hungover, right? Type aspect. We had central banks bleeding through that. We had QE from various outfits, that kind of thing. I would say this is actually a pretty good test function through here. We also had the more of the maturity of the tech players as well. Specifically, if you're talking about the NASDAQ, I would actually say this is better not having that data prior to 2015 overall. I think you'd actually get distortion. So I would say 2016 plus is probably actually what you want for the NASDAQ. I don't know what you think, Dirk.
Yeah, it depends, especially about trading view, also on what plan you're operating on and what time frame. So if I'm not mistaken, on the free plan or the essential plan, you have something like 5,000 bars of history, which means something else, of course, if you look at daily data, than at 1 minute or 5 minute data. On the premium plan, which is the one I'm using, I think it's 20,000 bars, which gives you a bit more. That being said, if you really want to backtrace strategies, I don't recommend using TradingView data in general because their price data is not the cleanest data. Because it depends on which broker you are selecting there. So if you're selecting euro-dollar data from Oanda, it's going to be a little bit different from IC Markets or from Tickmill and so on and so forth. So yeah, specified here 5-minute candles. Don't use TradingView for this, in my opinion. What you can do is if you are working within the Python environment, there's a vendor called Dukascopy, and they have quite good data, especially also for free. So there you can like download 10 years or 5-minute euro-dollar trader. I think they norm it to mid prices always, which is quite clean. If you don't know your way around Python, that's okay too. This is like something you can, for example, use ChatGPT for, or Claude, to ask them, hey, make a Python script for me that I can run locally that downloads 10 years of 5-minute euro-dollar data from, for example, Dukascopy. Another vendor is Y Finance, which I don't recommend so much, by the way. But this way, you'll at least get better data quality, especially if you don't want to pay for higher tier TradingView plans, which come at a price, obviously. Whether this price is worth or not, everybody has to decide for themselves. I always buy my new plan again when they have those Black Friday sales of 70% off. I think when it's worth the money. Other than that, I think Dukascopy, especially for Forex data, is the way to go.
Yeah, that or I would also say C-Trader, especially Shane. Obviously, you're in Australia. C-Trader, or IC Markets rather, is a Australian company, and then they offer C-Trader, which hence the code will be written in C#. So it should be pretty simple. I don't know what you originally built the code in, potentially. I assume, obviously, like Dirk was saying, if it's in TradingView, should be able to shuffle that over to C# pretty easy and should function very well. ECN network, very good data, that kind of stuff. I found them quite good for back testing, and you can go way back, 10, 15, 20 years if you want. If you do want to download that kind of data, it will be very intensive, and to run the actual back testing and especially optimization will take a lot of time.
Yeah.
So you probably actually want to get if you want to go more than a decade deeper, you'll have to get an API and put it on external server and run it at a faster run rate than your personal PC. Because I've done certain stuff and it's okay, this will take 3 years or something. I'm I got to go and get something else.
The last optimization I ran was for something where you have 16 parameters with 5 different values. So you have 16 to the power of 5 different settings. And then I noticed if I do a brute force optimization, so really try every different setting.
Yeah, brute force
it will take my PC 14,000 years to complete this. So what you want to do is, first of all, you want to use something called a Bayesian search, which is going to... Thank you. I always have difficulty pronouncing that one. English, difficult language.
Bayesian optimization.
Bayesian optimization.
YSIAN.
Yeah, which is a little bit like us when we look at a chart. when we find a setting that seems to work, it will look for other settings that work around the setting. So it will look for a local optimum, so to say. Then in the second stage, you can run a grid search throughout those optimized local highs, for example, or local optimums. But what you need to do is that is really essential. And I cannot really highlight this enough. You need to split your data into at least a train data, hopefully a test data then, and especially a validation data. And then you optimize only on the train data and later use the test and validation data as something that your test data or your train data hasn't seen yet, because that way you will be able to find if settings that you found on your train data are really translating to real life. Otherwise, there's a high likelihood that you over-optimize, meaning during the optimization, your algorithm is just going to remember all the quirks and noise of the data rather than finding an underlying pattern. When you come around, if you optimize, for example, for success rate, you see something like, oh, wow, 90% success rate. But in real life, suddenly that drops to 40%. That is like in a very typical overfitting scenario then. So always split in train. I use 60% train data, 20% test data. Of the test data, I do a refined grid search of the ones that the Bayesian optimizer has found. So there I do really the grid search, and then I use 20% of the data, the validation, to really see what was found there, how does that behave on data it's never seen before. If I don't see a drop in performance there, then there's a high chance you found something really. If you see something like validation test data, 90% success rate, train and test data, 90% success rate, validation data, 38% success rate, then you know over-optimizing. It's a bit like you learn for a test by memorizing the answers of last year's test. You would ace the test again, but you don't know the concept, so for new questions, you would fail the test.
Yeah, and so obviously any of the, if you want to understand like what Bayesian mathematics is, that kind of stuff, obviously just rewind the stream later on, Google this stuff, you get a general idea from hopefully the AI. This is mathematics, so hopefully the AI summary is pretty good. If not, just go to some actual web pages and maybe find out what it is. Probably there's some stuff on Investopedia as far as how to apply that kind of thing. Then you'll at least get the general idea, and then you can go through those processes of actually applying that. It does, it takes... Apologies. That's a cough. It does take a couple extra steps, but this is the kind of thing that makes or breaks or tilts you over to actually finding something versus just getting some kind of obscure, opaque thing that kind of looks good, but then you apply it and it's not really good, versus refining it a bit more, then you apply it and you're like, oh, it actually works, right? Those are the kind of small filtration, just like filtrating, I don't know, alcohol, like a vodka or whiskey or something. You got, single, double, triple, quadruple distilled. You get a much better refinement, which is a much better product at the end. It does take work. It does take that effort, but you get something better at the end, which that's what we're here to do. So hope that helps. But yeah, definitely. And if you go and test stuff and then have some further questions or whatever with what you find, dude, just hit us. Obviously, as you know, we're here Monday to Thursday and then Friday in the Discord. So there you go. Dirk, I will have to jump up just 1 second again. I'm so sorry. It's so annoying, honestly. I hate this.
Don't worry about it.
Give me a second, guys. Sorry, I'll be back. I'll be here with you another hour and a half after my
you're
session as well.
Covering for Richard today.
Yeah, for Rich, yep. So you guys will have me a bunch longer. Also, hit us in the chat just before I jump up. Anything you guys want to see, what you want us to look at. The market is definitely consolidating. After the day, we had the gap down, obviously a recovery, and then we've had extension of price. After that, if you guys have anything specific, throw it in the chat. Let us know what you're trading, what you're seeing, what you have questions about. We'll punch through it right now. So see you guys in 1 minute.
See you then. First of all, I want to answer this question quickly. Do you recommend a Forex tester? I do not. I build my own stuff from the scratch because at least for my cases, I don't see anything, that you can rent or buy out there that really satisfies me, because I don't know really how the engine really works in those. So you can build your own stuff, thankfully nowadays with AI as well, so you don't need to be an actual coder. Other than that, what works actually really well is if you have, for example, an expert advisor, or if, let's say, you have a strategy and then you use something like ChatGPT or Claude Code to translate this into an MT5 expert advisor in MQL5. When you plug that in, and then you can really test with real tick data from your Forex broker, for example, from the 5ers, does my strategy really have an alpha? Does it have an edge? So definitely something I recommend doing there. Let's quickly have a look at gold. So gold, as you guys know, I'm still 50% in my trade that I've been holding on for about 4 weeks now almost, and not quite, like 3 weeks now. And we are still in the squeeze zone where things are like slowly converging. So in this, with a lot of fantasy, you want to call this a triangle. What I expect now, I expected this already last week to happen, which it didn't, but volatility is compressing more and more. So the daily swings are getting smaller and smaller again. And I think eventually this will lead to either breakout, a violent one to the upside or downside. I think, and of course I might be biased there due to my long position there still, that it's going to be to the upside. But it's this typical thing that gold likes to do every now and then, that it kind of dims us in and makes us sleepy, has these compression zones, which then eventually lead to more or less violent volatility breakouts to the upside or downside. And since we are still in this, bullish kind of sentiment that started back in October 2022, my guess really would be here that this outbreak is eventually going to be to the upside again. Why should it, in this case, with all the vague things and all the insecurity that's going on in the markets, be to the downside? But that's just my opinion. Of course, gold can surprise us as well. But this is when I look at the daily chart, kind of what is going on there at the moment, like this compression. If we use like top to top, it's even wider still. But usually I like to use bodies to just get, a vague idea of, what is going on there actually right now. You see this, like, is it called a descending triangle or whatever, I don't honestly know. I'm not so much into these chart patterns. For me, just to pinpoint, we have the volatility compression. Things are slowing down. We don't have a lot of momentum. But if gold acts exactly like it did in the past, this will lead to either a violent breakout to the upside or downside. Upside would mean us very quickly probably attacking the all-time highs around 5,600 again. But let's see. By the way, just as a side anecdote, if you want to trade precious metals and you're looking, for example, or you're asking yourself, should I trade silver instead of gold? I would never recommend this, so stick to gold. Silver is basically just copying what gold is doing, but with much higher price swings, which is not necessarily in an asset that tends to have like days where you have these enormous wicks, which is something you don't really want from this. Talking about oil, which I usually don't trade, is we are sitting there at the price you would expect in this kind of status quo situation we have right now. What I have to say on a geopolitical level, if we look at Donald Trump saying like, well, we are negotiating, with Iran and we are progressing there, I always have to ask myself, well, with whom in Iran are they negotiating really? Because internally in Iran, you have like also this turmoil of, people being overthrown, not anybody being like the person being in charge, which makes it more and more difficult. But once, of course, the conflict is hopefully soon coming to an end, of course, we're going to see oil rather quickly going down, probably into the regions between 70 and 80. One trade that I've been eyeing for last week already, but I didn't actually enter it, although I talked about it last week, is still dollar yen. I think this zone we are seeing up here, where is my correct drawing tool? I've been using TradingView since 2021, and I still have to search for the tools there. So this zone here, especially at the price of 160, I said last week I'm looking for shorts where I didn't enter those shorts. I missed the alarm messages, to be honest, from TradingView. But again, specifically if today, tomorrow, or Wednesday latest, we see price going into this area of 160 again, this is where I would be willing to short dollar yen again. I saw it to be also honestly on Friday that we touched like my levels where I initially had my limit orders again, but I chickened out on this because I didn't want to hold it over the weekend, especially since paying the 3-day swap then over the weekend, putting me at a disadvantage. Besides, not knowing what is going on the weekend when it comes to Donald Trump and the whole Iran situation. But definitely something I'm watching. However, I want to be a little bit careful. So if we talk about the actual position, which would look something like this, I would put my stop loss somewhere maybe slightly above the last high we had here, and then try to aim at something like at least a 2 risk to reward ratio, which I think is still pretty much in line with what we are seeing here, right? So that would put us into this vicinity here. You still have a little bit of leeway. So if you are feeling bold, you could also bet on, well, if price gets rejected again, we might go all the way down to around 170, 157.50. But even if you want to trade a little bit conservatively, I think that's a good risk-reward ratio. Just something to be patient about. And especially for me, I hope I'm going to see the alarm. Maybe I should actually place a limit order there. But right now, also working with limit orders, it's a bit like, sometimes there is like, if Trump tweets something, I might decide, I don't want to trade this trade. Don't want to take this trade anymore because the market regime has changed so much. So this is this last level of discretionary that I still want to have in my trading decision when it comes to a trade like this. Good. Let me quickly go through the comments. Yeah, please do so, Shane. And if you want to know more about like the specific things there, if you want maybe like a markdown file that you can feed into a large language model, into ChatGPT or Claude, for example, I recorded last week a video specifically about this. And more than welcome, go to my channel. You'll find the link in the description of this video and watch that video, and I'm sure that's going to help you a little bit in this whole process that can be complicated of back testing and optimizing. When it comes to studying candlestick patterns, is it better to use regular candlesticks or Heikin Ashi candlesticks? Well, there's no one is better than the other. So Heikin Ashi candles definitely have their space. So we can do the direct comparison, for example, here, which right now this is a regular daily candlestick chart on euro dollar. And if I switch this one to Heikin Ashi, it looks more like this, and it doesn't look like super different, right? But the thing you might notice is that usually these top wicks or the zones of where actual resistance is are more defined. So let's switch back to candles here. And then back to Heikin Ashi. Not much of a difference here, actually, but since Heikin Ashi candles, they are candles that average out the markets. So let's go to, not like this, like this. Trading, where do I find this? Somewhere you can define this also, but believe it or not, I cannot find it right now. I thought in TradingView you can define the calculation model of Heikin Ashi candles as well. So that being said, they average the price usually. So what you see on your chart right now, the candles, is not actually what you trade. So there are like different calculation models. One of them is, for example, high plus low divided by 2. So you will see a difference where the Heikin Ashi candle is right now and where actual price is. Let's maybe go down more to other candles. I sadly cannot see it here really, but like the Heikin Ashi candle, for example, showing right now, price is at 159.15, but your execution price might be higher or lower by quite a margin. So very often that can be, depending on the volatility, several pips on lower time frames, like 4 or 5 pips, which if you are scalping the markets, if you're day trading the markets, can make the whole difference, because you might be aiming at something like, I want to scalp like 3 or 5 pips out of a market, then Heikin Ashi candles are probably not going to help you. That being said, they are, in my opinion, very useful if you want to get a general idea. You want to confirm, like, is the trend really how I see it? Because they average the price. What I prefer actually over Heikin Ashi candles are so-called Renko candles. Now, LG is probably going to roll his eye again because I start with Renko candles again. So let me... So it's like this, which gives you like time independent, in my opinion, a better idea where not where the price is heading, but at least where like pivot highs and lows being in what kind of market regime and what kind of trend regime am I at the moment. Welcome back.
Thank you.
How was it? Successful? Mission accomplished?
Yeah, somewhat. They're moving out, so I have to keep going back and forth between, they're moving stuff out. So
they had enough of you.
Every time they leave, blah, blah. It's more the other way. But hey.
Don't play too loud. Later we're going to rewatch the stream. I was just talking, before we were talking about Heikin Ashi candles and Renko, I was saying I missed actually dollar yen last week. I had an alarm set. I didn't want to put on a limit order because I was afraid if my limit order gets executed at a time where Trump is, tweeting nonsense again, and when I actually don't want to enter the trade anymore. But we hit like my area here around 159.90 was my limit orders. As I said, on Friday I could have executed as well again, but I didn't want to hold the position over the weekend. But my point is still, the point I want to make is still, this is again a trade I would look into this week. If we, especially until, for example, Wednesday, see prices at 159.90, 160 again, definitely something I want to short again, because you can place a nice and narrow stop just above the last highs here and have a nice 2 risk reward to the downside, which puts you at levels which are still, very much possible, even if we don't get like the full swing to the downside again. That being said, like I said last week again, if we see closings really well above 160, 60, 106, 61 maybe even, then this whole thing flips to the opposite. Then I actually would be more looking for for long trades, because then it kind of is an indication that we actually still see a continuation of the carry trade.
Yeah. until okay, that's a good point. That's the other thing. So we haven't talked too much about macro. I think I don't see too much to talk about in general right now. It's all back and forth with the whole war thing. There's nothing of key impotence or importance, whatever, to talk about exactly. But I will say this week we do have a number of central bank meetings. So we do have Bank of Japan tomorrow. Again, I do think it'll be kind of non-event, obviously, especially given the current situation right now. I think most of them will be. I think, obviously, the Fed with Jerome Powell, this is potentially his last meeting altogether. So
you're not going to change it.
You're going to rock the boat? No, probably not.
Who knows? Maybe he wants to go out with a bang in his speech.
Yeah, just ruffle some feathers just for whatever. I think the only main one to watch is the ECB. I think they'll tilt slightly more hawkish, so I definitely have an upside for the euro. Just like you're saying, we could get another blip up. I don't think we'll be pushing those levels, but we might sort of touch on them once again and then probably come off, right? Because there'll still definitely be that there'll be some degree of jawboning probably in the announcement. So we may actually see a dip. That or else if they don't put the jawboning in there for the currency, we might get a slight punch higher and then come off later on. So I think that's pretty much where we are. But yeah, so not much macro news for you guys. Nothing of import. You know, Trump was at a dinner. There was a shooter, this and that. We had other attacks announced here and there, and then that's been rolled back. And now, I don't know, the market doesn't care. Just like we said weeks ago, Dirk. We're like,
yeah, it's like
I will say I did. I don't want to speak for you.
We
were definitely calling the 4 to 6 weeks together, right? Yeah. And saying that I think that's where we'll hit the point, and then even after that, we'll get some kind of semi-resolution. As long as we get that, that's enough for the market.
I mentioned earlier when you were away opening doors, I said I think the one thing that keeps us away from a status quo at the moment, or from I don't want to say resolution of a conflict, but a lasting, satisfying, temporary solution at least, is that within Iran, there's nobody really who can make like the final decision anymore, no? They're like in turmoil as well. So who's going to say, yes, this is how it's going to be, and the whole country is going to support and carry that decision?
That's where I think this is going to be another like 12-month type scenario. I think we'll get like a soft to medium confirmation of, okay, let's just open the strait, let's get the really bad parts out the way, and then they'll go through negotiations. Now, obviously, the other part with the US, their leverage on, say, the nuclear portion is having the blockade. So that might hinder things. But again, I think markets will start to see that as almost positive in a way, that the US is now holding leverage, therefore it will get worked out, rather than the conflict is still going on. Right, so it kind of flips to say, yeah, there's actually something established, something proper going on, not just we've gone in here and just doing whatever and blah, 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 and oh my God, there's actually some kind of procedure or effect happening.
I mean, what is surprising, no, is or what, it's not really surprising, but it's like symptomatical is how much the market is numbing down. When I joined the stream this morning and William was online, I told him, I didn't even follow really what was going on in terms of a conflict last weekend. Like rewinding 4 weeks ago, I was like permanently on my mobile phone and getting anxious, that this is going to escalate. Now I'm like, c'est la vie.
Same deal. right over the weekend, I saw a couple of headlines. I was like, looked at my phone. I was like, yep, all right, market's probably going to gap down, and then we're probably going to come back up. Cool.
Which is
right? And I'm not looking deeper than that. It's just like, yeah, that's the
normal human behavior as well.
Yeah.
Now, the big question is, of course, that I need to ask here, and I apologize for it. Has William found his voice again? No, it's still gone. It's going to be 2 hours of LJ monologuing.
It's going to be a real long 2 hours for you, LJ. Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah.
Welcome back, Nate.
Thank you very much. I've got myself another coffee. I'll be dead honest. This is my third coffee of the morning. No, it's afternoon. It's 12:05. It's technically. I'm okay then. I'm okay.
Monster Energy. I've never in my life had a can of this stuff. Never.
I'll be honest.
I don't know how it tastes.
I've had Monster 3 times, maybe. I think I can count. Red Bull, however.
Red Bull I drank one time in my life because some chick forced me to drink it together with vodka, and she was hot. And I don't remember how the evening ended. The only thing I remember is that Red Bull tastes like liquid gummy bears.
I don't know who's clipping the 5ers chat or the 5ers YouTube. Can we clip this? I will timestamp it. What can we do to get this posted? That was the best thing I've heard Dirk talk about. And, Dirk
I don't remember how the night ended.
Dirk has come up with some corkers, absolute corkers, but that was fantastic.
Oh, come on.
Drunk Red Bull with vodka. She was hot. Don't know how it ended.
But, as I said, Red Bull tastes like liquid gummy bears.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, okay.
It does. Yeah, that's fair. It has like a weird taste. I feel like it's a acquired taste per se.
Mega sugar.
Doesn't taste great.
Acquired taste. Something like olives are an acquired taste, man.
No, like it kind of tastes. It's like Dr. Pepper or something, right? It kind of tastes a bit medicine-like, right? That's why. Monster has all the other flavors that taste actually good.
The original Monster is absolute garbage, but the one that you've got right now, that's quite nice. I had that once. That was really good.
Yeah, the original one, the full sugar, black and green.
Yeah. Absolutely, it tastes like garbage. I'm pretty sure I actually got diagnosed with diabetes after one can.
It has 70 grams of sugar.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the problem is the can only has 50 milliliters.
Yeah, it's like you can feel the sugar going down your throat.
It comes with an extra packet on the side with a spoon to put more sugar on top. Right? You gotta that's part of the fun.
Spoon it, the pudding.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of whisking it, you're just sludging it. It's have you seen those butter churns? It's churning butter.
Like syrup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like honey or something.
Yeah. So I had a can of Monster and I was super, super hyper for 5 minutes and then fell asleep for 2 days. Absolute sugar crash.
But LJ, are you drinking Monster and coffee parallel there or what?
No. So it's just Monster. So this is also sugar free, right?
Yeah, nice.
Okay, but you had a coffee just now in your hand.
Yeah, I just pour it into here because otherwise,
okay. I thought he doesn't get.
Monster aren't sponsoring the 5ers, so until Monster decide to sponsor the 5ers, screw them. It's going straight into an unbranded cup.
Fair
enough.
Well,
I feel like it's because this is smaller, right? So I can just sip it, and when I get to the bottom, I can just go whatever. This I have to go
man.
And then it's just.
I think somebody really desperately wants to have an opinion on euro dollar.
Mitchell Salvador, please, brother, do not spam. We're just catching up. We will go through the guys' messages in chat.
We're in the transition.
Yeah, Mubin, do not panic, my friend. This is just the like LJ just said, the transition between segments.
Exactly.
We got multiple actually.
Yeah, boys, relax. Yeah.
Chillax,
Don't
bro.
worry.
Relax, bro.
We will get into the euro in just a second, boys. Do not stress.
All right, guys. I'm going to leave you now. I'm going to be back on Wednesday again. I have one last question, though. What is the equivalent in Wales? That's why you are residing, William, right?
It is indeed.
Yeah. To mate. The Australians always like to say mate. What do you say in Wales?
Sorry, Dirk. Sorry. Do I say too much? Is that what you say?
A maid, as in like a housekeeper?
No,
mate.
like you might want to, hey, bro. You say like, hey, mate.
Oh, hey, like hey, mate, like.
Okay, the rich
M-A-T.
trader guys, things like housekeeping.
Yeah. Dude, volume's like right there, right here. This guy. I'm my maid. Don't worry, I'll get it. Wait. Will, can you ask your maid to find out what you guys say in Wales for mate? Get her to do some research or something.
Oh, what's the Consuela?
That's his maid, guys. That's his.
Consuela, what's the word for maid?
Si, senor William.
No.
Is that housekeeper 1, 2, 3, or 4? Which one?
Oh no, yeah, no. It's the head maid. Yes, the head housekeeper.
All right, okay.
Just I don't know. Yeah, like. So it depends where in Wales. You can go North Wales. You can go into the true hills of Wales, and you've got butt. So it's a butty. You and your butty. So like a sandwich, a butty. That's the like a Welsh slang for mate is butt. All right, butt.
I guess England would be like bruv, right?
Yeah. So like you get like England, but you get like different parts of England. You get like pal. You get
because we say like
it's like sit like
bro or mate.
Yeah,
or man or dude. Sometimes like there's a couple, but
mates, I feel like mate is what do we say down here? I think bro is used a lot down here.
Oh, bro is used a lot in German as well.
Yeah, I think
amongst the youngest one, I always hate
if you're younger. If you're younger.
Yeah,
younger. Yeah.
Like it depends. Like with the touristy parts of. So we're like I said, when you go like North Wales, so we're in a very tourist attraction sort of side. So we've got like the sort of we're very diluted in West Wales. But when we get like the North Walians come down, you know, they'll be all right, buddy, all right, butt. What's going on, butt? Yeah, you're right, butt.
You're like, butt? Okay,
you're right, butt. Hey, where's your butties? Where's your mucker? Mucker's another one. Yeah, mucker in South Wales, definitely.
That is used in German as well, but it's like used in a
mucker.
bad way.
Yeah, mucker boy.
What is mucker?
Yeah. Whereas like in West Wales, we're very diluted, so it's very much just we'll use a bit of everything. You know, mucker, butt. We don't really use butt so much. It's more like mucker, mate, bro, stuff like that.
All right, I'm going to stay with mate or boys and.
Well, what's the German version you use typically?
Well, the young people use a lot of bro, and they always like to throw bros at me as well, which I hate super much. I always say like, I'm not your bro. I'm like 3 times your age.
I can't remember. What is bro in German? I can't remember.
Bruder.
Bruder.
Yeah.
Oh, my Bruder.
A lot of say like digger, which means like, if you literally translate that, means like thick one and chubby one. Like
okay, fair.
Digger. or Junge.
So it's like fatty, right?
Yeah,
yo,
fatty.
Yo fat ass. Get over here.
Or maybe they are just calling me that, and I thought it's general.
Yeah.
No, you punched off 15 kilos. You're not there anymore.
Yeah, fair.
There's still like 20 more to be, to that have to come down. But anyway, guys, we are like,
Yeah, so when you find out Durkin is like 20s, 30s, 40s was like, 60 kg. Now he's telling you he's 105.
105, 75% of that muscle, of course.
Okay, final question before you go, Dirk. How tall are you though?
I used to be 180, but I think nowadays I'm more like 176 maybe.
So around the 6 foot mark.
176. You haven't
How much
shrunk
have you
that
shrunk?
I have shrunk, really. It's like
What?
What are you just 24/7 wearing a weighted vest?
So
no,
what? You're
it's
like
naturally
5?
your spine compresses when you get older.
You
Yeah,
want
but
to do a
surely
spine
not that much.
do a spine decompression.
Do
Just
some dead
like
hangs.
hanging. Dead man hangs.
I
Gym.
know.
Just
Yeah.
hang.
Good
Yeah.
gym. You know, always easy for the guys to say they don't have a wife and an 8-year-old daughter waiting at home that sometimes want to see you as well when you work
That's
like
probably why I'd be
14
going to the
to
gym
1 million
exercising.
hours a day.
Add to your treadmill. You got to get like just a bar that you just hang from and increase your height.
Yeah.
But I take a
all
video
you
of
need,
how ridiculous this is going to look.
Look, you got the treadmill. You just need the dead hang. Hang from the bar.
Man, and then
Or
next time,
if you've got
next
open
time the
beams.
facility manager comes into my office, he's going to think I have some weird kind of sex toy installed here.
Typical German or what?
I didn't say that. But
Well, I did.
really,
Anyway,
go back to the charts, please, guys. Too much fun in too short of a time.
Thank you.
We are very professional here, you know. And take care, everybody. And yeah, see you again on Wednesday. It was a fun session.
Awesome
Thanks.
stuff. Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much, Dick. Absolute legend. Take care. See you Wednesday.
Ciao, mate.
Oh, man.
Good laugh.
Dick forced himself out of the hot seat on that one.
Yeah, he did. He did indeed.
Oh, that was good.
Hang on. Yeah, go to my screen. Yeah, there we go. So, first of all, guys, trades I'm in. These are trades I took earlier today. Now, we've got one trade that was a loser. This is actually when I got stuck in the elevator today.
Oh, nice.
We were in profit. I would have just TP'd early, whatever. Because I was looking for some kind of push up to here, then a reversal, then to go long after. We didn't quite get that far. I was literally stuck in the elevator for 2 hours. I messaged Rich about this, Will, and I literally said like, "Oh, I might not actually be able to come on stream because I'm stuck in the elevator." Yeah. So yeah, we got tapped out on that. Re-entered after here after we basically came through down here into the slight retracement plus into the moving averages. So 15 moving average on the 15 minute. Gained that drive higher. Took profit up here after we started stalling out. I was looking around 50, but other the pound, the Aussie, that kind of stuff was starting to stall as well. Took that. We did go a touch higher. On that touch higher, I did get short through there. Now we're waiting on that. I'm also similarly positioned on the Aussie, which technically these are directionally correlated, partially. Only reason I do still have them slightly split, so it's the same one position, but split over two trades, similarly correlated assets, but one has more of a risk-on, risk-off type attribute, being the Aussie. So we've had a slight different distribution with that and potential like pullback for the NASDAQ and that kind of thing later. Also, when the NASDAQ was running higher, I hoped we would get a bit more of a push for the Aussie earlier. We didn't quite get that. We got a decent push, but not the whole way. So hence it got stopped out on that one, similar deal. Bought in here. That basically made up for that loss and now short through there overall. So that's where I am currently positioned.
Awesome stuff. Did you say that
with that said,
you're in euro, or is it just Aussie dollar?
Both. So euro and Aussie dollar.
I thought I heard that correctly. I was like, I don't know if I heard that correctly or not. Okay, yeah, nice.
But yeah, with that said, with the whole elevator thing, Will, I may have to jump out.
Dude, no, that's fine.
Yeah, 5 minutes to let people in because we've got a key to go through the fire escape right now. Big pain because my housemate's moving out, that kind of thing. So
absolutely fine, man. Yeah, no stress. I'll tell you what I'll do now real quick is now that I got my screen share up, I'm just going to hop on. I'm pop my screen up real quick so I can show you guys because I know that Mubin was dying for me to go short on the euro. So I will, bro. I will reply to you now. You know, we're back at the chart. We're yeah. So for all of you guys who were looking at, I was just seeing that. Yeah, dude, how funny would it be if we did clip that? That would be absolutely. That would be amazing. Anyway, so Euro USD. This is gold at the moment. This is the gold trade that I didn't place, but I forward tested. I did mark up as if I was going to place it. Like I said, it was a C setup. It wasn't the greatest. It wasn't the most valid. However, we got the consolidation. If we got the pullback and not the consolidation, then this trade here would have been probably an A+ setup. But we got the consolidation, so I'm going to call it a B setup and see how it gets on. But we are potentially looking at short on the on XEU on gold. Euro USD is starting to shape up beautifully now. Really frustrating, really frustrating. I'll show you why. Because this area here, this area right here, we didn't get the break and close under, invalidating this move here. So bloody frustrating, because that would have been the break of structure that I needed to enter in. And I would have been looking at short around about here. Without properly deeply analyzing it, I would have been looking something around about this. However, nonetheless, we have got an opportunity here. And you can see that I've just marked out now with my arrows. We have got this opportunity now where we can break and close under. Why can I not draw a straight line today? Break and close underneath this zone here. Come under, break and close, pull back, continuation, something along the lines of that. Now, we've also got a few TP areas. You know, we've got this area of interest, which is Asia high and consolidation. We've got this area here, which is the low just before London. And then we've also got Asia low as well. I seem to be freezing a lot, which is strange and frustrating. So yeah, that's what I'd potentially be looking at now. We'll see how we can get on, but I want to be shorting Euro USD. Yes, everybody in chat that was watching me solo this morning, and I said that I want to wait for Euro USD to mature a little bit, and as well as the pound dollar. They are starting to mature nicely. Euro USD did come up into this nice little area. We didn't quite sort of tap into it, but we came up and just tickled it ever so slightly before then playing out and starting to drop. So I'm really interested in selling the euro. Not yet, though. I need to wait for confirmation. Same goes on the pound. The pound is still bullish. For me to sell this would be account suicide. It's counter trend trading, no confirmation. So I need to wait for this to mature. What do I need to wait for? We need to wait for a break and close under this. We need to wait for a pullback. And because we didn't equal the lows here, I need to wait for a bit more confirmation than just a market structure shift to the downside. So I need one more shift to break structure, pull back. We've got a lower low. And then we can have an entry here. And then we can look at entering in and taking some nice profits. So I feel like pound dollar will take a little bit of a while. I don't know if we're going to get this in today's session, maybe New York session. But as you guys know, I don't take any trades on this 100K live funded account off stream. So everything on this account I'll be taking in front of you guys. So I can't see myself trading the pound today. However, euro, I can see myself getting short over the next, I want to say half hour, 45 minutes maybe. I think we may get this break, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'd say for today, and then I think we're going long after that.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, very long.
Where we go down to, I'm not sure yet, though. I don't know if we're going to get Asia lows. That feels like a long shot at the moment. I feel like we'll come back into the Asia zone, like into that range of Asia, like maybe down into the sort of 17,214 level, like around here. But I don't know if we're going to get much lower than that.
I think max would be 117.35 to 30, to be honest.
117.35 to 30. Oh, okay, yeah. So just at the Asia high.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
this area
like
here.
that's like 32, and then a touch above that, like 35. If we get like a higher low, then what was
Yeah.
the top of Asia? What, 32, wasn't it? 32 and a half or something.
Top of Asia is 32.9. Yeah,
Yeah.
32.8.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think between that'll probably be it, and then I'd say we keep running higher.
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise. I'd have to see a break under the sort of 27.9 area. If we don't get a break and close under the 27.9 area, then it depends on how price reacts around there. I'd probably close out.
Yeah, exactly. So I've got a target at 34 myself right now. Yeah.
Okay, nice.
So that's what we're looking at, about 34. Now, if we get somewhere just above that or just below or wherever, but about 34 or so. So it's also just above the open of this candle on the 15-minute where we had that big drive right there. So I always love that, like all the way up, right down to the drive candle, and then rebound. So you go doop, 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 and then head higher overall.
Yeah, nice. I do like the area on that as well. That is really nice.
I've got to say, today feels pretty quiet though. I think we're just going to be literally waiting for this to like troll down. It's another one of those days.
Yeah.
We've had a number of these days. It's because everyone's waiting for the Middle East sort of agreement or talks to go forward for more activity. Then we can get back into data actually mattering. CPI, PMI, ISM, all the headline data, non-farm payroll, that kind of thing. Jerome Powell's obviously switching over as well. So I think everyone's in a bit of a stasis, right? Of, are you going to make like a proper move now outside of when we get like Monday open, we got a gap, people trade through Asia. What more do you do with this?
Right? Honestly, there's not a lot.
That's a difficult thing.
Especially with Thursdays, we got a lot going out on Thursday. We got rates coming out, we got GDP coming out, we got a lot of news for the euro, a lot of news for the pound, a lot of news for the dollar. I think a lot of people are going to be sort of preparing for that and sort of trying to anticipate what could be going on there. So I think between now and Thursday, I just think this week in general, it's going to be potentially quite a slow week. I'm going to move there we go. So I feel like it could be quite a slow week.
Yeah. Also, Will, I just realized my chart is not updating on the screen. I'm currently on the euro.
Oh,
that
okay.
isn't the euro. I might have to restart.
Yeah, that's
it always does this. After I've been on stream for a while, it seems to cork itself. So I'll have to restart and come back in. Give me a sec.
Yeah, dude, that's absolutely fine. No worries.
All right.
Just catch Boyo. Boyo's a bit of like the older generation. You don't really hear the younger guys saying Boyo at the anymore. I usually get like it's usually the women. Like I always see like the sort of generation just before mine. It'll be all right, Boyo, and you always find it's the women that say Boyo, like the Welsh women, the Welsh mothers in particular. I was speaking to a girl from the Valleys the other day, and she goes, I say a girl, she's 80, or she's 80 next year. So she's not a girl. She's very much a lady. And she goes, all right, Boyo, how you doing? Well, and I love it a bit, man. She's such a nice lady. But yeah, she says Boyo. Very Valleys thing to say. Oh, man. Anyway, yeah, what's good, guys? So we are back indeed. You're gonna watch me do like wave my shoulder around a lot. I think I pulled something. I think I'm a bit stiff after gymming it twice yesterday. So if you're wondering what the hell I'm doing with my shoulder, I'm just stretching it. Yeah, don't be alarmed. I missed this live session. Do they still do giveaways? Yes, we do still do giveaways. We're not doing a giveaway today. Not as far as I'm aware. You'll have to wait for Rich's confirmation on that. But yeah, we still do giveaways. In fact, I know that's community. I think it's community month still, or I think we're coming to the end of community month this week. So yeah, we've still got some juicy things in the pipelines. So yeah, absolutely, just stick around, my friends. Stick around. Mubian saying that I'm in a trade downside after the 15-minute market structure shift. Have we had one on the euro? Bro, we haven't had a 15-minute market structure. I mean, okay, yeah, fair. Okay, I suppose, you're probably looking at the bodies, aren't you? That's what I mean. Everyone trades differently. You're probably looking at the bodies. I'd be looking at the wicks. If I was looking at the wicks, then yeah, 100%. I'd be looking. This would be a shift in structure. Maybe not on the 5, but definitely on the 15-minute. You'd look at it. That would be a shift in structure. I like the wicks. It just gives me a better indication. Yes, no, I know, maybe I can see. Like I said, we chat, we look at the charts, but we don't always manage to see chat straight away. So what I like to do is just have a bit of a catch up with chat at some point. So guys, just bear with. Sometimes we may be a little delayed getting to your messages, so I do apologize about that. But so you absolute legends are asking some fantastic questions, and then obviously doing some analysis, and then obviously myself and LG speak with each other as well and have a bit of a banter. So sometimes we won't miss your comments, but it does take us some time to get to them. Benjamin, I hate trying to pronounce his name. Netanyahu saying a peace agreement has been reached. We are ceasing all military operations against Iran and Lebanon. There you go. You heard it here first. But I haven't seen it on Financial Juice or anything, so let's have a look. Dun, 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 dun. Where is Financial? When was that just released, Aberdolf Linkler? Because I know you're pretty hot on it. You're pretty good at the keeping up to. Okay, that must have been over the weekend then, surely. The only thing I heard from over the weekend was Trump basically saying how much of a waste of time meeting Iran would be. So I don't know. GBP view. So pound view. Pound, I'm still waiting. It's pound seems to be. I want to say it seems to be topping off, but you could have said it seems to be topping off over here. Having said that, we did have a beautiful pullback for continuation. Those who are looking at longs, we are long bias at the moment. We are clearly in this uptrend. We did have a pullback into this beautiful zone here. You could have entered in, and then bosh. So pound is still very much bullish at the moment. I'm not seeing any reason to be selling the pound just yet. So we are currently in this. Let's call it a swing point. We got swing low, we got swing high, or prior low, prior high, or current high. So I'm just gonna, we've got to wait and see what happens, see if we get a break of structure above or below. Honestly, this looks so much more probable. Can we get a 1 to 2? It's a bit. Yeah, I think you could even, could you chase, could look at a 1 to 3, chase the equilibrium of this 1 hour area of interest. Oh, sorry, is it this, maybe it's the 15-minute hour of interest as well. If it loads, yes, there we go. There we go, yeah, so we got this area of interest, this high up on the 15-minute. Can go for the equilibrium of that. We've had that pullback, maybe a continuation. We don't seem to be slowing down or showing any signs of reversals. So potentially, if it was me, I would have much rather had been in, here somewhere, because then I could have put my stops at the low here. Potentially even looked at chasing the exact same area and bosh. 1 to 5R. Even if you were looking at 1 to 2, where would a 1 to 2 be? Oh, you would have hit it. You would have hit a 1 to 2R. Bosh, happy days. So yeah, there's been more opportunities for longs today than there has been shorts. But my bias has told me I want to look for shorts. So unfortunately, the trades for me haven't been all that positive for shorts. And even though I like what we discussed in this morning's session, even though you're looking for short ideas, you still got to trade what's in front of you. And what's in front of me right now isn't setting up to be a short trade. Other than Euro. Euro is looking nice. Oh, we're double. This is what really annoys me. It's when we show all the correct. I know. But when you're showing all the correct confirmation above, you're showing all this correct confirmation, but you're not getting the bloody break and the close and the confirmation below.
What further break do you need?
I need a close. I need a close under a low. I need a new lower low. I need a confirmation.
Isn't that second low the lower low?
Oh, this one here?
Wick is a touch lower, if that's what you're asking.
No, I like the body. I like a close below.
You got lower highs?
That's what I mean. You've got lower highs. It's perfectly setting up with lower highs. Should I just short it? I mean, look, LJ's short in it. Is that not an extra confluence? Does that not count? the LJ indicator, does that not count as a confluence? Yeah, I'm gonna wait for that break. I'm gonna stick to my plan, guys. I can't. LJ doesn't live with me. I can't chain him to my desk.
LJ, watch this.
Yeah.
Manage it for me.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, I can't print LJ onto my screen. I can't turn him into a living indicator. So therefore, I must trust my analysis, and I gotta have. Huh?
I was gonna say if I could, I would, and then I'd go and do some other stuff, and I'd just get the copy of me to just sit here all day. Just do it.
I wonder if you could I wonder if science could get so smart one day they could bring out your subconscious or your thoughts, your everything the whole thing that makes you, put it into a microcomputer and have it trade for you.
Yeah, like the Elon brain chip.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what do we need to do to get to that stage?
Yeah, you don't even print out a robot or anything. You just
on a hard drive.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Claude will get there first, and will probably 100%. Be even smarter than any of us anyway. So go figure. Dubicor is asking, do I have a training community? I do not. You guys are my training community right here.
Gosh.
But no, as far as a personal thing, no, I've been asked probably 1 million times to start this. Haven't started it or anything. Quite frankly, I don't quite have the time to do that. I don't need the money from doing courses and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, literally.
So if I decide to do it at some point, it would be more just because I then have the time. And I do it as a project to help people. Will I still charge for it at some point? Probably yes, because it still does take time, that kind of thing. But right now, no, I don't have anything.
That's literally what I did with mine, because obviously I was with London Live Trading Floor before joining the 5ers. They're still the 5ers, they're like a sister company of the 5ers, and then we stopped that. And I was like, huh. And then all the guys over there was like, well, what are we going to do? We want to continue watching you stream. I was like, what do I do? So I created this free community. And then, we were streaming on that. And then I joined the 5ers. And then I'm like, this is taking so much time out of my day. And I was like, I'm doing so much more with the 5ers now. I'm putting 100% brain power into the 5ers. And I was like, dude, I'm doing all this in the community for free. So I've just completely locked that now. And it's it's everyone in there now. It's a really, really small group of guys who were in the free community, but I've just locked it now, and I've locked it, and you've got to pay for it to be in there. Just because, like you said, LJ, it's having the time. It's genuinely having the time to have that community, and it's
because if I was going to do it, like, I'd want to do it like fully and proper and give you guys like the full Monty, absolute value, that kind of stuff, as much as I could. Unless I decided to try and short launch it before that's fully fledged out or something like that. Maybe it's meets a certain threshold that is good enough. But yeah, I don't have any intent to do that right now.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about it. It's not a never, but not right now. I've gone back and forth over the past year. But I've just been getting slogged with other work, other opportunities, which right now take the majority of time. They're very fruitful, obviously. So starting something else, as you guys know, I already basically don't bloody sleep. So, trying to stack something else.
You don't sleep with the best.
It's not like I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just not really working enough. It's like, no, I literally don't have any time.
Yeah,
when some people say they're busy and they're not really busy, I'm actually busy.
Yeah, my thing is, unless I'm sleeping like LJ, I'm not working hard enough. Dude, I've seen so many people, and they're the perfect reference to what you've just spoke about. They say to me, "Oh, dude, I'm so busy, I'm barely getting my 10 hours sleep." I'm like, I'm
barely getting my 4 hours. It's like,
I'm like, dude, literally, hours. I'm like
I'm down 25% on my 4 hours. I only got
yeah. I'm like, dude, you have like 8 to 10 hours sleep. Like my brother tries to get 8-ish hours sleep anyway, because him and his performance and his PT, and so that's sort of who he is. That
back then as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But he knows, because our community he's the co-founder of this community, so it's all about like health, wealth, and finance and fitness and stuff like that. So it's like it's a self-improvement community. It's not just trading. But obviously, myself being a trader, most of the boys in there are traders, and he knows that I'm going to like overwork and do all the hard sloggy work. So he's like, right, well, I'm gonna look after my body while you destroy yours. I was like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I was like, you do that, man. So like, I'll do all my trading and then all my work and then all the stuff that I'm working with the 5ers on. I'll do all that during the day, and then I'm like, oh, right, I should be sleeping. Good, time to do my stuff. Yeah. So yeah, no, God didn't give us enough hours in the day. So yeah, he rewards the ones that don't sleep.
Well, that's the other thing I think as well, personally. So before I go on with this, so for you guys, look, honestly, markets are kind of just trawling around. Again, it's another one of these Mondays. We've had the gap down, then we get the closure of the gap and a run higher, and then we start to peter out, basically waiting for New York, right? So London is just an extension of the prior push from Asia. Got the same situation right now. This is a Euro trade starting to kick on. Did you actually enter it, Will? Because if you did,
no, I'm waiting for the close. It's broken again,
dude. You just got the break. You got the break of the low right there. Isn't that
it didn't close, LJ? It didn't close.
Mate, you're missing out on so much profit right here. Look at this.
I know.
Oh, damn, bro. But yeah, anyway, with that said, also I pulled the stop back down to these tops here. So, but yeah, you guys can throw anything at us if you want. This is a good opportunity to ask abstract questions, that kind of stuff. My assumption is market will be pretty like by the by, kind of a bit sideways for the next period until New York. So yeah, smash into that.
Yeah, don't forget as well, guys. Look, here at the 5ers, it's such a fantastic opportunity not to just watch us stream live, but to actually ask us questions. You know, LJ is the absolute goat when it comes to A, fundamentals, B, technicals, and just trading in general. You know, he's an absolute legend. Ask him all sorts of questions, literally when it comes to macro fundamentals, whatever, or when it comes to, you know, trading different time zones, trade, because, you know, you trade London, New York, Asia, you trade everything. Like I said, this man doesn't sleep.
Up in Asia. Yeah.
You know, whereas, you know, you've also got myself. I travel around the world, you know, talking and helping people when it comes to, you know, lifestyle, mindset, psychology, you know, so you've quite literally got two very different, but two very successful traders here, you know, and without obviously, you know, blowing our own trumpets, you know, ask us questions. You know, we're here because we've got that experience and because we've got that wealth of knowledge, you know, through that hard work. You know, we've suffered and gone the long way in the hard way round, potentially, so you guys don't necessarily have to. You know, you're probably still going to, but, you know, so you don't necessarily have to. Now, the best thing I can say, guys, and the biggest advice I can give to you, and this genuinely is advice, is ask questions. You know, like I'd never give advice. I always say, guys, this isn't advice. This is what I would do. This is advice. Ask questions. Don't ever be afraid to ask people questions, you know, about anything in life. Genuinely.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that before when, I mean, even Dirk, like, he's been trading for 26 years, right? And he's worked for a family office, $2.5 billion under management, doing massive trades, that kind of stuff. He's gone through the past couple of weeks creating like an ICT indicator. Now he's doing harmonics, like just exploring these other things, which I'm sure if you ask even most, I mean, it's very controversial in the retail scene. Is ICT rubbish or not? That kind of thing. And this is a guy, especially if you go to institutional, professional type level stuff, they're going to be like, what are you talking about? Right? But he's still exploring that, right? After over a quarter of a century of trading, right? The point is, like we were saying, any guys that were still here, sorry if I'm repeating, but the point is to be a constant learner in the market, right? And even learn and explore all the ridiculous things that you think don't make sense. Have a look at them, confirm that they actually don't make sense or otherwise, or maybe you find out that you find this is helpful or good, or somehow you can apply it to some abstract other concept or view or something of the market. That's the entire point. Be a perpetual learner as it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's got to be, you know, you've got to be a constant learner, because the minute you think that, and that's what I love about Dirk, man. It's like you said, you know, he's not afraid to explore these controversial strategies. And if you're going to be someone in the markets that goes, ICT is garbage because all the institutions laugh at it, good, bro, good. Because if there isn't someone laughing at you for doing something odd, then bro, you're just gonna fit in like everyone else.
But Will, ICT, what you say, that's pretty laughable. Come on. That's one exception. That is pretty. That is. I've tested it. We've tested it. It's pretty laughable.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Yes,
but it's the concept. The concept is there. You know, to be a market maker and to be someone who's going to make a bit of a difference, someone who's going to make something. Dude, I'm looking at you and it's really starting to wind me up, because it's just I may just enter this. Yeah.
It's just calling your name. It's like a siren.
It is.
Right? It's like Pirates of the Caribbean. You know, when
they're
going through this.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Well,
Yeah.
Proper closer to
You're like
break
Jack Sparrow,
even.
Like this, you're like, oh no. Euro dollar. Oh no.
But yeah, like I was saying, you know, it's the concept of understanding that if you want to, well, what's the saying? If you want to achieve something that 99% don't, you got to. No, if you want to achieve the 1%, then you got to do what 99% of people don't. So something along those lines.
Yeah, you got to do. If you want to stick out, be abnormal, then you got to do abnormal things.
Basically. Yeah, exactly. You can't expect to be the next revolutionary trader. You can't expect to be, think about it. You can't expect to be the 5% traders. We are the 5ers because, the 5% of traders are successful traders. The 95% fail. You cannot be part of the 5% if you do what 95% of people do. And even if that's laughing at strategies, even if you get 95% of people laughing at strategies and you get that 5% who, like Dirk, who don't laugh at the strategy, instead prove it to be either right or wrong. It doesn't matter. Like, I know some absolute incredible traders. I'm talking 10, 20, 30K plus month traders trading ICT. And they say, I'm an ICT trader. And, I've spoken to them. I've spoken to them at events. I've watched them trade. I know how they trade. And I'm like, but that's not quite ICT. And they're like, no, that's true. And it's like, yeah, no, that's true. I was like, so why do you call yourself an ICT trader? He's like, because they are ICT concepts. I was like, so why do you call them ICT concepts when they're not ICT concepts? He's like, truth be told, Will, it's just because ICT has developed that much of a name for these concepts. They're actually just standard, trading concepts. But because they've been, marketed
for anyone under 25. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe. And he's like, because it's just such a marketed sort of strategy. He said, the minute I talk about it on social media, people just seem to understand it as ICT. So that's what he calls it now. And he's understood now that he doesn't care whether he calls it ICT or not. The point being is he's understood the concepts and he's like, dude, some of these work, so I'm going to use them. Parts of it don't, so I'm going to not use them. And it's those people like Dirk, like us, like, those 5% of people who aren't afraid to be a little bit abnormal in the market.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a couple questions about my euro-dollar trade right now. So, LJ, can you please describe a bit how you decide to enter that on euro-dollar? I just see a lower time consolidation on your entry. I don't know what the end part means, but either way. So what I was looking at, if we go to the high time frame, and then I'm going to hide all the scrap on here. Oh, actually, 1 hour doesn't look too scary. So primarily what I was looking at is the 200-hour moving average up here on the 1 hour, right? Plus it's with the basket close, just like Will was talking about, the candle closes, not the wick tops, but the candle closes around this cluster up here, right? So also knowing that from years of experience, 117.40 has always been a kind of a make or break kind of pivot kind of area between higher and lower for the euro dollar. So you've got kind of 117.40 down to about 112.40, and then below 112.40 you go down to 109.60 to 40, and then below that 107.20, and below that it's eventually 105.40.20, and then 104.80. Right? These are some of the block levels that have been respected for decades now, right? Since we came, or maybe a decade and a half, we'll say, since we came off from the 140 plus for the euro since GFC, and then collapsed. And we've traded around there, respected them a number of times. Same deal when we went back up above 120. And I was saying on stream back then, I think we'll get to 120. We'll go push 120, but then once we're up there, it'll be very short-lived. There's a very, very thin air above there for the euro. So this, basically, we've tapped right into that 200 moving average on the 1 hour. Now coming right down, and I'm looking around this 10 moving average on the 1 hour for us to tap back into. So that tends to be my kind of relative pushback. I've got the TP slightly over that for the sake that the wick high from Asia, like Will was talking about before, is a touch below that. So anywhere in between there, if we start to stall out at that 10 moving average on the 1 hour, I'll just TP. that's basically what it is. It's pretty simple. Mean reversion. We're already up quite a bit after we had this gap lower. We've retraced higher, closed the gap. We've then pushed beyond that. I think at peak we're at what was that? 0.35% profit on the day, or 3.35% movement on the currency for the day. Now, in this current climate, we've seen at the money volatilities come right down. So the ATR is contracting, right? Since we've had the geopolitics in the Middle East start to cool down, per se. Yes, there's been back and forth all over, but the market right now is treating it as pretty calm. Basically such that we've eliminated the real risk elements, the fat tails, as you call them. And now we're looking at some kind of resolution eventually. Yes, it will be friction along the way, but eventually we'll get there. So pretty simple trade, this one, right? We've had the run up today. This is then basically just a retracement. Sorry, guys, I had to cough. Basically just a retracement of today's activity. Just like today, earlier we had the extension of that. Took profit on that. So that's all we're getting. So this is also a pattern that has repeated pretty much every Monday this past, almost 8 weeks now since the Middle East operation began. You know, we get positive news, go into the weekend, Trump says something negative. Monday, markets gap down. After that, Asia, there's some other kind of relative look forward to some kind of talks or general de-escalation. Rally back up, repeat. So again, it's one of those types of situations. So this is a very much a typical extension and then retraction of price, plus within the current geopolitical situation, this is just a pattern that has been repeating every single week. So until the Middle East escalation is done, I will keep repeating this pattern. Every single Monday we get this gap until it doesn't work, right? Simple as that. So it's one of those macro kind of events that you identify as a temporal anomaly, right? Per the current regime, per the current situation, and you can repeat that pattern overall. Now, beyond that, I don't want to hold this much shorter than here, right? That goes into, we do have central bank meetings going through this week. The Fed will probably be pretty flat. Obviously, this is potentially Jerome's last Fed speech overall, which I feel like we need to do something special for that.
Yeah, yeah. To be fair,
like,
he has...
Dude, I'm going to miss Jerome. He's the man. He is the man.
He is the boy. The amount of memes, the amount of... I think he's like one of the first people you learn about when you become a trader is, you know, look out for the JP dog, you know?
Maybe we can start the stream with my Jerome Powell song that I made. Yeah. Right? It's like a house track around Jerome Powell. Maybe we can do that for his final thing. But yeah, so the other piece we do have is the ECB, which is the other macro piece. So I think once we get down here, in general, we're moving towards more kind of communication, some kind of resolution ultimately in the Middle East. Plus, we have the ECB, which they actually achieved their inflation targets. So inflation came right down. They reduced rates, basically on the floor. Now they may actually increase rates, but they can actually do that from their positioning. So I would say we get a slight tilt of hawkish inference from the ECB, potentially from the Bank of England. Bank of England is a little bit harder. The governorship is a bit more split, right? And then if you contrast that against the Fed, the Fed is likely to do basically nothing. Obviously, it's Jerome Powell's final call, right? We do have Bank of Japan tomorrow as well. I would also say very much nothing given the current situation. So it's really just the Bank of England is like the minor player this week. Fed is probably kind of nothing. Bank of Japan is probably kind of nothing. And it's basically just the ECB being the big dog, even though we have all of them on the card this week. And I would say they'd probably be slightly more hawkish than not. Therefore, you're up. So this is definitely just a short-term play based on that mean reversion, retracement type aspect.
I'm about to be tapped in.
So hopefully that covered both of these for you guys. Right there.
Any second now.
So I'm going to try and pronounce your name. Amachikal. Amachikal. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm probably got that completely wrong, but I'm just going to say Amachi. Why the high swap rates? Swap rate, it will depend on what you're trading. They will flux. I will say that the 5ers is definitely more tilted towards day trading, so hence closing out before end of day. There definitely is a tilt for that, so the swap rates are slightly less in your favor than you might find elsewhere. Now, there is also the option that you can get swap-free accounts. So that means if you want to, for instance, if you're swing trading, where swaps are going to be very important, you can get a swap-free account. You just have to message support to get a swap-free account. If you do that, it will mean that the spread will be a little bit higher, right? Because this goes back to the broker, that kind of thing. So you won't get the 0-to-0 swaps. It might be like half a pip for the for the spread, 0-to-0 spread. It might be half a pip of spread or something when you take these positions. But if you are swing trading or something like that, and you need to hold trades over multiple days, that'll be very favorable. They have also moved the triple swap to Fridays rather than Wednesday.
Yeah,
right?
That's a nice.
The traditional, so traditional outfit. But if you're a long-term trader, then I definitely try and ask for like a swap-free account potentially, if that's the case. Because if you are trading on that longer time frame, probably like half a pip or something. I don't know what the exact spread is on the swap free accounts, but I think it's about half a pip. That shouldn't matter too much. It'll kind of be the same as the commission cost anyway, right? And the swap cost, that kind of thing. So that's what I would say to do. Probably just contact support, get them to swap it over to a swap free account. There you go. And that should help your longer term sort of swing trades, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, obviously. Seeing some of the comments now from the guys saying EU has broken and closed below. Yes, I can see you there, bro. William, your EU has closed below. It has indeed. It has indeed. Your boy is entered into the Euro short. And
You've entered?
Yeah, finally entered.
All right, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes. So we'll see how this goes. It does look a little bit like it wants to be a bit strong on the bullish side. However, referencing gold, look what happened with gold. It was, if it wants to load, there we go. We did come up to like 60% fill of the stop loss, and then it decided to go moving back down. So gotta wait and see. got to wait and see. But yeah, I am now with you guys and yourself, LJ, and everyone else out there who is short in the euro. I'm now in the boat with you. So if it sinks, we all go down together.
Looks like it. God damn. Hang on, I'm just double checking news and stuff. Make sure there's nothing else.
Harsh GV4H saying why the market is so sideways these days. Because there's an idiot in America that can't make his mind up with Iran. And someone's allowed him to be on social media for some reason. That was a clever idea.
Yeah, like we were saying before, like it's everyone waiting for the solution to the Middle East conflict, that kind of thing. Furthermore, we have Jerome Powell being swapped out as the Fed chair, going to Kevin Warsh. They're now in this kind of weird debate of saying like, hey, drop the allegations against Jerome Powell and then we'll vote for him and get him in. So there's been delays, that kind of thing. So ultimately, right now, we're in a bit of a equilibrium, bit of just a middle, like a fog of war kind of mist type aspect. Stuff is going okay. The strait isn't fully closed. We keep getting stuff of being kind of fully, closed or not closed. But we've had the East-West pipeline go through. There's oil going through other areas. US has started shipping oil to like Japan, that kind of thing. So we have actually roughly filled the total barrels missing from the strait. So you could even argue that oil is overpriced right now because we actually have more barrels flowing through the economy than we did without the strait altogether. So hence right now, people are just trying to wait and see where this comes out. Is it going to be an ongoing thing for the next couple of months or 12 months, 18 months, or do we get it sorted right away? Then plus we're waiting for the new Fed chair overall.
God damn, yeah, look at you. Oh, we're seeing some bullish pump. What's going on here?
Are we? Oh,
yeah, we're getting a bit of volume coming into the euro at the moment.
Yoish.
What does this mean?
Flat. Let me see if we can see headlines.
I was going to say, is there anything in the headlines that's just come out? This could just be standard price action. So sometimes even the best of the best are wrong. I'm not seeing anything.
I don't know. We had that across the board though. Let me check Bloomberg as well. I don't know.
I mean, we haven't quite broken that high yet.
I can't see anything reasonable enough. I'm just going to keep sitting. This seems like a blip. I think we've got like the pound coming up to resistance as well.
Oui, de la résistance. La résistance.
Oh, it's kind of open field for the pound.
Yeah, no, I know the pound. I'm a bit more worried about. The pound can be like I've got no reason to be selling the pound at all. You know, if anything, I can see the pound coming up to 35,825. That sort of that zone there, but
yeah, I don't. Yeah, just looking at it. I think we just got a general pre-New York trading. I think that's it. I can't see anything else.
Yeah, I think that literally could be it.
The other thing is, my only concern, like NASDAQ is still tipping off. Same with S&P. So that's the only odd thing. And then dollar yen is going higher. So if I go onto here, hang on.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Dixie. The Dixie is dropping as well, mind.
Yeah, but NASDAQ's coming off, which should be inverse. If we look at the dollar yen outside this current 1 minute bar, still tipping up, yet the euro's pumped through here.
Yeah, I'm about
Aussie's
to
picked right up.
Any minute.
Pound has picked right up. But that's it. I think it was just the break on the pound from the highs earlier.
Yeah, fair.
Because nothing else has changed. Like dollar yen is something like that. So outside of literally the past 2 minutes, like it's been pressing higher. And then NASDAQ still coming lower overall.
Oh well, look, sometimes
the Dixie in a weird spot.
Yeah, I thought that the Dixie is in a bit of a weird one.
Did you leave positioning to open up the stop though, or not?
No. I'm positioned where I want to be positioned. You know, I did. But then I lowered risk. I divided my 0.5% risk in two, and I thought, okay, like, you know, if I'm going to divide my risk in two here, I'm going to have one stop, and then I'm going to, you know, enter in at a higher level. And then it kind of came up to my level, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to put in the correct risk here. And then shouldn't have done that.
That's fair.
Yeah, I probably won't enter back in if this hits stop loss today. This will probably be me done now. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because like I said, you know, that's the one thing that worries me is when the euro and the pound aren't aligned. Like if you're trying to look at selling the euro, but the pound's still got a huge amount of breathing room to head to the upside, that usually worries me a little bit. Because like I said, there's a massive correlation between the pound and the euro.
So I started with this up here. I brought it down to here so I can move it.
So you've got that wiggle room, you know.
I've got space to move it up to 65
exactly
as well.
Yeah, you can move it up and think, okay, you know, I've got this wiggle room to move it back up.
Yeah, because I still can't see anything else that's come through. Whereas Doctor Strange will be here. Like 15 minutes, I think. There you go.
Yes.
Something like that, or somewhere around there, or maybe a bit longer. But sometime soon, Doctor Strange will be here. He's a bit busy traveling
through time. yeah.
He's in a wormhole right now. You know? You guys have watched
I've just
Marvel movies. You know,
I've just hit one stop. So we've got one more stop to go, which it's not that much higher, but it's a little bit higher up. We'll see. No,
we'll go double down. Do it.
Tilt it.
Do it.
Full tilt it.
Do it. Full margin.
Yeah. 5% stop. Come on, let's go.
Don't be soft, mate.
yeah. Don't be a pussy. Don't be a bitch.
Oh god. Dude. Mubin's getting mad at you now. He's like, what the hell, man? I'm still in trade.
I'm still in trade. Mubin, yeah, you're in a better position than me then. No.
Any news? No, don't think so. We think it's just the pound basically broke its prior tops from London, like late London, or mid London, I should say. That's pretty much it. Nothing special, nothing else. NASDAQ's not moving, S&P's not moving, oil's not moving, gold's not moving, dollar yen's not moving. So it's literally just a correlated technical break from the pound, thus shooting Aussie dollar, Euro dollar, the other majors higher at the minute.
Okay, we're gonna hit a full stop. any millisecond now, we're gonna hit a full stop. There it is.
Mate, I got room to run, so
no, I'm done.
I'm sitting pretty.
Full stop. Yeah. That's me done. That's me done for the day. Like Vinny said, you guys are getting cooked, bro. I know. Yeah, I got taken to school today. Taught a lesson by EU. Like I said, guys, you got to be super careful, especially when it's counter trend trading. This happens.
That's right. Just like Dirk said, all in. Well, all in. Cover those losses right now.
Go have lunch. Go.
Come on, do it. All in.
Full margin, bro. Come on.
This is the good, bad, the Bitcoin. I'm telling you right now, right? This man has a quarter of a century of experience. Sorry, how old are you again, Will?
Old enough to know not to get baited in by you two muppets.
All right, so this basically goes back into my original basket for sell EU, which we didn't quite get there before, which is why I sold from here. So I can actually add another position through here, which is probably what I'll look to do. So we're now right at the R2 for this.
My 3R just turned to 5R. I'm going to take out now and leave it. Yeah, dude, 100%. Awesome stuff, man.
You can jump into that, place that there.
William, you want that sweet revenge trade. So bad. So bad.
Okay, there we go. Let me check the other stuff. All right. I'm in that one. That's good. Okay, cool. So I got two positions here now. Riding. See where we get to. Oh, hang on. I gotta go open the door once again. So
that's absolutely fine, mate. Yeah, no worries. Dim problem.
We'll be back in a second, guys.
I'll be back. Absolutely not a problem, my friend. I think LJ will trade counter trend trade. It's just a trap move. Yeah, it's one of those things. You can't win them all. I had a great week last week. I earned about 1%. Fully mitigated all my losses, and from the entire month, I was down 1% for the month, and then I was back up. So we're break even for the month now, and now we're down a little bit. I think we lost. Let me get my history up. Let me go in today. No, that's last month. Yeah, I'm down 0.5% for the month now, which isn't too bad. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, $486 I just lost, and I'm super okay with that. Hopefully tomorrow it will be better trading, and I'll have some nicer positions open. But like I said, today I was only waiting for the euro. I didn't know what I wanted to see in pound. It just wasn't setting up nicely. I gave it so many opportunities. We had literally multiple opportunities, 1, 2, 3, 4 opportunities for GU to pump down, but we just didn't get anything, so hindsight, should I have traded knowing that GU was so strong to the upside? I suppose instead of an A+ setup, it was an A setup. So we didn't have the confluence, we didn't have the what's the word I'm looking for here? The correlation pair as a confluence. So maybe that took a little bit of confirmation away. But you know what? It was still exactly how I planned. It's still according to my strategy. I had low risk. So, I had the appropriate risk that I wanted to. And I'm still above that 5% drawdown. So, you know what? I'm completely okay. Yeah, I'm completely fine with how this happened, or with what happened. If I was in this gold trade, so you guys know that I was placing, or I was drawing up gold because I didn't like how it was forming up. I would have seen this consolidation, the break and close above, and then I probably would have closed around here somewhere. So, truth be told, I'm not in this trade, but I would have been out of this trade as well. So, Monday is one of those, not a bad trading day for me today. It's just part of the game. Just a simple loss. And he's back.
We're back.
He's back.
Yes, I am trading counter trend right now. Definitely. Just like I said before with Will and with Jack earlier as well. I want to see things come down. And from there, going into the rest of the week, I want to see Euro go higher. So this is very much like an intraday trade just for today. Given the gap down, the run up we've had, going towards New York, see some kind of pullback or just, gains have petered out. We're up a decent amount now in terms of intraday from the recovery of the drop. So what, like 0.3% or so for the euro. Aussie dollars up 0.6, pounds up 0.3, and that's after the recovery from the dip. So as far as like ATR, that kind of thing, bit of a pullback going into the rest of the week. Probably see further highs overall. But we've had some relative calm after the weekend news. And as we go, we get good news, bad news, good news, bad news in some kind of oscillation. So anytime we're at these kind of like highs in the current situation, it's better to bet on some kind of negative headline in general to come through. Or if nothing, then people will be further expecting some eventual headline. Hence we start to pull back. So that's why I always give the room for that, especially in this current scenario with very headline-driven markets right now. So hence that initial trade, I've just moved the stop up back to originally where it was, plus entered the new trade, giving myself enough space for both. Once it starts pushing down further, I can bring them both down, and now I've got a double bubble on the trade. The trade is actually double what it was before. So
yeah, nice.
That's kind of how I do it. Especially in these markets, like it gives you. That's why I always talk about like having like TP1, TP2, TP3, and also stop loss like 1, 2, 3. right? It gives you that room for variance, especially in a very headline-driven Trump era macro type situation where stuff can just come out at any time. It does give you that room to actually give yourself that breathing space to move your stops up, hold on to the trade if the thesis is still valid. Just like we've seen euro dollar come up, we saw Aussie dollar come up here. That stop loss I just left there hasn't gotten hit, so this is still in play as well. Pound dollar obviously broke these prior highs. It's now coming off. Now, the things to confirm that I want to stick in that are the other portions. Things like dollar yen, we didn't break new lows. Even though the other guys broke new highs, dollar yen did not. The same with things like the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is coming off, which is a risk-off type portion. So hence that would imply that later on Aussie dollar, euro dollar, that kind of stuff start to come off once again. The Dixie already pushed through to here. We just tapped the S2 for today. You can see we perfectly touched on that, bounced right up. So these are just basic pivot points. And then if we go look at like Brent, like it's doing nothing. It's come off from the drives higher today. Hasn't run higher, right? Too hard. But we are just a touch higher. Now, when you see we're just a touch higher on Brent, nowhere near the highs from earlier in Asia. Euro dollar, Aussie dollar, pound have all hit daily highs. So that is in conflict. So that's when I would see that stuff being a bit of a misnomer and just stick on the trades. So this is just like stochastic random trading versus something actually happening. Same thing here with gold. This was the other trade we highlighted before to potentially go long from here for gold. And gold is also still up, which has been a good barometer. So if we have risk on, gold goes up. Risk off, so something bad happening, gold goes down. Also, by the way, for any of you guys that didn't see my Pikachu the other week, here it is. This was in the Discord. We drew a Pikachu on the chart. So there you go. And we said, don't dare me to tweet because I'll do it. Trumpachu. So this is our Pikachu Trump. Hence he's got the Trump hairline right there. But yeah, anyway, it's pretty fun.
It's obviously not too windy on the chart.
Yeah. It's going to blow off.
Yeah.
Got toupee.
A whole lot of scalp going on.
But yeah, that's Trumpachu. We had Bart Simpson. I deleted Bart Simpson ages ago, if you guys remember. That was an old relic. I think we've got like a screenshot somewhere. But yeah. I will say, okay, so now gold is coming down, which is actually what I want to see personally.
Mm-hmm. You looking along in gold now, yeah?
Potentially. I think gold is starting to gradually shift away from the risk on, risk off type outfit. But what I will say, as far as the FX trades, so the majors going down, so euro dollar, Aussie dollar, pound dollar, that kind of thing. If gold is coming off, that's a good thing at the same time, because they're very correlated right now. Gold is gradually breaking away into its traditional type outfit, since the market is now also starting to forget about the whole Middle East situation, not trying to play off every single headline. We've definitely got some fatigue with that. So I think gold will eventually start to go inverse, whereas when we've had positive headlines, it goes up. When we have negative headlines, it goes down. And it'll flip the other way. Negative, it goes up. Positive, comes down. We're not quite there yet. We're starting to shuffle. So yeah. NASDAQ coming off. The options level today is 27,286. that's basically where we are. So look at that. We're coming up towards New York right here. Isn't that crazy, guys? We do this like every day.
Every day, day in, day out.
And it works very well. I feel like this seems to be something that I've cottoned onto and found that is not arbed out of the market yet. It seems to be alpha right here because it prints all the time. It's really good. What's the extra level? 27286.
Well, hello there, two very handsome gentlemen.
And Richard.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was talking about LJ and Samir, to be fair.
Knew you were.
What's good, Richard? What's going on, man? I'm only messing with you. What's good, Samir? How you doing, bro?
How you doing, mate?
How long do you think? 1-0, huh? 1-0 score.
2-0.
3-0.
3-4.
Samir, you're muted, mate. I thought
You're muted.
I had to. We couldn't whitewash him like this. It's like putting a kids football team against you know championship finals professionals. I don't know. I
think your microphone is not picking up, Samir. Yeah, still not picking up.
Part of me is now starting to think neither is his speakers.
Mic check.
Oh, hang on.
Mic check.
There we go.
Now it's fine.
There we go. Yeah, you're
yes,
back.
It's back. It's back.
We can hear that beautiful voice of yours.
I'm back, guys.
I was going to say back.
Thank you, guys.
I don't know for 100%, but we got robots in here.
I think the audio AI noise reduction. I think now it should be not robotic, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, that's better. That's better. There we go.
Perfect for me.
Yeah,
perfect.
That's good.
I was testing out new features.
Too much aura interfering with the mic.
Right.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
Samir just casually, just absolute aura farming over here.
Yeah.
No,
What's up, everybody?
We all are aura farmers.
Farmers, aura farmers. Yeah.
We're
Except me.
farmers.
Today I'm a lazy.
Yes.
I'm a lazy boy today. No farming today.
Well, I would say we're profit farmers, but I'm certainly not getting any of that at the moment. I'm being profit farmed.
Did you take a EU or a GU long or something?
No, I took a GU short, and then Price just decided to go embarrassing me and pulling my trousers down in front of the class. So.
Why would you short?
I'm sorry.
It was according to my plan.
You should short. It's good.
Yeah, it was a good short. Even LJ's short. LJ's currently short, and LJ's just one of those psychos that somehow managed to just continue to short, even when the market's like, LJ, I'm long. LJ's not. I'm not. You're not allowed to go long. I'm not letting you go long.
Well, it's called this thing called risk management.
Exactly. Hence why I'm not allowing you to bait me into further longs. It's called risk management, LJ.
Dude, Dirk gave the thumbs up, right? You got two.
Dirk also told me to full margin.
Thumbs up. Give the thumbs up. Do it.
That's not thumbs up. That's a bait.
Do it.
Thumbs up for what? For shorts?
Yeah.
Yeah, just short it.
Maybe
You only lost $500. That's not. You don't
Only.
have to form it. Come on.
I only lost half of my house. It's okay.
Just
yeah.
slap on.
No, they didn't lose the entire house.
What? You still got 4.5% at least. Come on.
Yeah, no, I've still got 5%. I
4.5%.
built up enough
Do it.
equity, so I've still got 5%.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
I'm going before you guys start baiting, actually baiting me. Anyway, guys, to be fair, I am absolutely shattered. An hour solo genuinely feels like a 2-hour stream. So I went over 18 minutes. So guys, you know what? I'm gonna love you all and leave you, and I'm gonna wish you all the best of luck in whatever you're trading today. Unless you're long or LJ, then good luck to the lot of you. So guys,
Just
thank you very much. Make sure that you smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And yeah, make sure you get yourself over to the 5ers. Grab yourself an account and see what you can do with this Trump terrorist driving all sorts of directions in the markets.
Alleged.
What, nothing's going to happen now, mate.
Alleged.
Nothing. We're safe.
Yeah, allegedly manipulating the markets.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. I'm going to go get some food and then, yeah, probably see what's happening over in New York session.
Cool. Awesome, bro.
Peace.
Take care, Will.
Peace. Thank you very much, Will, for standing in for myself this morning. Appreciate. And yourself as well, LJ. Thank you for being a little pillar for me to lean on.
Of course. Anytime. People were missing the Doctor Strange, you know, so.
They were?
Yeah.
They should go watch a Marvel movie, mate. They'll see Doctor Strange.
I feel like you don't like the Doctor Strange moniker. You're like unsure about it. Like
if I had 2 flying Fs to give, I would, but I don't.
I think that's a pretty good one.
I like that character, by the way.
Yeah.
Doctor
Yeah,
Strange.
I mean, I've been called Kevin Bacon before. People said you look like Kevin Bacon. I was like, okay, whatever. Been called Doctor Strange before. I was like, okay, whatever.
I feel like there'll be very few people who know Kevin Bacon at all. They'll be like, what?
Who the hell's Kevin Bacon?
Is that a real name?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, mate. Like, there's a lot of people that look like a lot of people. So in that, if I look like somebody, whatever, it is what it is. It's neither here nor there for me, mate. So.
Well, we should do like a Marvel themed trading event sometime.
We should.
And everyone forcibly has to dress up. Forcibly. Okay? You can't veto. You have to.
How easy is it for Iron Man? He just puts on the mask and he's like, "I'm Iron Man." Or Batman.
Well, I mean, Batman would be Victor, right?
Yes.
Batman,
or Bane.
yes.
He can be Bane if he wants to, but that's DC. Along with Batman.
I think Victor's too nice. Like Batman's not nice either, but Bane is definitely more not nice than Batman.
I mean, we need to find a nice Marvel superhero that
I feel like
wears
I'd
a
be
mask.
running the Bane mask and going Bane, if anything.
You definitely have the height for Bane. Comic accurate Bane, let's rather say. Not movie accurate Bane.
Yeah, I'd be too tall for that.
Yeah, for movie accurate Bane.
Tom Hardy's a bit shorter. He's not short, but he's not.
No, he's not short, but he's shorter.
Yeah.
It's all reference. Void, I'm taking Robin because I'm robbing this market's boom dad jokes. Robin.
All right, Samir, who would you be?
I'll be
Out of Marvel classification.
I like Doctor Strange. I like the time travel and all those things. So I'll be that. Yes, he can travel
guys
from
gotta compete
dimensions
then.
here and there.
Dude, I can be
Yes.
Kevin Bacon.
Can we get two
Yes.
Doctor Strangers to like fight it out? That means you guys have to have like a trade competition to see who gets to be Doctor
Yes,
Strange.
that
dude.
would be nice.
Kevin Bacon, I think he was somebody in like X-Men First Class or something like that. I can't remember.
Oh wow, Euro USD is moving. I'm
Hey,
seeing
I gotta-
like indices market is doing
Let's look at-
Sebastian Shaw.
Yes, but also
Kevin Bacon was Sebastian Shaw. Yeah, I'll be him. You can beat me up. I will take all of that kinetic energy and just turn it into, I don't know, like longevity. Something like that.
anyway, maybe we can plan that for some other day. I think it'd be fun to do some
Yeah, it would.
themed stuff.
Dude, Halloween's always around the corner. Do a Halloween stream.
We'll do it.
That would be awesome.
I think it's once a year, Rich.
We'll do it twice a
calendar?
year.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like July and Christmas, right? Christmas in
Yeah.
July, right?
Christmas in
I like
July.
that.
We'll do that.
So we can do it. Yeah, we do it like once a quarter. I think once a quarter is pretty good.
Yeah, you need something every now and then. Can't just
Or
wait
every
once a year.
4 months or something, something
Yeah.
like that.
Dude, why wait for Valentine's to be a romantic person? Be romantic every day.
Yeah, just like, why wait for your New Year's resolution? Just do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Get it together, man. Come on.
Yeah. Agreed. Rich didn't laugh at my joke. I'm out of the Justice League. Dude, I did giggle, but it was like an internal giggle for this one. I am Robin. Got it. Robin the markets. But you're also goody two shoes as well. You need to be Nightwing. Nightwing is a little bit more of an asshole, and he gets stuff done, So he steals from the markets. LJ can be the Joker.
Fair. You reckon I'd be the Joker?
You can be the Riddler.
Joker.
You can be Riddler.
If we're doing DC, you reckon?
Yeah, if we're doing DC, that's why I was like with the Robin.
Yeah, okay.
Or you can just be, I don't know. You can literally just be Thor for Marvel because Australia.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's obvious. Like, okay, if we're doing Marvel, yeah, that's obvious one, obviously.
Dude, I want to see you with like comic
either that or
accurate,
Wolverine, right?
the head with the little wings on it, the Asterix and Obelix like wings.
The comic book one, yeah.
Yeah. You can do that. Put a mask on, mate. Anyway, what have we been looking at? Like, I have not been I've been at the PC, but I have not been in the markets whatsoever. I have not opened up anything. I only opened up it now before I jumped onto stream. What's been going on?
I'm looking at this.
What is this? Euro.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes, euro dollar. We're currently short right here. So I would say typical Monday. I know you've been out rich, you've been busy, that kind of stuff. We had the gap down, one of those classic over the weekend negative news coming into Monday. We get the gap down, then we get that recovery, close the gap. Then we've had some slightly more positive news to some effect of some kind of further talks, resolution, de-escalation, jargon, whatever. Hence, we've seen further push beyond the gap close, gone to new highs through Asia, had a slight dip coming towards end of Asia into Europe. Europe drove it higher. Pretty much been running sideways through Europe into where we are now, just pre-New York. And we just took a final push higher through here. So hence I decided to add to the shorts on this these highs. We'll see how that goes. The logic being that dollar yen didn't actually create any new lows, even though euro dollar created new highs. So did the Aussie dollar through here. I also had that trade on from earlier, which I did drag that stop up a bit further towards 98. And then the pound, which seemed to be the main driver of these moves, it broke the prior highs through London, but now come off. So at the same time, we also saw NASDAQ hasn't made new highs. It's actually been coming off. We've now come down towards that options level once again. So hence I would prefer to see this this kind of jump higher, euro dollar, Aussie dollar, pound dollar, as a bit of an aberration rather than a complete move for the market. So same deal if we go over to Brent. We look at oil. We were down here just before. We've now taken a bit of a push higher, but nothing substantial, nowhere near the highs earlier today. So we were down here when we actually made the new highs before. So I think this is more of an aberration, bit of jostling, post-London, post-Europe, European session just before pre-New York. And then I think we'll continue where we were.
Yeah, we did make new highs, all-time highs during Tokyo session with NASDAQ. but we have not really done much since.
Yeah. So the basic rundown of what I'm looking for is pullback and then continuation higher into the rest of the week, but not necessarily for the rest of today. So
what happened with DXY? Is that just
that's just the gap higher? Yeah, and some of the charts look really weird. Like they look a bunch extra, right?
Yeah,
it's like not. Yeah, it depends on the broker. Like it's not actually that aggressive.
So can we assume that we swept a high of some sort?
I mean, it's a Dixie though. Like you can't say you did anything.
Well, you know what I mean. Like because it's not really like it's not a currency. Or moves away. But I meant like we kind of like tagged certain areas. In terms of, that's fine. Screw it. Screw whatever I just said there. It doesn't matter. US30 is a bit flat.
Yeah, I was seeing that indices market didn't did anything. Maybe an NYSE session, maybe we can see some volume. But right now I'm looking at gold, and gold is looking good for shorts in my opinion. But let's see.
S&P. What did NASDAQ say? Oh yeah, NASDAQ and S&P is exactly the same. What's the VIX look like? The VIX also had pretty much zero volatility so far. I mean, if the wicks were to start pushing up from here, then we'll see NASDAQ maybe come down or something. But I don't know. I don't know. You say gold, yeah?
Yeah, gold is looking decent because we are just seeing a breakout of that area. But higher time frame, as you can see, it is really not doing anything. Let's see what we get for today NYSE session. US30 I will be trading on my account, and I'll be waiting for some moves. Definitely I will share my thoughts on this one. Wicks don't lie.
Wicks don't lie. Shakira,
I'm sorry, Samir. I had to laugh at that. That was pretty good. Well done.
Wicks don't lie, Shakira. we need to find a trading related name that is in the same key and rhyme as Shakira.
Yes.
Well, isn't Wicks don't lie pretty good?
No. I mean like the totality of it.
Oh, trade like every single word.
Yeah. See how close we can get. Yes.
I was saying to Will, like we've got Jerome Powell's potential final speech this week.
Yeah.
Right. I was saying, should we put my little house track on the opening of the stream
for that day?
Yeah,
we can do that.
This is his final day. You know.
When is he scheduled to talk? I think it's Thursday.
Wednesday.
Let's have a look. Oh, it's the FOMC. Oh, okay, yeah. That is Wednesday. Oh, dude, Wednesday is going to be a bit of a doozy day.
Yeah, we've got
Thursday.
Yeah, we've got Bank of Japan tomorrow, Fed meeting on Wednesday. We've got Bank of England and the ECB on Thursday, and we've got a bunch of other data in between.
Bank of Canada, federal fund rate, ECB.
I did actually meet a guy the other day that works for Bank of Canada.
Did he want to
got another little friend
LJ
over there? Another feather in the cap.
Yes. What is it? Spread the influence. Become like, I don't know, like creepers that kind of like just expand out and eventually envelop everything. Alvin saying gold price now is exactly at the 50 EMA. Let's have a look on which time frame. Hourly? Hourly? I mean, it's kind of like been... This is the 50. This green one is the 50. So hourly, it's been added the majority of the London session. 4 hourly, it's a bit away. Daily, still a bit above. 15 minute... I mean, it's kind of like been drifting around it. 5 minute. Is it on the 1 minute? Which 50 EMA are you? Which time frame are you referring to, Alvin? And also, are you looking at it on MetaTrader or are you looking on it on TradingView?
Was it the 50?
I mean, we've been around it the whole day on the 1 minute. We've been around it the whole day on the 5.
I assume you like the 1 hour. I have the simple moving averages just here.
I have the EMAs on. Yeah.
So if the SMA is just here, I assume the 50's around
1 hour. I mean, it's been around it pretty much, or close to it pretty much the whole day.
For some time, yeah.
Yeah, so 625 points away from the EMA. But I do like the fact that it did break lower. So it broke lower here, effectively. Well, this whole segment here broke lower, retested, and then started pushing lower, and they just wicked it now. And the fact that we've kind of like swept these wick lows on the hourly as well. So we do have the low of last week, Friday. We have the high of last week, Friday. The low of today so far basically just came into this area over here, which seemed like a decent area to have a reaction off of. And then we kind of turned around roughly around the top point of the New York session as well. Well, the midpoint basically of the New York session. So overall, we're just kind of moving between these 2 points right now. I do like the fact that this was a slightly higher high.
Yeah.
But I can see us potentially trying to come back down into this gap down here. Just to solidify that this might be the low point to potentially start pushing up. Let's look at the daily. Yeah, I mean, we've had this nice attempt to try and push price up. We had some follow up, you know, marginally taking new highs on the low side as well as the high side. However, we've kind of flattened out ever so slightly from last week, Wednesday-ish. Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and today, just a little bit flat. I think we might try and push a little bit lower. To where can we sweep? Previous week lows? How close are we to previous week lows? I mean, previous week lows was Friday's low. And previous week high was Monday's high.
Yeah, I've so when we were marking up trades before, I'd be basically long from here, stop at about 88.5, and then TP up at 4765, roughly.
4765. So
to 4760.
Okay.
$5 range.
So 4760 is just here.
Yeah.
This cluster, what was this? Last week Wednesday. So this cluster, I see why.
Yeah.
Was a bit of a decision point. Can probably make it a little bit larger. Was a bit of a decision point. Yeah, I like that. I do like that. What's this lows here? I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah. If I had to take a position right now, that's what I would take. Ideally, with where else I'm positioned, I'd like to see further slight dip, kind of like what you were saying, Rich, before actually getting long, and then target that kind of higher area.
I do like your target point. Definitely do.
Yeah.
It looks good. Good reaction, another reaction, good reaction here. Multiple attempts, basically just clustered there and then broke out of it nice and sharply. Clustered here, broke out very sharply. Created a new high. Created a new high. Yeah, I like it. Looks good. It does look good.
But yeah, all right. I will have to dip out now. See you guys later. Still short in those Euro trades. We'll see how that plays out through this evening. I will manage them if I need to, and I guess can update you guys tomorrow. So see you guys later.
That would be awesome.
Stay safe.
All right.
Look out for headline stuff because it seems again one of those kind of days we don't really have further news today at all. So stay safe. See you guys tomorrow. Ciao.
All right, LJ, thank you very much,
Take
mate.
care,
Really
LJ.
appreciate you standing in. Have a
Awesome.
nice evening.
See you guys.
Cheers.
All right.
What's up, Samir?
Everything is quiet so far on the charts. I'm seeing the charts here and there. Indices market not really moving sideways. As you can see, yeah, US 30. I haven't really seen charts. As you mentioned, you are seeing the charts right now. It's same from my side because I'm also just taking a look at charts with our lovely viewers. Okay, NAS 100 is in a very strong bullish momentum. I think we have seen this level on Wednesday. We was planning buy above this area because trend was already very strong, and look at that, we never closed below this area. And today also very amazing bullish leg to the upside. Maybe we can liquidate this area and then again you should look for buys, but I don't trade this pair that much, so I'll just focus on US 30. So now we have to see what we can do on US 30. Last week was really good, guys. Monday to Thursday it was a winning day. Friday I took one loss, so I didn't did anything wrong, followed my plan. It was just in my plan, that loss. I can also share that with you guys, but let me explain what can be the potential setup for today. I don't look at weekly candle, but just for the higher time frame analysis, let's just take a look at weekly time frame also, because it is Monday, and let's see what maybe this US 30 can do. Why I'm saying maybe, because in trading nothing is 100%, so that's why you should always keep your risk management in check. So weekly time frame, we are seeing a fair value gap here. Daily time frame, rejection here. We fill this daily fair value gap, which was a very small gap here. So I think we can rely on this daily time frame. We rejected from here. Now we are printing some kind of sideways candle. This is some kind of inside bar candle, so we don't know if we will get a momentum or can be a liquidity and then move to the upside. For that we have to see what smaller time frame is showing us, what kind of information we can see on the smaller time frame. So on the smaller time frame, definitely we are bullish. It is the 4-hour time frame, and right now we are consolidating. To me this is some kind of falling wedge, which I am expecting it to break to the upside. Maybe we can see some liquidities here and there, but eventually I do see this pattern is gonna be breaking to the upside, but that doesn't mean that we will enter blindly. So for today's session, what can we do? For that, let's go to the 1-hour time frame. The possible scenario can be, what if we liquidated this area, touch this trend line? Of course this is not the perfect trend line. Let me delete everything and let me draw the trend line once again. I think it was making sense on 4-hour, 2-hour. Okay, on the 2-hour it makes a little bit more sense, because on the 1 hour the support was a little bit off, so I'll just stay with the 2-hour time frame. I can also drag it like this maybe. Okay, and let me mark the upper channel also, something like this. What if we liquidated this low and we tap this area and we also swept these lows, and then we are possibly entering buys? Can be scenario number 1 for today. And let me measure this range, how much this range is. This is 300 points range. I don't know if we are gonna be getting that huge of a volume, but let's just keep this analysis on, or this trade idea on. If we break this area, tap this trend line, little bit of rejections, I can enter longs from here. Scenario number 2 can be we break this trend line and we retest some kind of area, then I might can take some shots from here, aiming for these lows. Of course, I'll not be targeting this huge of a wick here. If my 1-to-1 is done here, I'll just get out of the trade. So this is idea number 2. Now, to see some more information, let's observe how candlesticks are printing, because we have like 32 minutes left for the NYSE session to open. And for that, we need to see what we can do. Let's take a look at 4-hour candle. Okay, 4-hour, we liquidated this high, we rejected here and there, and we are having huge wicks which can get filled. So I think maybe today can be a selling scenario, but bias is bullish, overall bias. But as we are trader, we also can take some advantage of smaller reversal trades here and there, or maybe pullback trades here and there. So looking at the 4-hour candle, we still have 1 hour left. 2-hour, okay, 2-hour, 1 hour left, 1 hour 45 seconds left. I think this will be good if we closed bearish. I don't mind NYSE open, liquidate, push to the downside. I might can take an aggressive sell here, expecting momentum to the downside at least to this area. And remember, this is trade idea number 2. What if we impulsed way too much and we liquidated this area? We never get any kind of consolidation. So this will be a buying idea for me here. Trade idea number 2. Trade idea number 3 can be if we break out of this trend line and then small consolidation, confirming yes, maybe we can go to the upside. Trade idea number 3. I think these trade ideas, which is 3 trade ideas for me, makes most of the makes sense to me. So I'll be looking at these 3 ideas for today. And as you guys know, I trade patterns, so that doesn't mean if we get impulsive move to the upside or to the downside, I'll just get into the trade. That doesn't mean that. So for an example, I will just give you an example here. If we break to the downside, there is NYSE open, we see a huge volume, maybe we can close somewhere around here. So I'll go to the 1 minute time frame, and what I will see a small pullback which can take 15 minute, 20 minute, 30 minute, 1 hour after the NYSE open. I don't mind waiting. So if I see this nature, then I'll like to take this trade. And yes, this is again trade idea number 1. And of course, I can also enter if we see a huge impulse, but I have to wait, then it will be a huge waiting game for me. I have to wait for price to show a big impulse, and then maybe somewhere around here I can plan my trade. And to the upside, breakout, small consolidation, similar scenario. So this is what I will be looking at when it comes to US 30. And I was eyeing on gold actually, and it was below the VWAP, and this consolidation looked very promising to me. And I was like, now we are closing below, this candle is also rejecting the VWAP. I think if we can break this area, we can tap the 30-minute fair value gap. Let me see how much points it is. It is 60 points, not that huge, but still okay. We already broke that area.
Getting a bit of a sell-off now.
Oh wow, I don't know from where this volume is coming, but it is good. It is good actually. Now I think we can tap the fair value gap.
Anybody say anything?
All right, was anybody in the sell, guys? I know you guys are very sharp. I know somebody is capturing this move here, because I remember one guy was telling gold is below the 50 EMA, which definitely made sense. And we are seeing the momentum to the downside. Amazing. Let's go to the 5-minute time frame. Yeah, I think that 30-minute fair value gap can be the target.
The only, let's call it red impact news that I can see is UK PM Starmer to face vote on possible parliamentary probe into whether he misled Parliament via Mandelson Times. This is from 14:59 my time. So if you just look here, it is pretty much, if I go to the 1 minute, It's 1451. So it could be from that. I don't know. We should see it on GU quite a bit. Yeah, we're seeing it on GU. GU had quite a dip. EU maybe. EU had not really all that much of a movement, but GU did definitely have a bit of a pull lower. How much is this? 25 pips. That is in less than 3 minutes. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 25 pips in 3 minutes. Whereas from the whole session here, let's look for 25 pips. To reach 25 pips, it took 3 hours and 19 minutes throughout the whole day on GU. And in the last 3 minutes, we actually had it. So yes, this is definitely some volumetric movement that we've had. Definitely news related. Question is whether or not it is just picking up some orders before it attempts to try and push higher. Oh, wrong one to delete.
What do you think? Gold can go to the downside or to the upside? I remember you was having this support area.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you might be. Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, I would like for us to have price come a little bit lower and try and sweep the low of the day so far and attempt to sweep these lows that we had on Friday. If it doesn't sweep it, it's fine. Even if we just react off of this whole box and then push away from it, retest the box, and then start either slowing down on the lower time frame, like on the 5 and whatnot, you have this U-turn, basically. I don't like sharp reactions like this. That is a very sharp reaction. It's very quick in, tags, and then starts pushing up. It's difficult for me to get in on this kind of movement. Whereas a bit of a slower turn would be a lot better. Like for argument's sake here, you have the touch and then a retest basically. And then from that retest, you try and pick up. Whereas here, look where I get my first effective pullback. It's way too high between these 2 points. If I were to enter here, my stop loss would have to be down there, and then, yeah. The point is being that I would like to have price come in, break out, retest, and then push up again, and then I'll get in on a trade on a nice strong bullish candle after creating a higher low in relation to the previous one. And then, yeah, get in on this, have a stop loss in this area down here, and then just look for a 1 to 2, and then at least I can aim for Tokyo high, or I can aim for these like high points during New York, that kind of like thing. So I would like to see something like that here. So I want to see price come down, push into this area, reject, retest, and then start picking up.
All right. That makes sense. As gold is not showing that volume right now, I think now it might can trap a lot of people. It can go to the upside, to the downside. But when there is a established trend, like it was, I think 13 March, it was really going to the downside. From here, it started 2 March. Let me see how much time it took. Okay, it was 21 days where price was trending heavily to the downside. And right now, as you can see, price is very slow. It has been 35 days, almost a month. Of course, it is going to the upside, but you are not seeing that huge of impulses. So right now, I think you should not be trading gold if you are expecting a huge momentum here and there, because right now, as you can see, you can take information from the past. At least for a month, gold hasn't given a huge impulse or a huge trend establishment. So I think you should stay away from gold unless you have a very clean setup. To me, clean setup will be, let's discuss about that also. So we have this high, this low. It is a daily high, daily low. So what can we do today? Let's take a look at 4-hour candle. 4-hour candle has just opened. This is a new 4-hour candle. So we just got to the downside. Do we have any decent area so that we can take that in consideration? Okay, I think this support area is a decent area which can get tested. We already tested here. Let's take a look at the weekly candle. It is very ugly weekly candle. Let's take a look at other gold, other basically exchange. Okay, forex.com looks cleaner. Okay, this is a weekly candle and this is a low of the week, this is the high of the week, and this is a decent area to me from where price just closed back in the range here. Going to the daily time frame now. Daily time frame, we are seeing some kind of a dodgy here. Yeah, it hasn't swept any of this high, so I do think we might can
internal daily range.
Yeah, I think we can swept either this or this. So right now, if you are buying or selling, it is a very tricky situation. 4-hour candle, of course, it is showing momentum to the downside. We also broke out of these areas. We might can fill the wick, but again, as this is the daily range, which is not that promising, so I think you should stay away from gold. And we also have this fair value gap from where it can get rejected, so you should be aware about these things. But US30 wise, we have like almost 21 minutes left for the session open. 3 trade ideas I have. Let's see what we get today, and I'll be taking decision based on that. I think on the daily candle there was also yeah, we broke this low on the daily candle. Let's take a look at other exchange maybe, if I'm missing anything, because we might can see some different candles. Yeah, we broke that
this one
low
swept
slightly.
Barely.
Yeah,
I think US30 on mine as well didn't quite, not the previous day, but I use a Wanda chart. Every chart is going to have slightly different information. Yeah. I see there's a question here from Calaveras asking, hey, I just did a risk interview with the 5ers. What can I expect? Well, if you've already had one, then you would know exactly what happened. But if you're asking about what happens now afterwards, so the risk interviews that the traders sometimes have with the risk department is to determine whether or not you actually know how your trade strategy works. So the general gist is this. If I'm taking trades, they can see the entry, the exit, risk management, all of that kind of like stuff. But they don't know whether or not I am copying from someone else or whether or not I actually understand what I'm doing. Am I doing signals, that kind of like stuff. So when they do a risk interview, it's to see whether or not you, the trader who passed this account, is the one that understands that trade. So when they talk to you, that's generally what they want to find out. They ask you a few questions about your trading ability. They ask you a few things about how to go ahead and show an example as for them of how you trade, and then that's generally it. And then after that, you give it a few days, and then they should allocate to you your new account, your funded account. So it is a very standard thing. There's a lot of traders that go through it. Not everybody experiences the risk interview. So don't feel scared if you have to do a risk interview. It is standard stuff. So yeah, if you've reached that point, that's really good. It means that you've reached
even I gave
the funded
risk
phase.
interview, to be honest. I'm working with the 5ers, but I gave the risk interview, and I was true. I know how to trade. They asked me some simple questions, so that's it.
Yeah.
So if you know about trading, if you know about rules, I think you shouldn't be facing any problem. So
yeah,
like
I'm saying, it's a standard thing.
Yeah,
it's a standard thing. So nothing to worry about. Let's put it like this: if you have nothing to hide, you've got nothing to be worried about. So if you are following the rules, if you are somebody that is the person actually trading that account, and you didn't like buy an account and then your sister is the one trading it, it should all be good and gravy. So yeah, congratulations, Calavera, for getting to the funded phase. I need to answer this quickly.
All right, guys. Abra. Okay. Abra just sold Euro USD. And let me take a look at Euro USD. I don't trade that. I used to trade Euro USD. And I remember it was uptrending and I was just buying every London session. Every breakout I was buying. And it was a TP almost every day. So I was like, I'm invincible. You know, I cracked the code. But I don't like Euro USD anymore because we are. I basically got some better results from indices, so that's why I've shifted to indices. But you shorted Euro USD, and that made sense. You know why? Because if we go to the 1 hour time frame, you see this wick. It is having no wick, so we made a wick. We rejected from here. I know we have some regular viewers here. If you know about this, I have talked about this concept multiple times. Like when the candle is not having a wick, price can make a wick in future and reject from that area. So according to my eyes, right here you could have shorted, maybe going to the 1 minute time frame, seeing some rejection candle. Okay, you got some dodgy here, you could have shorted, place your stop loss, decent. You could have targeted 1 to 1. Yeah, in my eyes also shorting from this area made sense. As I mentioned, the concept that I have seen a couple of times, when the candle is not having a wick, as you can see here, let me zoom in for you guys. This candle and this candle was not having a wick, so price came and made a wick here. So you saw a rejection from this area. I'm not talking about the fundamentals here and there because I'm not a fundamental guy. I just strictly trade off of technicals, and these are the patterns that I have spotted which play at least more than 50% of the times. Of course not 100% of the time, but these things do play out. But let's take a look at gold. I am I'm eyeing on gold actually today. I don't know why. Maybe
I know why.
Yeah, it is
because it's
playing with my
moving.
feelings. Yeah.
Yeah, it's enticing you. It's you're looking at it and you're like,
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Whereas when I'm looking at US 30, I'm also like thinking, oof, it's a bit flat. I can understand why you don't really want to trade it. But it's the same with NASDAQ as well. NASDAQ for me is incredibly flat at the moment. It's probably why I haven't even considered taking a trade. So it's just very, very flat at the moment. So
Yeah, I think US 30 should also break out of that channel, which is I think 4-hour channel. Yeah. It can happen today, tomorrow, but I do think we can break to the upside and we can see some new highs. At least we can tap this area, then potentially these areas. But looking promising. But again, as we are intraday traders, if you are a swing trader, definitely you can hold this trade. You can enter at the breakout. Stop loss can be decent. That is fine. But as I am a intraday type of trader, so I'll just see what I can get today. And we are just 14 minutes away from NYSE Open. And yes, and somebody was asking about I was about to trade live here, trying to pass the challenge. I have just bought the challenge, but I haven't traded it live because I don't want to give you the wrong perception, because my risk management might not suit you. I have to buy another account so that I can promote safe way, because if you are new in the journey, you cannot follow my path. So that's why I haven't done it. So just be patient. I definitely will be doing that. And yeah.
Well, hold on to that idea, Samir, before you go ahead and purchase another account. And then let's see if we can just get you a stream account first. Then
Yes,
you
that
don't
would
need to
be
go
awesome.
and purchase one, and then we can trade them in front of everybody. And I'm gonna play with one of my accounts. So I'm gonna get
That would be
a
awesome.
stream account, and then I'm going to see whether or not I can trade it in a way that proves that this is not how you should trade. Let's put it like that. And then yourself, you can have one that proves that this is a way that works. So imagine I have an account that I go ahead and martingale, and I prove that it doesn't work. Oh man, what if I prove it does work? Oh, that would be a nightmare. Anyway, there's a question here from Marvin Chetty saying, do you guys also trade personal accounts? I do. I
don't trade personal accounts.
I do have a few. One of them I've cleared out recently. But that is more to do with, let's just call it legislation. So I'm no longer using that broker. I'm not going to say which broker it is. But yeah, I do have personal trading accounts as well. Index is saying, I've been trading since a year now, and I recently cleared a 10K account, and got funded with a 30% win rate. My strategies are resonating to victors, but I blew that account. I have self-doubt now. Why do you have self-doubt? So
actually, it is common.
Yeah, but imagine this. Imagine this. Depending on what account it was. So I'm assuming 10K high stakes. Two phases. You passed phase 1, you passed phase 2, and then you got funded. So, and then only then did you lose it. So you've passed 2 phases, and I'm assuming you took a payout on it as well. I mean, 60% of the time you're passing stuff, and then only 40%, like 33% technically, you're failing. Dude, that's great. You shouldn't feel doubt. You need to ask yourself, why did you fail the account? Or let's say, what was the reason why you eventually blew the account? Was it over trading? Were you not following your strategy? Were you over risking? Were you over leveraging? What exactly led to you losing that account? Because imagine this. What actions did you take to pass phase 1? What actions did you take to pass phase 2? And then go and look at what you did when you were funded and see whether or not you can compare the funded portion to phase 1 and phase 2 evaluation, and see if there's any similarities between the way that you traded and any discrepancies. And then look at that, like from objectively, just look at it from a outsider's perspective. Instead of like looking at like how you felt when you were trading it, just look at it from a numbers point of view. What was different between the accounts? What was different between the way that you managed the funded versus the evaluation? And then if you can't find any differences, go and look at your emotions. Go and look at, did you place this funded account on a pedestal? Meaning you've started fearing taking the trades that you were supposed to? Was there some sort of not gap, but like block in your brain? Like you think, okay, now I'm actually losing money if I, take a trade because it's funded. So go and look at the psychological aspect of it. If you don't really find much differences, then just realize that potentially you losing that account, or the trades that led to you losing that account, may have just been part of the trading cycle. Meaning that the asset, or in this case, the trades that you were taking were still A+ setup trades, but the market were not necessarily trending, but they were more ranging. And maybe your style of trading is a little bit more trend related. So understand that there's some cyclical nature to the market, that even if you follow your strategy 100% of the time, you may not necessarily have a profitable streak for a week, 2 weeks, a month, that kind of like thing. So take it step by step. Start with the point that is the easiest to compare. What's different? What's different between the funded and the evaluation? Did you treat it differently? Did you put it on a pedestal? Did it become more important to you? Did you put yourself under stress? Look at those kind of aspects, and then build your way up from there to see why you lost the account. And then when it comes from and then self-doubt, you can be as profitable and as good of a trader, but if you don't accept that you're going to lose trades, and you don't accept that you're going to lose accounts from time to time, you're always going to struggle with self-doubt, because you have an unrealistic expectation of what trading is. Let's put it like this. I'm not like attacking you saying you don't know. I'm just saying in general, people need to come to terms with the fact that you're going to lose trades and you're going to lose accounts. And that's perfectly normal. It is a very typical, very standard experience in trading. It is coming to terms and understanding that it's not a reflection of who you are if you lose a trade or if you lose an account. It is just the cyclical nature of the market. And you need to just be there ready to just step in and say, you know what? Regardless of what happened, I am going to try again. And I am going to be open-minded and I'm going to try and step forward. It's repetition.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think the way I overcame this thing is when I was completely trusting myself and trusting my strategy. Of course, it took time. You will always have doubts here and there, but when you come to that point where you have faith in your strategy, where you completely trust that system, then I think slowly this thing will fade away. Like this, this doubt or this lack of confidence or this nature of basically this fear. Of course, it is going to take time, but when you have confidence in your system and in yourself, these things will slowly fade away. It will take time, definitely, but we are all on that path. So definitely, as you are on this path, you are going to get there soon. So don't worry, just be patient. That's what I can say, and try to gain confidence in that system that you are trading. Maybe you can remind yourself again and again, I know this system works, because these things that I used to do it in past. I used to remind myself like continuously, I know this system works. I know this Fibonacci thing because I was following Fibonacci thing back in the days. I know this thing works. So why are you fearing? I know this system works. Basically, I was repeating this thing over and over again. So that way I performed like well for 3-4 months. And then of course I got in a losing streak. Of course, there was also some doubt here and there. But again, when I follow this practice, believing in the system, then it is gonna go away slowly. Like I know this type of trend lines that I'm doing things here, VWAP trend lines, support resistance areas, these things do work out. I know this thing for sure. So that's why even if I hit a loss like a day or two, maybe 3 days in a row, I know the system works. So that's why it always keep me up, or I always feel confident that I know even if I blow the account here and there, I know I will get it back because this system works. So this is the way how I see it. And Abra was talking about gold. Abra bro, I don't really think it will be good to take buys or sells in gold. I have to observe how price reacts from this area, or maybe we can break this trend line and we can test this daily low, or we can reject this area, this trend line also, and we can test this daily high. It is a very crucial moment right now for gold. So this trend line is a make or break for gold. I think if we break this, daily low is gonna get tested. If we respect this, maybe these high can get tested. So let's see. But we are 4 minutes away, guys, from NYSE Open and US 30. To be honest, I do wanna look at buying opportunity, because this consolidation or downwards channel has to break someday, maybe today, tomorrow. Of course, not 100% of the times it will go to the upside, but I'm just saying, like this type of nature do have some kind of, you might can see some impulses to the upside when you have impulses to the upside, and when you have a good trend here. And definitely 70% of the time, if you enter in the trend, which right now we are in a bullish trend, the chances of your trade to work out in your favor becomes a little bit more. So I do want to enter buys here, but if we impulse to the downside, I'm open for that also. As I'm a trader, I don't have to be stubborn to my analysis. I like to be a little bit dynamic, because that is the reason I have seen results. So yes, I will not be stubborn here. Yes, I have to buy here, trend line breakout, this, that. We might can reject from here. Okay, so I have to be very mindful here. And you guys see me do this thing every day. and 3 minutes away, and let's see what we get. Again, as I mentioned, market open, I have to wait for at least 5 to 7 minutes. I have to see from like where candles are closing, which side of where is the volume, where is the liquidity. Candles are gonna tell you, like for an example, if there is a liquidity, we're gonna wick here and we're gonna close above. So you can take that information in your you can use that information in your advantage. So that's why just wait for 5 to 7 minutes after the market open, and then you can make your decisions accordingly. And definitely you will see me live here, take the decisions. And yes, Monday to Thursday it was amazing, and let's see what this week is gonna give us. But we're gonna follow the plan, we're gonna focus on the risk management, and yes, trust in a strategy. Yes, that's what we're gonna do.
There is one thing I want to say with regards to it being Monday today, and the fact that we do have bank interest rates decisions, as well as the FOMC this week as well. Mondays generally, if we have days like the FOMC later in the week, tend to be a little bit more subdued. So in days like this, if you are unsure, you can decide to stay out. Or if you do really want to go ahead and take a trade, just reduce your risk and realize that the trades that you take today may not necessarily play out the way that they normally would have because of the FOMC meetings later in the week, and there's potentially going to be positioning done today and tomorrow in anticipation of the FOMC meetings. So we might see some volatility, but not a lot of volume necessarily. So do be careful when you trade a trade a week with FOMC. That is the biggest market mover right now. That interest rate, FOMC, along with the statement press release, is very large information, especially considering now that this is going to be Powell's potentially last FOMC meeting that he's going to be the head, because as the head of the Federal Reserve. I don't know whether or not he's going to go out with a bang, that kind of like thing, just throw the apple cart over and cause chaos. I don't think that. I think it's going to be a little bit more subdued, but you can take a little bit of information from his speech as to what is to be expected going forward. Is Kevin Walsh going to take over? When is he going to take over? What is his viewpoints on stuff? I'm assuming he's going to be a part of it as well. So yeah, do be careful with that. I did want to say this. Index, you are very welcome, my friend. Here's the thing. When it comes to working on yourself, it's a long game. It's not something that is going to be fixed in 24 hours. It's not something that you're going to fix in a week. However, it is the constant input from the individual. If you want to fix something, just work hard at it. Just carry on. Just carry on doing it. And then eventually you're going to find what works for you, and you will then take that and you will implement it into your trading. I see we just had the New York Open now. We've got the NASDAQ that is wicking a little bit lower. The US 30 had a nice push up higher, right into your zone that you had there. Very nice open candle. Let's have a look at the DXY. Not doing all that much. The VIX volatility, we did gap with a little bit of a pullback. We'll wait for this one to see anything. Gold did not really do all that much so far. Still kind of just stuck in this very slow section. So gold itself not moving all that much. EU, GU. EU pushed up ever so slightly, came back, also not really doing all that much. GU also. So I think US 30 is the one that had the biggest movement so far. Yeah, already 188 points movement.
We also have
versus
closed above the trend line, so maybe it can be a buying day today.
We'll see. We will see. NASDAQ. So area of consolidation during Tokyo, that whole section there. We did not retested with this movement here. Would have loved a retest and then a reaction lower. Did not retest it, but that's okay. We basically came into this. No, there we go. That section there. So that last wick, we just wicked above it. So this 5-minute base that we have here, if we just move this out of the way, this one out of the way, this is consolidation. We had the base push out immediately into consolidation, typical of Tokyo, started pushing lower, slow downward tick, eventually came into this area down here, which was the daily open. The daily open candle can actually use that last section like that. That's where we came into, started pushing up, did not even remotely come close to taking the highs of all-time highs as well as the highs of Tokyo as well. Started pushing lower, bit of a wick lower. We'll see whether or not we can break the daily lows so far, and then if we do, we can potentially start. Oh, misclicked. We can potentially start looking at coming down to a deeper point of interest to pick up some orders to maybe potentially start pushing up. What are you seeing at the moment, my friend?
As we are breaking the trend line, so I think this can be a buying day for me. I have to wait for a small consolidation and then it will be the entry pattern for me. On the US 30, yes. Trend line broken, 5-minute, about to close in about 30 seconds. I might can enter an aggressive trade here on the 5-minute closure. 200 points gonna be my stop loss for 200 points TP. Makes sense to me. 4-hour bullish, everything is bullish. 5-minute about to close above the trend line, and VWAP is bullish. 200 EMA is bullish. Yes, trade idea makes sense to me. In about 8 seconds, if we close above this trend line, that will be the trade for me.
So you'll be taking US 30 buy, yeah?
Yes, I'll be interested in US 30 buy. Alright, we have just closed above the trend line. So this is the trade for me. Somewhere around here. 200 points stop loss. 200 points TP. Yes, makes sense.
This is on the 1 minute.
30 minutes. Yes, we have a high also. Yes, target is also making sense. We have these areas which is unfilled. So yes, let's see. Let me see.
We
am I executed? Yes, I'm in now.
What are you aiming for? Oh, okay. You're aiming for Thursday's highs.
Yeah, 1-to-1, which is 200 points, and these highs I'm aiming for. Let me see if I measure this area. It is, yes, it is close to the 70% retracement. Yes, below that I'm targeting. Makes sense. Okay. Let's see if this VWAP is gonna hold today or not. Let's see. Going to the 5-minute. Yes, VWAP is bullish.
Looks good. Are you in it?
Yes, I'm in it. I got a little bit better entry here. I took an entry somewhere around here. It is 353. Let me mark the exact entry for you guys. My entry is right here. Yes, somewhere around here. And my stop loss is below this area, which is below the VWAP, and I will aim for 1-to-1 here. Yes.
Are you taking the same trade on your futures platform as well?
Yes, I'm on the futures trade as well. I have to make one more profitable day to be eligible for a payout. So tomorrow, actually 2 profitable days. If I hit the take profit today, I have to make another profitable day tomorrow. Maybe we'll see, and then I will be eligible for a payout. And let's see. Futures, not gonna lie, it is tricky. I will be the CFD guy from my heart. Why? Because the drawdown, we have a static drawdown here. With the 5ers, 10% drawdown, you are up like 2%. Your drawdown becomes 12%. But on futures, it's not like that. It is really, really tricky, If you're not experienced trader, futures are not good for you. All right, we are coming down here. Let me see if am I making any mistake. 15-minute. Okay, my plan is I have to wait for at least 5 minutes to close after the session, which I did. Yes, closed above the trend line. Okay, VWAP is bullish. Okay, and 200 EMA is bullish. Okay, stop loss is below the VWAP. Okay, yes, I'm not making any mistake here, and I'm completely fine with the trade now. Whatever outcome I am going to get, I should accept it because I am following my plan here. And yes, let's see what Monday is gonna give us. And yeah, if we close below this VWAP, of course we're gonna hit a stop loss. But I have seen quite often we do find its feet, price do find its feet close to the VWAP, so that's why I have my stop loss below the VWAP. And if I see a decent pattern, something like this, so I might can add more to my position. Right now I'm risking 1%. If I see consolidation, I might can risk like 0.2% or 0.5% more here, because that will be another confluence for me. So,
looks good.
Yeah.
I like it. It's basically a break and retest.
Yeah, now it is break and retest. I took at the breakout. Now we are printing break and retest type of thing. And yes, by the way, on Friday, let me explain my trade on Friday as well. Okay, on Friday, so Friday I was like looking, we might can test this support area. I shorted around this area. We broke this area. As you can see, I saw this pattern. We broke this area. I took a short here. Stop loss was above the VWAP. Took a stop loss here. And did I did anything wrong here? No. I followed VWAP. I followed pattern. I followed some fair value gap, some retest of the levels. So yeah, didn't did anything wrong here. Maybe the probability was not in my favor. I can say that I saw this nature. I could have accepted the loss. But the problem is that often this type of thing do gets, we might can see a test of the VWAP and we may can reject from that area. So my stop loss was also protected. I didn't make a mistake here. It was completely a good loss, I should say, according to my plan. So I accept that, And today also, am I making any mistake? Not really. Now, if we break this area, I think I might can add in my position. And I want to see something like this. Yes, if we straight up break out of this area, that will not be the trade for me, actually the scaling for me. So if we reject and then we break, that will be better. Then I will add 0.2% to my actual position, because that will be extra confidence for me. Let me take a look at other time frame. Okay, we retested this fair value gap. Yes, I'll wait for the breakout of that area. This is not that convincing right now. So one more candle to the downside and then to the upside. That will be the entry signal. If it breaks straight up, I'm not taking a scale in here. TP is also making sense. We are, between these areas, like this areas. So even if price has to liquidate this area, I might can close my trade somewhere around here. So it should give me 1-to-1. So yeah, let's see.
Looks good. Elisio asking, do you still think under the current circumstances the FOMC or bank policy rates are still driving the markets, or markets are actually driven more by the Middle East development, the oil prices? So recently, yes, with the developments that we did have in the Middle East, they were definitely the largest contributor to market volatility as well as market pricing. However, you can never say that the policy rates, the bank's policy rates, will fade away. They will always be a driver because, as you all know, interest rates is what is important for every country. And every country that's trying to basically reduce their risks and whatnot that they have, it's just going to be exacerbated by interest. So, in my mind, interest rates will always be the predominant, let's say, macro driver for price action. I will always pay attention to it on the day, and I will always not trade on that day. The thing about wars and whatnot is that they do tend to have short-term volatility, and we've already seen that the market is kind of, I don't know, used to it now. So even if this war or this escalation that we had, even if it does die down tomorrow, I still think that the FOMC is going to have a bigger impact. Yes, let's not say a bigger impact, is going to have a longer lasting impact. Let's put it like that. So all of the information that we're going to get this week, I think is going to be longer lasting, where I think that eventually oil prices should come down. I think it's like a flash in a pan when you look at the reaction. It's sudden, it's volatile, it's very hot. There's a lot of reaction, and then it dies down after an event like, for argument's sake, what we had now the last few weeks, let's say 2 months or so. Whereas with interest rates, that can have effects into months later. You can still have positioning because of the interest rate decisions. I mean, just have a look at UJ. Their interest decision, their interest decision lasted for years. So, yeah, it's just my opinion. Don't take it as a gospel. I do think that FOMC and bank policy rates is probably the biggest driving force. So, right now, if the war does come to an end, and this let's call it this peace talks and whatnot actually holds up, we'll probably see the market return to its pre-war positions in any way. So, I mean, it's the same with COVID. COVID had a massive reaction.
Yes, COVID was, I think, a massive move. Let's take a look at COVID move here on. You can take a look at any asset, because we moved like massively. Oh right, I think it is here. Yes.
Yeah, it was that one.
It was like 30, almost like 40% drop in US 30. You can imagine how
quite
big
a bit
of it is really a big of impact here. I remember I started trading around like at the start of 2019. I joined a course, and this was a newbie who kept shorting the market. It was stock market, and he just made a huge sum of money. And when the market again trended to the upside, he lost all his money. So that can be the lesson for you guys. Even if you make money like in a wrong way, you are gonna get back to the market. So try to build your foundation in a right way, and I think that will stay with you forever. And you can make small consistent gains which will become big over time. So I think you should focus on this. Even my first few years, I focused on wrong things. So yeah, you should focus on the right foundation. Build your foundation in right way. Okay, if we close below the VWAP, my stop loss is gonna get triggered. If we close back above, that will be good. And yes, let's see now. Are we gonna respect this VWAP, or we gonna just hit the stop loss? Let's see. I think if we close back above, that will be good. Let's take a look at 5-minute time frame. 5-minute, there is a new 5-minute right now. Let's see. Right now, not that promising. 15-minute. Okay, this was a closure of the 15-minute candle, and my stop loss is below the 15-minute low, I think. Yes, below the 15-minute low, somewhere around here. Right now, not looking too promising. If it rejects from this area, that will be good. And if it didn't, this is gonna be a stop loss day for me.
I mean, whatever happens, right?
Yeah, I think I have never been this calm, taking these stop losses here and there, because I know this VWAP thing, trend lines here and there, the things that I'm doing here, these things do work out. So yes, I am completely fine with the outcome of of these trades. All right, we are testing this area. Now let's see if we're gonna reject this area or not. All right, let's take a look at gold. All right, gold rejected from that fair value gap, guys. So I do think now we can go to the upside. But again, right now it will be a risky trade. All right, we don't have a wick of this candle. Let me see the 30-minute. On the 30-minute, we do have a wick, so stop loss can be below this low. 20-point stop loss for at least. You can target 1-to-1, but if price showed you momentum, you can hold for a previous day high or this day high. All right, I took a stop loss on my CFD account on US 30.
That is unfortunate.
This was a stop loss day. Now I do think if we break this trend line, we can continue the bearish momentum. Let me go to the. All right, I think this is a. Yeah, this is the area. If we break this area, we can tap this area. Now we are rejecting from this trend line, so we have to see if we close below or we reject this area. I think seeing this momentum, we might can close below this area, and then I might can give the second chance to my trade, but I will be reducing the risk here. I will be taking 0.5% risk here if it did happen. But if we again break to the upside, that is a different story. Then I have to wait for a breakout pattern. Then I have to wait basically. All right.
NASDAQ is starting to push a little bit lower. We're retesting 27,200 at this point in time.
All right, let's take a look at NAS. All right, we broke the low. Going to the 30-minute, 1 hour. All right, we're breaking this low. 4 hour, 2 hour. Yes, we're breaking this low.
Looks good so far.
This was a head and shoulder, if you see like this. Clean head and shoulder. We broke out of this area. Let's measure this range, which is at least 142 points range. So at least you can see the momentum till here. On the futures platform, I am not stopped out yet because my stop loss was here.
A little bit lower.
Somewhere around here, yes. So that is good. I'm almost at break even here. I'll just close the trade at break even. All right, futures platform took a break even. CFD took a loss. Yeah, let's see what this week is gonna give us.
Yeah, I'm looking at NAS at the moment. I think I'm too late for it, to be dead honest with you.
NAS. My point of view can be different than yours, but as we are going away from the VWAP, I might can take a reversal trade from somewhere around here. But that too have a condition. If we see a falling wedge, then I will like to execute on this trade idea. Because we are away from the VWAP, I've seen, yes.
I definitely think that NAS is showing a propensity to want to push lower. I think we can definitely come and test 2700 flat. potentially
700,
today.
which is somewhere around here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Somewhere around
So
here.
yeah,
Which is this low, yes.
it's with those extra highs on the left hand side. So now
Okay.
that takes into assumption that
Yes, makes sense.
Friday, the market open of Friday of New York gets swept as well. So we did have these, and let me just scroll all the way back. So you have all of these like lovely areas where price did try and push off of and then reacted on top of another point of interest. We eventually did break through, retest, and then pushed up. So I do think that the 2700 area is my eventuality. Let's put it like that. However, if you look at how price reacted after coming into this area, we didn't really sweep a new high. We did try again and only then started pushing up. Now, then again, it was Friday. So I think if we're going to come down this area first, so 27, let's say 27,119 to 27,045. It's actually not that large of an area. We can possibly reduce it. So let's say the last bearish and bullish candle before we started pushing up. So this area here, so 27,090 to 27,026. If we do come all the way down here and we react off of this, start pushing up, and then retry, I'll probably get in on that retracement to try and push down here. So I'll probably look for something like this, which probably a 1 to 3. Yeah, something more like that. Maybe even a 1 to 4, depending. But that's what I would more be looking at. I would have loved to have been in on this base candle here. So you have a drop, you have the base, and then you have the continuation of the drop. So then enter on the close of that candle, because then look where I'm reacting. My full 1 to 4 is just above that area, close to the previous reactionary point before price pushed up higher on Friday. So I do think it's a little bit late. I mean, it could literally just decide to go all the way up here and test maybe the New York, London highs, and then potentially this consolidation that we had for Tokyo, which is the all-time highs.
All right.
We'll have to wait and see.
Sense.
We'll have to wait and see. But we'll be patient. James is asking, Samir, is the VWAP you're using free? If yes, which one is it and what are the settings, please?
All right.
Do you just use a regular VWAP?
Yeah, it is a regular VWAP. I found out the trading view VWAP is amazing, because if you see the futures VWAP or any like other platforms VWAP, they also shift as we are shifting the time frames. But on trading view, it is very good. Like you just search VWAP, volume weighted average price, click on that, you will get something like this. I just erased the bands and I just made it black. So this is the VWAP I'm using, and for indices it really works out in a really good way. All right, now I think if we break this area, that will be beautiful. Stop loss can be 150 points, take profit can be the 150 points. Yes, it makes sense. I entered a little bit early, but that's fine. So on the I do have margin, so I like to take the trades around this area. If you break out of this area, this makes perfect sense. I'll just take this trade now.
So swept a little bit lower, came back into that little bit of consolidation, very strong push up, respecting that top portion of your channel and rejecting a little bit, and then hopefully it breaks through. Then it will definitely be going and pushing up.
Yes,
so I like that.
Makes sense. Let's take a look at NAS 100. Okay, NAS just
NAS rejected quite strongly.
Crazy thing. We broke this area. Okay, we are coming close to the VWAP. Could have taken this inverse fairly, yeah, but again The stop loss and the TP is not making sense, so this is not a good trade here. We can reject from these areas and continue lower. I think now we can treat this as liquidity and continue lower, because this is a retest of the VWAP, and this is also a retest of the inverted head and shoulder, and this is not a tricky head and shoulder. It looks very clean to me. If we go to the 5-minute or even 15-minute, let me erase this thing. Look how clean this head and shoulder is. I do like to trade these kind of patterns, so we can do a retest on the 5-minute. Yes, we have to observe how price behaves around this area. It is also some kind of resistance, and then if it started to go lower, then only take your decision. Don't just enter right of the retest. US 30, 1 minute, nothing right now. Let's wait for some time and then we can see what we can do. Okay, gold. Yes, there was gold also, which was on the trend line. I don't like to trade gold because it has tricked me many times. So I have I have made my plan that I will not trade gold, but just for the analysis purposes, I do think we can continue bullish, as we are respecting that fair value gap on the 30-minute. We are respecting this trend line. Stop loss makes sense. So yes, I do think we can go to the upside. US 30, we are not seeing a breakout to the upside, and if we saw a breakout, that will be awesome here, because this trend line is now very good to me. We just need a breakout, then I will be in the trade here.
Nice. I see that we have basically come to the end of the stream. So for everybody that has joined us today, thank you so very much for joining us on this Monday. Tomorrow is going to be yet again another stream. Same time, same place, every day until Thursday. We have the final week of the community month, so the Discord community. So the last opportunities for you to get into the Discord to take advantage of the community month. However, the Discord will always be there, so go ahead and get yourself into Discord regardless. And then from next month, we will have another different event, let's put it like that. So do keep your eyes posted for that. Samir, anything from your side before we close the stream?
My side, I say it every day basically. Again, I will say, guys, make sure you are following your trading plan. That is the only way you're gonna see some results. And as a trader, you cannot do anything else. You have to follow your trading plan. And here I will wait for a breakout. If we see a breakout, I will be in the trade. If we just go lower, then of course it is not my entry signal. I'll just maybe look at the charts tomorrow with you guys. And yes, I will see you tomorrow, same time. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. And if you haven't subscribed the channel yet, make sure you are doing that, because these type of things, these type of live streams, you don't see it anywhere. And yes, make sure you're supporting us, and we are here to give back to the community. Right now it's also the community month, so make sure you are taking benefit of that also, and make sure you're supporting us also. So I'll see you tomorrow, and thank you, Rich, and thank you to the 5ers also for giving me this opportunity. And with that being said, bye bye, take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much to everybody that joined us. Like, subscribe, follow, hit that notification bell, and then we will see you all tomorrow for another live event, well, another live day of trading. All right, guys, have a great day. Cheers.